Syed, Associate Professor, Alana Institute of Management Sciences, on behalf of our Honorable Director, Professor Dr. Roshan Kazi, and staff members of Alana Institute of Management Sciences, with great joy and immense exultation, extend a warm welcome to the fourth edition of two-day national conference, Demystifying Literature Review in Management and IT Research. India is the cradle of the human race, the birthplace of human speech, the mother of history, the grandmother of legend, and the great grandmother of tradition. Our most valuable and most so let us start the conference with national anthem. And for seeking the choicest blessings of the Almighty. By kindling the lamp, I invite our Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Anita Patinkin, His Excellency President, MCE Society, Dr. P. A. Namdar, Secretary, MCE Society, Professor Irfan Sheikh, Treasurer, MCE Society, Professor Muzaffar Sheikh, Professor Dr. Haridas Acharya, Honorable Director, Alana Institute of Management Sciences, Professor Dr. Roshan Kazi, for Lamp IT. Would you like to know the formula for success? Let me share a compelling quote by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam. If you want to shine like a sun, first burn like a sun. And keeping the same in mind, let's now watch a video rejoicing the magnificent journey of Alana Institute of Management Sciences. Thank you, sir. Now I request our director to felicitate the Honorable President, Dr. P.A. Namdar. Thank you, sir. Now I request our director, sir, to felicitate Professor Muzaffar Sheikh, Treasurer, MC Society. Thank you, sir. Today we wish to take this opportunity to congratulate Professor Irfan Sheikh for his new position as Secretary MCES. Hearty congratulations, sir. Now I request, sir, our director, sir, to kindly felicitate Professor Irfan Sheikh. I also request our director to felicitate Professor Dr. Acharya, Professor Alana Institute of Management Sciences. Thank you, sir. Now I'd like to call Professor Dr. Roshan Kazi to deliver a welcome address.
Chief guest for today's inaugural function, Dr. Anita Bhatnagar, Director, Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, Deputy Director, Symbiosis Center for International Education, Honorable President MC Society, Dr. P. Imambar, Honorable Secretary MC Society, Professor Irfan Sheikh sir, Honorable Professor Muzaffar Sheikh sir, Treasurer MC Society, Dr. Haridas Acharya, Professor MC Department, all the participants, faculty members, and dear research scholars. Good morning and welcome to Alana Institute of Management Sciences. Welcome to the fourth edition of ANVESHAK 2022. And the theme is Demystifying Literature Review in Management and IT. Let me first say a big thank you to Dr. Anita Bhatnagar ma'am for accepting our request for being a chief guest for this event. She is a very dynamic, she is a very bold, smart and intelligent administrator, and she is a very established academician and a researcher. Ma'am, thank you so much for gracing this occasion and being with us this morning. Welcome. I'm sure her ideas and thoughts is going to be an encouragement and motivation to all researchers. We are very pleased to have with us today Honorable President Dr. P. A. Namdar. He is a true visionary. He is a social reformer. He, in fact, needs no introduction. But as a formality, let me tell you that he is the man who has changed one community, which is actually magical. He has converted this entire 24 acres barren land into a hub of education, a micro of education. There are 31 institutes right now, and it goes to serve the 27,000 students working here. And you'll be shocked to know that he's a promoter, he's a builder, he's a banker, he's a legal luminary, he's a medical enthusiast, he's an academician, and most important, he's a philanthropist. We also have with us today two stalwarts of Azam campus, Ilham Sheikh sir and Muzaffar Sheikh sir. They they have high regards on this campus, and they have high reputation just because of their knowledge and experience. Uh, I'm very grateful to Irfan sir and Muzaffar Sheikh sir because all problems and queries that we have related to academic and extracurricular activities, they have helped us as elder brothers. So thank you so much. And Acharya sir also needs no introduction because he's the Bhishma Pitama of research. He has spent his entire life in research. He's a thorough researcher, he's an honest researcher, and he's an amazing gentleman. Welcome, sir, and thank you for joining us. I also welcome all the speakers, um, all the participants, all the research scholars. The theme is demystifying literature review. Some of you will be wondering what is so special about this theme. That we have 7 hours lecture series on just mere review of literature. And most of you might also thinking that isn't it very narrow a theme to be a research conference? All the scholars and the experts who are in this hall, they would vouch to what I'm saying, that literature review is the most important component of your entire research design. And the success of your research journey to a large extent depends upon how comprehensive, how exhaustive, and how rigorous your literature review is. Let me remind you of just 2-3 definitions of research. One says that research is an evidence-based approach to create new knowledge. Second, it says that research is a systematic investigation to create new knowledge. Research is knowledge-based. Research is theory-based. Research is offering new knowledge to the world. It extends the existing frontiers of knowledge. So let's not forget that as researchers, we are trying to contribute to the development of knowledge. If you consider the hierarchy of knowledge, basic research, intermediate research, advanced research, and development research. So we are composing our own music. You are trying to bring something new to the world. But it is very important to understand who is going to vouch that your knowledge is a new knowledge. Who is going to certify that the information that you're trying to present is new information? And answer is definitely literature review. A thorough literature review will reveal whether the answers that you are trying to answer, the questions that you're trying to answer have been previously answered, or you're trying to just reinvent the wheel. What is known about the topic, what is not known about the topic, this is known only through research, only through literature review. And that's why we say that literature review is a comprehensive overview of all that has happened in the past. If your review of literature is focused, it will demonstrate that you have a thorough understanding of research. If your literature review is comprehensive, it will demonstrate that you have all the skills of being a researcher. It is going to make you more productive as a researcher. What if through literature review you have come to a realization that the questions that you have answered have been already answered? And please understand one thing, you are not the first researcher in this world. You take any topic, a huge amount of research is already available. Which means that you did not start everything all over again. No. In the spirit of scholarly trust, you can start from where the others have ended. You can find out one niche which has been overlooked by the other researcher, which can become the objective for your study. You can identify gaps which have been overlooked by others, that can become the objectives for your study. So literature review will ensure that the knowledge that you're trying to offer to the world is unique, is original, and is new. And I feel very sorry to say that there's a difference between knowing something and knowing something in detail. There's a difference between having superficial knowledge about something and in-depth understanding of something. We are ignorant of most popular techniques in literature review. We are ignorant of important jargons in literature review. And I'm sure we have about 200 students online. We have about 40-50 students in this class. You should be wanting to know, you should be desirous to know what is a peer review journal, what is double-blind review, what is Scopus, what is EBSCO, what is ProQuest, what is ISI, what is Web of Science. We all know what is impact factor, but do you know how to calculate impact factor also? We know. but we don't know how to calculate citation score, how to calculate H index, how to calculate I10 index, how to calculate psi score. We know the importance of in-text citations and referencing, but we also know referencing style. But do you know what journals expect AP style of referencing? What journal accepts MLE style of referencing, Harvard style of referencing, Vancouver style of referencing, Chicago style of referencing? All these questions are actually answered by literature, and that's why I said I do so much of data analysis, but I've realized and come to a conclusion, even more important than data analysis is your literature. Because you have to demonstrate you are special, you are different from others. And this event that we have organized is going to answer several of these questions. Most important, it is going to avoid plagiarism and maintain academic integrity. So I welcome you all once again. We have 7 lecture series today, and trust me, it is a treat to all of you. They are going to take you on a wonderful journey of what literature review is, and you have to thoroughly enjoy. It is all the sessions are going to be actually intelligible. So thank you for joining us. God bless you all. Happy learning.
Thank you, sir. Now I request Dr. Untitled to please introduce our chief guest, Dr. Anita Patil.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Anita Patil is director of the Symbiosis School for Liberal Arts and has been involved in the field of education for over 38 years. Since designing and heading India's first 4-year liberal arts degree program, she has focused on developing competencies for inclusive and innovative learning processes, nurturing the deep acceptance of the long-term benefits of internationalization at home, and a commitment to the creation of a more gender-just learning ecosystem. At present, she serves on the board of trustees of EcoNet, an NGO dedicated to the welfare of tribal and disadvantaged populations, is the deputy director of the Symbiosis Center for International Education, is on the Indian Members Council of the Shastri Indo-Canadian Institute, is a member of the CII Africa Committee, and is a founding member of the Alliance of Asian Liberal Arts Universities. Madam has 2 children and loves gardening, cooking and baking, reading and watching thriller and detective mysteries, and she also likes to occasionally watch rom-com, that is romantic comedy movies. She also loves chit-chatting with students and friends. Thank you so much, sir, for giving this opportunity to introduce them. Thank you, ma'am.
Without much ado, may I now request our chief guest, Dr. Anita Patil, to address the gathering.
Thank you so much for that introduction. You should have started with the last sentence. That I liked chatting. I liked chatting with friends. Let me first say that it's an honor to be here, Dr. Nanda. It's an honor to be in your presence, and I have the pleasure of visiting some classrooms right now, where students from the 7th and the 8th standard were learning robotics and computers, and I've come away very inspired from there. Let me say at the very beginning that my Guruji, who's sitting here, Dr. Roshan, has been, I think he's not been very unbiased, and that's a bad thing for a researcher, right? He's very much biased when it comes to me, but I'm happy to be here because while I don't see myself as a researcher, I have another guru sitting over here who's helped me with my research, Dr. Archana. I've come to research very late in my career, I would say, after I became 50. Before that, I was in higher education. And I realized in the last 10 years that I was engaged with research, but not the research that we have now come to acknowledge as research. That research is a part of the work that we do. When we study for our courses and we design new assessments and evaluations, when Dr. Inamda's team decided to come up with a scheme for bringing in community children, it's all based on a certain amount of research. That research may not be as formalized. For the last 15 years, I've been involved with the setting up of a liberal arts institution, and liberal arts institutions are based on a premise that everyone will learn how to think. And that one of the ways of teaching people how to think is through the avenue of research. And therefore, today, for the next 10 minutes, I'm going to try and talk about why you should be doing research. I agree totally with the organizers of today's conference that the soul of research lies in literature review. I think that is a given. And it's for many reasons. And one of the most important reasons Dr. Kazi already said. But to me, another equally important reason is the fact that it is only through the literature review that you get an opportunity to do two things. Number one, to go back in history and to see across disciplines what people have been doing, what people have been thinking, what communities have been engaging with. And that is a look into the past with a very critical eye. So the critical thought that's involved and in evaluation of who said what goes to what was the thought process 50 years ago? What happened in this organization? And I think that's a great look at the world that existed. One of the big responsibilities for higher education, and all of you will agree, the 5-year plans that the country has had, the Planning Commission and then the Aayog, and now the National Education Policy, are all very, and this is true not just in India but across the world, that now society is looking at higher education and saying, your job is not just to give degrees. Your job is so much more than that. If you look at the gross enrollment ratio across many, many countries like ours, you will realize that it's a privilege to be able to go to school and college. It's a privilege to be able to sit with faculty like this and discuss and to learn how to use the most powerful tool on the planet, and that's your mind. It's a privilege. And then once you have that privilege, then what do you do with it? How can you just use that degree and that education to get a job for yourself? Well, that is one of the objectives. It can't be the only objective. And therefore, for me, it's really important to think about why are we studying? Why do we go to a college to learn? Why do we do a post-graduation? Why do we do a PhD? Why do we do a postdoc? Why do we read thousands and thousands and thousands of articles and books that people wrote years ago, months ago, in different disciplines and in the same discipline that I am working? Why are we doing all of this? And the answer has to lie in the fact that knowledge has to lead to problem solving. So for me, and I beg your forgiveness for this statement, but I never judge a person by the number of papers they published. I like to look at people and say, how many conversations have they sparked with their students, with their colleagues? What kind of conversations are taking place in a higher education institution? Are they talking about, let's do something, let's not accept the status quo? How can I use my knowledge of finance to make life better? Even if it's for me, because there are so many like me, right? How can we solve the challenges that exist? And if people who are educated don't do that, then who's going to do it? Nobody. And therefore, to my mind, education, and especially higher education, and especially education that is of and I keep using the word privilege, because all higher education doesn't focus on research. While universities and ranking systems might say that every teacher has to publish, we all know that real research is not something that comes easy, and it requires a huge ecosystem. It requires a culture, and I think you're lucky because I've known this educational institution for the past now 15, 20 years. And I've seen the kind of effort that gets put in. So what do we use it for? Are we happy publishing a paper that nobody reads? Are we happy publishing a paper that doesn't help anybody? Not even me? Or are we going to look at something different? Are we going to say, you know what, I feel this is a problem. So I had a student, I run an undergrad project, which is based on research. And I was telling Dr. Roshan that I may not be the world's greatest researcher, I am not. But I'm pretty good at creating an ecosystem for students to do research. And you need to do that by taking it outside the research methodology class, where scientific inquiry, a scientific temper is what we first train you in. And that is my first suggestion to all of you. That while you will learn this, parallelly, start questioning. Critical thinking is really important. There was a philosopher in 1808, I think Schleiermacher was his name, who wrote an article called Occasional Thoughts on Universities in the German Sense, 1808. I think Friedrich Schleiermacher. He divided education into three parts. And he said the first part is learning knowledge, which happens in school. Where you learn knowledge, what existed, which year was Shivaji born, what happens if you mix two chemicals together, when was a particular war fought, learning knowledge. Then you go to college and phase two starts. And that's the space which is what I'm involved in. Many of you also might be involved in. And that is unsettling knowledge. Look at the knowledge that you've learned and now start using your critical thinking and critical reasoning, analytical abilities to say, is this still relevant? Does this still work? Does this work across geographies? Does this work across demographies? Does it work in a high rise in Bombay? And does it also work in a village somewhere? Social media has changed the way we live our lives. Now, has it changed life for everybody? Or is it only in urban spaces? Is it only in a particular demographic? That's something that needs to be concerned about. Insta, and then cyber stalking, and then cyber security. All of these are issues, but are they issues felt in a same way, or is it different? The concept of drinking water for me is very different. So the concept of drinking water somewhere else, sanitation for me is very different. So now you start unpacking the knowledge that you learned in school. And for me, college is about that. Undergrad college and master's level college is about learning how to critically evaluate what Schleiermacher calls unsettling knowledge. And then the third stage is for those who enjoyed that process of critical thinking. See, everybody doesn't like it. Because the minute you start critically reasoning stuff, it's a painful journey very often. Because we've taken certain things for granted. Staying in the status quo is comfortable. Right? Because you don't have to take too many pains to think of something new. So everybody doesn't want to do that. Somebody wants to do a job, go back home, have 3 children, take care of them, be a good dad, or a mom, and that's wonderful because you need wonderful moms and dads as well. The world will not survive only with great researchers. So that's understanding number 1, right? But for those who do, and I was thrilled when Dr. Ramda told me that they have a scheme of picking up talented students in school and then giving them very special, very customized education. It's the same thing. 20% of your college students might say, I love doing a literature review. I love reading what people did. And then I love looking for holes. Was Einstein right? Was there a better path? Don't accept the status quo. And that stage, which often happens at the master's level, at PhD level, in research institutions like an NCL or a Tata Institute of Research, fundamental research, that is known as new. So that is where you are going to create new knowledge. And new knowledge that then results in what? In cleaner water, in better sanitation, in how do you take care of climate change, how do you deal with gender and inequalities and inequities, how do you make life better for all of us? Because that has to be the goal. For me, if that's not the goal, I'm not impressed. I'm sorry. So for researchers, and you are starting out, Look for subjects that excite you or look for subjects that scare the out of you. Correct? And actually, you should look for the second. You should look for subjects that scare you. Every time you post a photograph, how many of you post on WhatsApp? Okay, that's a funny question. How many of you do not post anything on WhatsApp? Is that because your director is sitting here that you're not telling us? Okay, so let's assume that at least half of you post on WhatsApp. That half of you have good access to Google. And you know that Big Brother is listening, right? Even when you think they're not listening. That's the way Invi is it. That's why Google knows. Your wife or husband or mother or father may not know what you're up to, but Google knows. That scares me. And what scares me should be studied. How do we deal with this? How do we help people feel safer and be safer? It's not just about feeling safer. Because Google makes you feel safe. But when you scratch the surface, you realize you're not. Being safer. If you spend too much money buying water, that's a problem. If you know that there are people who cannot afford to buy water and therefore drink the quality of water that you and I would not drink, then that's a problem. If women do not get equal opportunities, and they don't, so actually that's not even a question to be asked. How are you going to deal with it? What are you going to do? So look for research topics. And I tell my students, so I had one student who said, you need to tell me to stop because I can go on. I had a student who said, I'm not interested in gender, I'm not interested in this. About a year ago. I said, what are you interested in? So she says, I love buying makeup and I love buying clothes and I know fashion. I said, then choose that. Choose that. If you feel good when you wear makeup, there's a study right there. Cosmetics, makeup, perception, positioning, self-worth, self-esteem. You can, or business, consumer behavior. There are 1,000 really significant research questions that you could pick up, and she did. She's just submitting her dissertation project right now, and it's one of the best. So it's not that if I study gender, I'm more intelligent than someone studying, why people post pictures and why you never know, because all the pictures are touched up, right? No one does a selfie and actually sends it. You just take 1,000 selfies and then you Photoshop all of them and you choose one. This is what my students tell me. So look for subjects that excite you. Talk about the subjects that excite you. Talk to people. I don't know how many of you sit together and argue. If there's no passion, you have to get excited, you have to get hot, you have to get worried. You have to sit with Dr. Kazi or your mentor or Dr. Acharya and say, nahi, nahi jamta. This doesn't make sense to me. Make me understand. Or I don't agree with what you wrote. So I'm sure you have read Dr. Kazi's papers, right? Read them. And then sit one day and say, and that process of having conversations with respect, but conversations on content is important. So let me also say that the content is actually not important. It's the way you think about the content. It's the methods that you use. It's the sources that you went for a literature review. Did you deliberately seek 200 papers that say exactly the opposite of what you want to do? Then you're safe. Because you must. See, you can't create a questionnaire that gives you the results you want. Then that's cheating. And therefore, I also want to say that ask yourself a very honest question. He's not going to like what I'm going to say. There are some of you who will do research because now it needs to be done. But you might be more excited about spending time with the children, you might be more excited about playing with it, you might be more excited about going and teaching those 7th and 8th standard children who are learning robotics and computers, and that's equally wonderful. So then do your standard one paper. But some of you in the process of doing that one paper may realize this is exciting too. When the theme that you work with excites you, research has a potential of helping people solve challenges, helping people solve the many problems. Let me end with this little, it's one of the sad incidences in my life. When I became a teacher in 1979, many of you were not born at that time. Uh, for the first 5 or 6 years, every time I went to a function, family function or something, everybody was thrilled. You're a teacher. And I got a lot of respect and I felt really good, right? Because my friends had gone into IIM and they sat for CAT and I had chosen to become a teacher. And I felt really, really happy. Then for about 5 or 10 years, nobody really responded. And 20 years later, the minute I went into a function, people started attacking. What are you doing? Look at the kids today. Look at the young adults. They can't think. Look at all the evils that are happening in society. And the blame always comes to the doorstep of higher education. Because it is assumed, and I accept this, that if we are in higher education, then we have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to train the way people think. Ourselves included, our colleagues included, and our students. Our ability to think shapes the attitudes and the values with which we live life. So we talk about climate change and we talk about pollution, but our consumption as consumers, how much of that has changed? So we need to accept that if we are in higher education and if we have the privilege of being researchers, then we also have the responsibility of, in our small way, any small problem is good. Because there are thousands of challenges that we face, and research in education has to lead to that. Research also has one last advantage that my students keep telling me, especially the undergrad students they love to argue with their teachers, right? When you're in school, your teacher is your guru, still in higher education, but now the teacher is a guru that you can have a conversation. When you're in school, you're not that equipped. And they say, research is giving us an opportunity to share. So when we're in class, we're sharing. I read this article and I was so excited. And maybe the teacher hasn't read that. Because the probability of the teacher having read everything that 100 students have read is slim. That we feel really good. We feel as if we're active learners. And I think in India, that's the challenge, right? How do you convert the learning space? And it starts with ourselves and it starts with our colleagues. So all the very best for this. I loved, actually when I was doing my research, I think the literature review was the part that I loved the most. Because it just tells you how different people think. And for me, that diversity of thinking, the diversity of opinions, the conflicting opinions that different people from different backgrounds have, and sometimes the same backgrounds, and people think very differently. And that was exciting because that's what has made the world survive for so many centuries and grow. So enjoy your literature. Enjoy reading just for the sake of reading so that you understand your theme better. Sometimes read what is not directly linked as well, and put it all together and bring it to class and have conversations. So I hope you enjoy doing research. I hope you enjoy the power, and this is something also we need to be very mindful of. Education is power. Knowledge is power. And today, critical thinking is the most powerful tool. Because your ability to analyze, critically evaluate, and then provide possible solutions is what is going to make you successful. And that's at home, in your community, or in an organization. So therefore, enjoy that. It's a good power to enjoy. Otherwise, power is not necessarily a good thing. But the power of being able to understand, being able to look at things from multiple perspectives. And I think a good lit review needs to do that. Bring in lots of voices and lots of thoughts and all of them analyzed well so that your clarity like a funnel. Your clarity on what you're going to be studying is much more. But in the process, talk about it with your families. Even if your family doesn't understand what research is, they'll understand themes. Talk about it in your classes. Enjoy the process, because it's only when you enjoy the process that your outcome is going to be a productive outcome. Yeah. So all the very best. Enjoy yourselves. Thank you. I don't know whether I have done anything that you wanted, but thank you. And I don't know one of my faculty is ending the day, Dr. Vaidya. Um, he's an amazing guy who runs the School for Liberal Arts Research Cell. And pick his brains, because he's really good at setting up processes and teaching research methodology. But thank you so much for calling both of us. Thank you, Dr. Inamdar, for sharing the wonderful things that you're doing. And if I or my school can be of any help, I would be very, very happy to come back. Thank you. All the best. Happy reading.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your valuable thoughts. And I'm sure the audience will be enjoying the sessions today and have a very happy and powerful learning, as you said, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Let me introduce to you Professor Dr. Acharya, Professor Emeritus of Alana Institute of Management Sciences, MCA, a fatherly figure and a guiding force for all our concerns related to research and research journals. He has had a long association with our institute and guided numerous research scholars. On this occasion, I request Professor Dr. H.S. Acharya to share his thoughts.
Honorable Inamdas, the dignitaries on the dais, and all research aspirants who have come here to get possibly demystified when you think of concept of research. And over the years, I've just thought, whenever I was in schools, it's told observe, record, and analyze. And even today, I think the research has not gone far beyond it. Only thing is the research methodology books have become bigger and bigger and bigger. There are more terms to learn. And there was nothing like that. Some 30 years back, we didn't have 500 pages books on research methodology. And one of the important chapters is literature survey. Unfortunately, literature survey is not a one-time job. It is something which keeps on going. Only maybe when you have to submit a proposal, you have to do a little bit of intensive job, organize it and put it in the format in which the particular committee which evaluates your research proposal. So I'm still today, I'm a learner, and I hope to get a lot of information on this in the sessions today. And rest of the things, I think Dr. Kazi and whatever they've said, I simply have to detour. I don't think I should be repeating so many things which what these people have said. So I won't stand much between you and just one question, which people ask when they come for registration. Sir, वो literature survey में कितना reference होना चाहिए? Hopefully you'll get an answer for that. See, that very thought is wrong. Quantifying those things, कितना पेज होना चाहिए, कितने रिसर्च होना चाहिए, अगर रिव्यू आर्टिकल है तो कितने होने चाहिए, थीसिस है तो कितने होने चाहिए, पेपर है तो कितने होने चाहिए. Hopefully you will get answers to those questions, and that's what is exactly demystification. And the rest of things I think I have already what Dr. Kazi and Dr. Pachankar has told. I just simply detour it. I won't stand between you and the actual event that has to take place. Thank you for giving me an opportunity here. And let me tell you, with all those years, still there will be lots of misunderstandings and mistakes associated along with the concept of literature. So when nobody has understood it completely at this point of time. So that's going to be there, and hopefully you will get your ideas clear in the sessions that have to come. So most welcome to this conference, and please enjoy it.
Thank you, sir. Now I take this opportunity To introduce the chief patron of today's event, President of MCE Society, an educationist, social worker, agronomist, legal luminary, medical visionary, philanthropist, banker, and a renowned builder. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Dr. P.N. Amdar for you. Sir has always believed that if you refuse to drink from the fountain of knowledge, you'll die of thirst in the desert of ignorance. Sir is single-handedly responsible for bringing 60 Muslim communities in the official government list of OBCs, to thereby enabling thousands of Muslim youth to take the advantages offered by the Government of India to OBCs in the field of preservation of government employment and educational institutes. Sir is responsible for the transformation of Azam Campus Pune from a barren stretch of 23 acres of land running two primary and two high schools into a beehive of educational activity, where today 32 educational institutions, including 9 professional colleges, exist. You are truly an inspiration for all of us here, sir, and we are extremely honored to have you with us here with us today. May I now request sir to give the keynote address.
Madam Dr. Patilkar, my colleagues here, Professor Ulapur and my secretary of the management body, Kirtan sir. When Acharya is there, I need not describe more. Acharya is Acharya. I was really very, very happy that Madam within 15 minutes gave you everything, basics from KG. In PhD, also PhD, both from KG to PG, not PhD only, to PhD. And she was very eager to tell you, it's not for degree to be received as a PhD you should study. You should be able to study so that you will be able to guide other thousands and thousands of people for PhD and create confidence in them. And then institutions like this will be prospering, and once institution of this increase, India will be ruling international. That's the basic thinking. She was insisting. Don't only for the purpose of certificate, try to take the degrees. Then such people will be carrying certificate. I am searching for the job. And I don't know how many years to do that. But if you are knowledgeable, people will be locating, people will be inviting, people will be appreciating, and they will be proud to see that they are working in their institutions or they are there to guide that institution. And if that is exactly what Mr. Kazi is trying to do it. Talking on PhD, a person who is just graduate is also, I think, very serious matter. But we are people having applied knowledge. And basic philosophy of mine and my colleagues is, if difficulties come, we presume, we believe good days are coming. That's the philosophy of this campus. Difficulties, if they are coming, then you start facing them. And once you start facing them, you are possible that solutions are easy, not as we were for thinking. It's very difficult to overcome this. And this is what exactly we are trying to implement. And people like Dr. Kazi and such other people have been appointed only on the basis of merit. And on the basis of merit when you appoint, not from clerk up to principals. Everyone is appointed here on the basis of merit. It's a Muslim minority education institution. But out of 32 institutions, 11 professional colleges are there. 27 principals out of 32 are not Muslims. The reason is very simple. I never believe in it. I believe those who teach good, they are my teachers. Because the institutions are established not to appoint people, but to give education to the children. And if we don't appoint proper teacher, then what we will be producing afterwards? We will be producing only have-nots. And this is the philosophy we implement, and you will be surprised. In lakhs of rupees or in crores of rupees, decisions are taken in a fraction of a second. Because our management is such, they understand keeping money in bank is not enough. If you keep 100 rupees in bank, after 1 year you get 5 rupees. By that time, inflation is 13 rupees. So every year you are plus, I'm sorry, minus or plus? Minus. Yes, I thought it is plus because still people are keeping that money. So we let us understand here investing in infrastructure, investing in knowledge, giving best possible guidance to the students is investment. That is exactly our management feels. And this has given us absolutely fine results. And have-nots have become haves, and I am 100% sure the haves will become something more, as Madam wanted and Madam wishing. And she has now offered that she will be giving her time and services for only guidance. The services. So you must understand that. And I am requesting you to note it, and that offer must be accepted and use it in a 100% time more. And this is not exactly the knowledgeable people who want to share their experience will always be coming forward and offering all these things. आता हे सगळं झालं आणि मराठीचा विद्यार्थी असल्या कारणानं मला इंग्लिश बरोबर येत नव्हतं. पण असं तसं काहीतरी करून मी इंग्लिश कसं तरी शिकून इथपर्यंत आपल्या समोर आतापर्यंत बोललो. मी कांदीही बोलतो आणि मी उर्दूही बोलतो. ह्या सगळ्या गोष्टीचा शेवटी मला उपयोग झाला. कारण मी पुण्यामध्ये कोकणस्थ ब्राह्मण म्हणून मान्य करण्यात आलेलं मला ऑफिशियली मान्य करण्यात आलेलं. तर माझं इथे 75वा वाढदिवस झाला होता, कारण मी फक्त 78 वर्षाचा आहे. आणि त्यामुळं त्यांना आम्ही बोलवलेलं होतं ते विनोद म्हणून सांगतोय, म्हणजे सिरियसली घेऊ नका. विनोद म्हणून मी मराठीमध्ये उत्तर दिलं. आणि इथं शनिवार त्याच्यानंतर सदाशिव नारायण पेठेमधल्या लोकांना मी बोलवलं होतं, कारण आमचे स्नेही माझे मित्र क्लासमेट त्यांना बोलवलं. आम्ही बोलवल्यानंतर माझं भाषण संपल्यानंतर काही लोकांनी हात वर केलं. म्हटलं नाही, माझा सत्कार आहे, सत्कार करणारे वेगळे आहेत, त्यांना विचारा काय. त्यांनी त्यांना विचारलं, आम्हाला 1 मिनिट बोलायचं. म्हटलं ठीक आहे. त्यांना दिली संधी दिली. माईकवर आहे 5-7 हजार लोक होते. एक पत्र काढलं असं. आजपासून इनामदार साहेबांचं मराठी ऐकून आम्ही असे जाहीर करतो की आम्ही पुण्याचे कोकणस्थ ब्राह्मण ऑफिशियली असं डिक्लेअर करतो की आजपासून आपण कोकणस्थ ब्राह्मण म्हणून आमच्याकडे सामील झालेला आहात. म्हणून म्हटलं आता पुण्यामध्ये असताना आणि मॅडम वगैरे समोर असताना आणि या सगळ्या पीएचडीच्या वगैरे डिग्र्या वगैरे चालू असताना कमीत कमी आमच्या बाबतीमध्ये काय घडलंय हे पीएचडीच्या रूपानं तुमच्यापर्यंत पोहोचवण्यासाठी मी हे करतोय. म्हणजे एक्सपर्ट व्हा. सांगण्यात हेतू काय, नॉलेज घ्या. नॉलेज कसं कन्व्हे करायचं त्याच्याबद्दलही आपल्याला एक प्रकारचं मेथडही माहिती पाहिजे आणि त्याच्यावर एक प्रभुत्वही तुमचं असलं पाहिजे. या सगळ्या गोष्टी जर आपण केल्या तर मला असं वाटतं आम्ही या कॅम्पसमध्ये हे एमबीए कॉलेज केलेलं नाही सर्टिफिकेट देण्यासाठी नाही, तर नॉलेज सुद्धा देण्यासाठी, इम्प्रूव्ह करण्यासाठी. दुसरं की आपण गेल्यानंतर विद्यार्थ्यांचं मातेर होणार नाही, तर विद्यार्थ्यांच्या मध्ये एक आत्मविश्वास निर्माण होईल. अशा स्वरूपाचं आपल्याला नॉलेज इथून जर मिळालं, मला असं वाटतं की या देशाचं कल्याण करण्याचं देखील जे आपण स्वप्न पाहताय ते देखील आपल्याला पूर्ण करता येईल. आणि मी असाच प्रश्न आता विचारला होता की भारतात 1 कोटी एक 100 कोटी 35 कोटी 35 कोटी असंच बोलतात. 35 कोटीपेक्षा जास्त लोकसंख्या असलेल्या ह्या देशामध्ये पीएचडी किती असतील? किती असतील? किती? मला माहिती नाही. 135 कोटीच्या देशामध्ये 10 लाख पीएचडी असणं म्हटल्यानंतर नक्की काय? आणि आपल्याकडं भारतीयांनी एवढे फक्त हुशार नाही, शहाणे सुद्धा आहोत. आणि पुण्यामध्ये असल्या कारणानं जास्त बोलायची आवश्यकता नाही. कारण पुण्यामध्ये हुशार कमी आहे आणि शाळेची संख्या जास्त आहे. अशा परिस्थितीमध्ये आम्ही काय केलं पाहिजे? शाळांची संख्या वाढवण्याचं काम आपण केलं पाहिजे. हुशार तर आहोतच आम्ही, तर हे सुद्धा एक अजेंडा आपण घेऊन जर पुढे गेला तर ह्या देशाला जगावर राज्य करण्याची संधी देणारे लोक इथून निर्माण होतील, ही स्वप्न आम्ही पाहून या सगळ्या संस्था उभ्या केलेल्या आहेत. ते आपण पूर्ण करावं अशी इच्छा व्यक्त करून आपल्याला बेस्ट ऑफ लक सांगून आणि ह्या जो विषय आता आपल्या समोर येतोय तो पुढे न्यावा अशी विनंती करून मी आपली रजा घेतोय. जय हिंद.
Thank you so much, sir, for your words of wisdom. Conference proceedings is the published record of abstracts of papers presented by the participants at the fourth edition of the National Conference ANVESHAK on the theme Demystifying Literature Review in Management and IT Research, which saw speakers from multiple domains deliberate on various cutting-edge breakthroughs in management practices and motivate the academically and research-inclined participants to pursue research in the future. I now appeal the dignitaries on the dais to please unveil the conference proceedings 2022 and grace the occasion. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Having been organized for the fourth year, ANVESHAK is one of the highly respected management conferences of 2022. The conference accepted submissions from streams and sectors encompassing finance, pharmacy, marketing, operations, management, retail, stock market, mutual funds, healthcare, real estate, social media, artificial intelligence, machine learning, techno entrepreneurs, telecom, entrepreneurship, automobile, to name a few. The event had publicized a cash prize of rupees 15,000 as the first prize, rupees 5,000 as first runner-up, and rupees 33,000 as second runner-up. On the 22nd April 2022, academicians, researchers, and scholars across India came together at this management conference to discuss common challenges, brainstorm creative solutions, present findings from the latest research, and help shape the global discourse in the field. We had an overwhelming response of 167 participants across India, and we shortlisted 26 paper presentations for the event, and 18 of them presented it yesterday. The panel of judges included Professor Dr. H.S. Acharya, Professor Alana, Institute of Management Sciences, Professor Dr. Shubhangi Walvekar, Director, IBMR, Chakan, Pune, Professor Dr. Sachin Kadam, Director, Information and Communication Technology, ICT, Director, Information Resource Center, IRC at Bharati Vidyapeeth, Dean to be University, Pune. Now is the time to announce the winners of the event. I request Chief Patron of the event, Dr. P.N. Amdar, and Chief Guest, Dr. Anita Patenberg, to please do the honors. The second runner-up prize of rupees 3,000 goes to Dishita Jain for the paper titled Modeling on Behavior of Indian Investor Towards Responsible Investing Using ISM. And it was co-authored and guided by Professor Dr. Archana Singh. So I request ma'am to please collect the prize. The winners may collect their cash prizes at 1:15 p.m. from G12. The first runner-up prize of rupees 5,000. There is a tie, and here the prize goes to two people of two different papers here. Mr. Hanif Kapatan for the paper demonstrating of road accidents on Pune-Solapur Highway in Solapur district, and Carolina Jennifer for the paper Vocal for Local, Perception and Challenges of an Entrepreneur. And Ms. Carolina Jennifer has been online since she has participated out of Maharashtra. And now the first prize of 15,000 goes to, any guesses? Those who have been attending yesterday. Again, second time in ANVESHAK 2022, there is a tie between two participants, and I congratulate both. I invite Ms. Sridevi Chandan Shetty of the paper Influence of Personality Traits on Innovative Behavior of Techno Entrepreneurs, and Aishwarya Jain for the paper title Formulation and Evaluation of Polyherbal Paste Packs. Hearty congratulations to all the winners. All the winners and participants will receive e-certificates. The winners may collect their cash prizes at 1:15 p.m. from G12 from Mr. Bhushan Jain. I now request Ms. Tabassum Sheikh to express the vote of thanks.
A very good morning to one and all. It gives me an immense pleasure to deliver a vote of thanks for this event to all the dignitaries assembled here. I express my heartfelt gratitude to our Honorable President, Dr. P.A. Inamdar Sir, and Honorable Vice President, Ms. Abida Inamdar Ma'am, for supporting, guiding, and encouraging us to arrange such a knowledge imparting and exchanging program. I express my humble thanks to our chief guest, Dr. Anita Patankar Ma'am, for accepting our invitation, gracing this event, and encouraging the morale of the participants with your august presence and enthusiasm. Thank you, ma'am. I express my hardcore thanks to Professor Muzaffar, Treasurer, NC Society, and Professor Irfan Sheikh, Secretary, NC Society, for their timely guidance and support. I express my thanks to the torchbearer of this event, our director, Dr. Roshan Kazi, and Professor H.S. Asad Acharya, for leading and inspiring us in working towards the goal of conducting this event. I express my thanks to all the participants for actively participating and enthusiasm. I am sure this journey, this thing will be a learning journey for all of us. Happy learning. Thank you.
So before we begin the next session, we'll break for a small tea break
Time. 5 minutes.
for just 5 minutes. For 5 minutes. Please wait till the dignitaries exit the conference hall. So we may have a small break of just 5 minutes so that we can start with the next session. Thank you.
आप वायर का भी फोटो
I welcome all for the fourth edition of ANVESHAK 2022, Demystifying Literature Review in Management and IT Research. It gives me an immense pleasure to introduce our first speaker of the day, Dr. Archana Singh. Ma'am is a distinguished academician and research and a trainer in the area of accounting and research in Pune. She was associated with Symbiosis International University for 8 years and currently is associate professor with Sri Balaji University, Pune. She has 13 years of teaching experience. She is a double master's in commerce with specialization in business administration, cost and management accounting. Professionally, she has completed bachelor's in education and is set qualified. And also she completed her PhD from Savitribai Phule University in Faculty of Commerce and was recognized PhD guide in Symbiosis International Deemed University. She is a rank holder of Pune University and President Awardee. She has a number of research papers to her credit, which are based on sustainability, accounting, and business administration. She has also published in the Journal of High Reputed, such as reputed journals Scopus Index and Australian Business Teen Council East Journal. She has authored chapters in books. Her area of interest lies in the field of accounts and finance, business administration, and sustainability. As a faculty of accounting, she always believed in engaging students in learning process by making the course easy and interesting to understand. She was awarded with National Award for Education Excellence in January 2019 by Superville Group as a best faculty of accounting in Pune. A faculty with good communication skill, deep knowledge and passion for a subject, a faculty who is popular with students due to her caring nature and are willing to go an extra miles for a student. She is a sort of after speaker at workshops and management development program. She has created many MOOCs video to create quality e-content for those who find the subject difficult, which is available for free on YouTube. We are honored to have you with us, ma'am. Now I request our director, Roshan Kazi, to felicitate our speaker, Dr. Archana Singh.
साढ़े 12. Okay, done.
Now I request ma'am to start with the session.
Okay, so very good morning, everyone. My session will be less of a speech, and I would like to help each and everyone attending this program to understand review of literature thoroughly as an academician, as a PhD scholar, or as a researcher, right? So I'm not here to blabber for another 1 hour and you being the audience and listening to me. What I want is, I want to help you in the areas wherein you find it difficult. How should I go about my review of literature, right? So, how many of you have written the paper? Raise your hands. How many of you have written a research paper? Okay. How many of you wish to write a research paper? There are more hands. How many of you wish to write a research paper? So I'll be talking to both those who raise their hands first, stating that they've written a paper, and those who raise their hand later, stating that they wish to write a paper. So if you could just give the mic to Sadat ma'am. Yeah, very quickly. I want to understand what is your difficulty, and in next 50 minutes, I would like to help you with that. And definitely, I'm going to give you a few tips which will be very, very helpful for you, whether you are a PhD guy, whether you are a PhD scholar, or an academician, or a student, but you wish to write a paper. So, Sadat ma'am, what kind of a difficulty you think you face when you wish to send your paper to a high-grade, high-index journal? Do you know the reasons, if just in case why your paper has not been accepted, or if it has been published, well and good, why was it accepted?
Yeah,
Thank you for asking this question, ma'am. Well, the most difficult challenge that I faced during writing the paper was my topic is related to cinema advertising. So this particular subject hasn't had much of research papers and much of surveys done. So I was very skeptical, like as in how should I go about with the literature review because there hasn't been much papers available for this particular subject. So how to go about it? That was my difficulty, and I think I still face this difficulty because there hasn't been much studies done. So
Fine.
how to go about it?
Okay, so for sure I'm going to address this question. It will help others also, and I'm sure you'll get the answer to your question. So each one of us who normally starts with any kind of a topic or research topic, right? Most important is your research phenomena. So as she said, she has been talking about cinema, correct? It is very important that the phenomena which you select for your research study has to be researchable and remarkable. Tell me one thing, just raise your hand and tell me, can Michael Jackson be a research phenomena? Yes or no? Can Sachin Tendulkar be a research phenomena? Okay, great. Tsunami?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
tsunami
yes,
be?
yes.
Yeah? Okay, some of them are confidently telling yes, some of them are not nodding their head. So let me tell you, a research phenomena can be an individual, it can be a situation, right? So it can be natural in nature, it can be social in nature. Now, as ma'am rightly stated that she has chosen a topic related to cinema, and somewhere down the line, as a scholar, she was claiming that there is very less review of literature available. I'll tell you why do you face that problem, why this less review of literature problem every scholar feels and confidently commits. We shouldn't be making this statement because as far as research area is concerned, be it cinema, be it tsunami, be it Sachin, or be it Michael Jackson, for every individual and for every situation, we have ample of research available. Now, where do we face problem? Because when you're doing the review of literature, you need to be very, very clear with what are you supposed to search. Okay, what are you supposed to search? So I'll take a per example only and help everyone. Let's say man said that she's facing a difficulty. Another research scholar that's pretty cool and very innocent. Statement coming from her that I'm not getting much of review of literature, right? The moment we think of a phenomena which has not been very much explored, we think that there is not much of review of literature. I'm the only first one who's thinking so much about it. This happens with all of us. This happens with me also. When I pick up a topic, I feel no, what I am doing is not been explored. So that goes in the category of exploratory research more than descriptive research. But how would you justify that as a researcher? If you say that the phenomena has not been explored, and if the experts say that there's a lot of review of literature already available, how can you say that it has not been explored? So both the statements become contradictory. So if you're doing a descriptive research, you have to say that there's a lot of review of literature already available. If you're doing an exploratory research, like when COVID-19 happened, that was a phenomena which was not being explored initially. So vaccination being made for COVID-19 and an unexplored phenomena, natural science research, correct? But when we talk about social science phenomena, that is now discussed that topic, how do we go about the review of literature? Okay. First thing, any one of you who has written the paper, tell me what you write in the introduction of your study. What all do you cover when you write the introduction of your study? And all of us know that we start the review of literature with introduction. Yes, but लिखते क्या है हम introduction? Who will tell me? Anybody? You have written a paper, ma'am. If you could just share, just see. I'm definitely going to help her with the topic by the time I end with my speech, so she'll be benefited. Yes. Can we give the mic to her?
Based on the
No,
title.
others cannot listen to you, so please use the mic. What's a good name, ma'am?
Annie Joyce.
Okay, Annie, ma'am. Tell me, what do you write in introduction?
Based on your title, what terms you have to explain, what background of that. Say suppose I am from pharmacy background. If you are writing a literature about
particular drug or its formulation, then the history of about that drug, and whatever covered uh, specifically to a particular area.
Okay, great. So a thumbs up to Annie ma'am. She says that she writes the history and background in the introduction. Anyone else with any other element of introduction which you write? Jafri sir, if you could just tell us. You have been writing research papers, so please help us with what is to be written in introduction.
Basically, I usually write about the jargons which explore more, so that the person who is reading introduction, he can understand what I am going to do, and try to summarize the overall paper in short over there, in easy way, so that instead learning complete paper, he can understand what is the theme, in which direction my paper is going.
Fair enough, fair enough. Nilofer ma'am, if you could just say, and then I'll tell you what is to be written.
May I contribute, ma'am? This is Amarnath. I am
Yes,
joining online.
please go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. Amar. Yeah, tell
Okay.
us.
I also look at the necessity for the research. Why this research is being undertaken in the first place.
I have a marker.
First thing is, as some of my colleagues have narrated, there has been little or no research in the area of their field. Basically, I look at it with three perspectives. Number one is, will my research benefit the society as a whole? And number two, I also look at it with this perspective, whether I am putting in my own contribution. There is no point in just taking the advantage of research done by others, whether I am contributing anything to the field of research. And number three, am I forming a concept whereby there will be more room for further research?
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Mr. Amar. Fine. So I have had the experience of publishing in very renowned journals listed in Scopus, Web of Science, APTC, UGC, everywhere. And I was fortunate enough initially to be associated with Symbiosis, wherein we got a lot of grooming and a positive research environment. Now, when it comes to introduction, I'll make your task very simple. And please remember one thing, nobody can start writing research paper by writing a earth-shattering paper. That doesn't happen. Okay? And there's nothing to hate in research. Everybody starts with the basic, what is required, and slowly and gradually, once you know the process, I'm 100% sure you'll fall in love with your research, whether it is publishing a research paper, or it is doing a PhD, or it is about teaching research through scientific temperament and critical thinking for our students. So do not start with the objective of writing a earth-shattering paper. Understand the process. Start with one basic, descriptive, good research paper wherein you can understand the process very well if you are a beginner. Like many of you said that you have not written a paper but you wish to write a paper. There are many who have written but they are, in spite of knowing the process, they are not in a position to publish it in a very good journal. Sometimes we don't know how to think about my review of literature in my PhD thesis. How should I put it in my PhD thesis, right? So there is one basic thing I'm telling you. You look at any introduction of any international journal paper. Learn and have the habit of reading good papers. Let's say I'm targeting to publish my paper in Indian Journal of Marketing. What should be the first step as a researcher I should do? The first step as a researcher, what I should do is always go through good journals and good papers. Now, which are good journals? How to decide that? The journals which are indexed in Web of Science, Scopus, APDC, and UGC. So, if the indexation, I'll talk about indexation. I'll teach you how to go and find out good journals so that you can refer to a good paper which has been published in international journal. Let me just finish with introduction first. So, ma'am said, Annie ma'am said history, Mr. Ramar said the need, Mr. Jafri said the jargons, correct? So, when we talk about all this, I hope my board is visible to those who are there online. I'll tell you to begin with what all elements you should include in your introduction. Number one, your introduction cannot be of 2-3 pages. What is the maximum word limit of a research paper? Can anybody tell me minimum and maximum word limit, which is normally universally accepted by any journal? Anyone? So 3,000 words to 6,500. Maximum you can go till 6,500. There are many good journals listed in excellent databases, and they do publish the paper even if it is 6,500 words. But minimum it has to be 3,000. Otherwise, you are not in a position to justify the whole process. It's not like writing the answer for your examination, 500 words, 1,000 words. No, the process can be justified if you are at least justifying it minimum with 3,000, 3,500 words and maximum with 6,000, 6,500 words. Now, in that 3,500 or 6,500 words, how much should be my introduction? How we see, if you ask me to talk on literature review, one is I can talk from morning 9 to evening 5, correct? The other is you've given me 1 hour. Somewhere down the line, I'll focus on the fundamentals and core and try to give you something and go away from you, correct? So similarly, in research paper, the challenge is you have to beautifully compile, precisely present in a very concise manner your thought process. You cannot go on and on in writing just because you're writing a research paper. So there's a difference between writing a research paper, writing a thesis, writing a chapter, everything differs. For a chapter, for a book chapter, the word limits are more, correct? So introduction in your research paper, be it with the limit of 3,500 words or be it with the limit of 6,500 words, depending on what is your research methodology, please do not increase your introduction for more than 4 paragraphs. Your introduction shouldn't be for more than 4 paragraphs. Now, what should be written in these 4 paragraphs? Now, when it goes to thesis, the same thing will be elongated, elaborated more and more. The process would be the same. So instead of 4 paragraphs, maybe I'll go ahead with 6 pages in a thesis because I'm doing a big study. So I need to justify it more and more. So what all should be included? Let me just tell you. One second, I'm writing on the board. So when I said 4 paragraphs, clearly the moment I read your introduction, I should be very, very clear with the background of your study, with the need and significance of the study. Why are you studying it? Why is it so important? The 3rd paragraph should talk about your research problem and research gaps. See, after that, straight away is review of literature, and then is your research design. Then you go on conclusion, limitation, further research direction. This is the right place, and if you pick up any good paper from any good journal, you will see that these points are covered in introduction. And all of us commit a mistake of writing history, background, and need in the introduction. Your introduction should clearly specify your research problem and gap. Your introduction should very precisely get. That's why I said 4 paragraphs. So when I say 4 paragraphs, depending on how many words it will be for a 3,500 research paper, and depending on how many words it will be for a 6,500 words paper. Correct? So it should talk about history and background of the study. It's like आपको सागर को गागर में भरना है. When there is a debate competition and people come and talk for 5 minutes, you'll feel like they've talked so much, though they spoke only for 5 minutes. And this is your story, this is your work, this is your problem you are studying. Put it very beautifully. Even in your PhD thesis, you will be elaborating it a little more. Is everybody with me? Now, it is very important that when you talk about research problem, your phenomena has to be researchable and remarkable. If you are doing a study which holds no importance, currently your paper will be outrightly rejected. So there are many papers when you send it for publication to the editors. How do they reject the paper? Number one is the title. If the title doesn't make any sense to the current era, it doesn't make any sense of contributing. Say, for example, if I want to write something on, let's say, finance literacy, right? So, financial literacy is a very common topic. Every Tom, Dick, Harry has been writing about financial literacy. What different am I doing? I need to be very precise and clear when I pick up my research problem. So if I'm talking about financial literacy, if I'm talking about financial literacy for self-help group, and I'm trying to come up with some kind of a conceptual model, am I talking something different? So my thought process and my problem should be thought of correctly. Now you will think from where should we get the correct research problem? Read newspapers. Pick up Economic Times. Recently, I read an article of Kishore Biyani going digital. So a new term, going digital. I read an article of Nirmala Sitaraman on expenditure tax. Correct? Then the moment you hear the term, you feel like talking and reading more about it. So you have to choose a phenomena. And as Anita also rightly said, it should interest you. It should interest you, but it should be a question which is not answered. It shouldn't be a question which has already been answered by thousands of researchers. Now, the moment COVID-19 came, the whole world was writing about COVID-19. Right? Now, if you write a paper on COVID-19, done and dusted, it will be immediately outrightly rejected by any good journal because enough has been written. But are you trying to generalize or come up with a theory taking COVID-19 reference and coming up with a generalization and conceptualization for any emergency situation in future? Are you coming up with a different kind of a model for retail sector? That makes sense. Correct? So impact of COVID-19, effect, factors, already everybody is published. You're not the first one. So you need to make the same title, the same topic, the same problem with a different angle which is not being studied. So your research problem, your research phenomena should be the one which is not been answered by now. Be it a descriptive research, be it a applied research, be it any see basically research is divided into two. All of us know, right? One is the basic research wherein you are just adding to the review of literature what is already existing. Either you are contributing theoretically or you are contributing empirically. The other is applied. What is applied? Applied research is mainly done for commercial purpose, correct? So mainly done by the business people. So you do the research and there is an action taken. So for corona, when vaccination was made, immediately practical implication was there. So number one, decide whether you're doing an applied research or you're doing a basic research. If you're doing a basic research, are you exploring something new or are you describing what is already existing? So many of us, 80% of us normally do descriptive research. We say that we are exploring, you have to justify. When you do exploratory research, your hypothesis is your conclusion. Correct? So is introduction clear? Be it a thesis writing, be it a research paper, and mark my words, if you have written your introduction this way, you yourself will feel very good while reading what you have written. Because it gives me clarity about the background of the study, significance of the study. It gives me clarity about the research problem, research gap, research questions, and research objective. Now, let us take Sadaf Man's topic, not totally, because he's not yet awarded, so we shouldn't be disclosing the topic. but yeah, to some extent the concept we can take. And I'll tell you why and how should the literature review be done for a PhD thesis writing or for a research paper. So, your topic was, is introduction clear to everyone? Yes. Can I tell you how to do the next step? So, what was your topic? So, what is my
Not cinema advertising.
cinema advertising? So let's say that the topic of research is cinema advertising. So how did you go about your research? What have you done till now?
Ma'am, the pilot study is done. And
So what was the first step of review of literature?
first step was obviously because this is just a part of my research, obviously. So I have searched about the components. I read about the components. What are the components of cinema advertising? What are the challenges and challenges and opportunities which lie for the advertising agencies and TV studios?
So how did you do that?
Reading research.
And how many variables did you arrive at? Three variables.
Yes.
Okay. And are the variables reflected in your question, objective, and problem?
Yes.
Okay. Now see, when you talk about review of literature, as ma'am said, her topic is cinema advertising. So how should we go about it? Number one thing, I should be very clear with my research problem because that is going to give me all the variables. So looking at the research problem, if you are doing PhD, write down your research problem on various databases, be it EBSCO, be it JSTOR, be it Scopus, Taylor Francis. You have to write the topic in various databases, the problem. See, there is a difference between title and problem. Everybody knows that, right? My problem leads to my research topic. Correct? So, we won't be discussing too much. Let's say that's related to cinema advertising. The research problem is we link it to sustainability of cinema industry, correct? So let's say we are talking about cinema advertising and sustainability of cinema industry totally in Indian context. So this is my research problem. Now I'll be typing this research problem in various databases and I'll go through the papers. Correct? Let's just do that practically. Can we open Chrome over here? And I'll teach you how do you identify your variables, and once you have identified your variables, in what way you are supposed to do the review of literature. So one thing, if you want to publish in a high index journal, okay, and if you are, your references are, let's say I'm writing in 2022, but my references are from 1995, 2000, 2005, 2010, your paper will be outrightly rejected. This means you're talking about a phenomena which holds no importance today, which has already been discussed. आपके references दिखाते हैं कि आपके paper title और problem में कितना importance और दम है. So if my references are from 1995, 2000, 2005, this means I'm researching on something which is obsolete. I'm not supposed to do that. If I'm publishing a paper in 2022, my references should not be before 2010. But does that mean we cannot refer to any reference before 2010? No. 80 to 90% of my references should be after 2010. But if there is some, let's say for example, if you say service quality, you have to quote Parsuram. You cannot write a paper without quoting Zetmil or Parsuram, right? So one few citations when you build up the theory, that is very, very important. That you can quote, but 80 to 90% of your citation should be from last decade. If it is not from last decade, you submit your paper to a high index journal, the editor will look at your reference and reject your paper. Because that shows that your phenomena is not required to be studied in 2022. It's an obsolete topic. Already people have done research and answered all the questions, correct? Another thing, in review of literature, supporting theories are very, very important. Do you all ever quote supporting theories in review of literature? You understand what is supporting theories? Let's say I'm writing a paper on HR. Okay? My specialization is HR support. Let's suppose that my specialization is HR and I'm writing a paper on HR related topic. When I'm writing a paper on HR related topic, I need to look at I'm talking about employee engagement. Okay? So which are the theories related to employee engagement? Tell me, you're all faculty, which are the theories related to employee engagement? I can quote institutional theories, stakeholders theory, correct? Yes or no? So you need to search for the theories related to your topic. Literature review is not just putting a citation and copying 3-4 lines and changing the wordings. No, it is supporting your phenomena with the theories. So if you're talking about employee engagement, you should be capable of supporting employee engagement with various theories. Let's say I'm writing a paper on higher education. So I should be capable of supporting my paper with higher education theories or various models. So you need to link. आप कुछ अलग नहीं कर रहे, आप already whatever has been done, you're using that as the base. But how to put it? So supporting theories come over here. So your first part was introduction, right? Your second part is review of literature. Okay, many people even write theoretical framework instead of review of literature, right? What is the difference between the two? Anyone? What is the difference between review of literature and theoretical framework? Anyone online who would like to answer? Anybody knows here? You will see in many papers, they've not written review of literature, but they've written theoretical framework. Why have they written theoretical framework? Because when the researcher is proposing a model, when the authors are proposing a model, you don't use review of literature. Then instead of review of literature, what do you write down? Theoretical framework. Let's say I am proposing a model stating these are my mediating variables, this is my independent variable and this is my dependent variable. So this is a theoretical framework I am proposing on the basis of the review of literature done. So that's the reason you will find in many papers, they've not written review of literature, they have written theoretical framework. But if you're not proposing a model, if you're not proposing a framework, do not write theoretical framework. If you're not ending with a framework, do not write framework. But for your PhD thesis, one of my suggestions would be, if you genuinely want to come up with the hypothesis with the clarity and with preciseness, develop a theoretical framework. That will make a lot of sense to your study, because when you know your independent variable, dependent variable, mediating variables, and you are trying to connect the dots and you are trying to find out the contextual or mutual relationship between the variables, you're actually coming up with something good. Now, what is the originality? How do I know मैं जो कर रही हूँ या मैं जो कर रहा हूँ वो original है या नहीं? Or am I talking about something really good and nice? People face a lot of problem in writing research gap. Half the people don't know what is research gap. Even when we started, we didn't know what is the research gap. And believe me, if I ask the question to anybody, no one could give me the right answer. What is the research gap? But luckily, we could explore it on our own by working hard, by reading, and ultimately got the answer. So what is the research gap? If I am writing a paper on mutual funds, already thousands have written, my panel who's sitting in front of me would say, what is the new thing you're doing? I can answer and I can state that the statistical technique I am using to empirically validate the variables related to mutual fund in rural area is the first time any author is doing it. So what is the originality of my study? The research design, the statistical technique which I used became my originality because no one else has done it before. Correct? Let's say I'm the first one to do ISM and factorial maneuver on the topic. So am I doing an original work? Yes, indeed I am doing an original work, because the modeling technique or the statistical analysis which I have done, no one else has done it before. And if you want to know whether it is correct or not, simply write your topic on Google search. You will get many matches if it is already existing. Another thing, you run your paper, all your theses in the software like Turnitin and Urkut. If the similarity comes, it is already existing. If the similarity doesn't come, it's not existing. If you are doing a new statistical analysis, then all the figures and numbers and the whole process will not come under similarity. And when we do original work, it does not come. And for any topic, Achha, now if you say that if you're writing on Google cinema advertising, there's so many papers already. The moment we write, can we write just cinema advertising over there? So we get a lot of review of literature on cinema advertising. Then how should I justify what am I doing new? So I am talking about sustainability with cinema advertising. No one has talked about sustainability when it comes to cinema advertising. So I've added one new variable. Definitely the 4 variables are studied in past. But what is my contribution? I have added one more dependent variable which was never talked about. That becomes my research gap. Not only that, if you are developing a structured questionnaire, if you are developing a new measure and scale, new measurement and scale means, let's say by now, to understand employee satisfaction, there has been many surveys done, correct? Or let's talk about personality trait, MBTI, or many kind of tools are there to find out the personality trait. I'm coming up with a new tool. My questionnaire or the 5-point Likert scale statements which I have made are the original and the new ones. So what is my contribution and originality? I've studied the same variable. I'm talking about cinema advertising. But my variable and my questions are my contribution. So I have developed a new measurement and scale to understand either the perception or the awareness or the understanding about the element or the research phenomena. Are you getting me? So when you say research gap का मतलब ये नहीं होता that no one has talked about XYZ and I'm talking about ABC. That is very good if you're doing so, if you're doing an exploratory research and you're talking about a phenomena which has not been explored till date. So very nice. But what if you do not have any such phenomena? So your statistical technique becomes your gap and originality. Your measurement and scaling becomes your gap and originality. Not only that, the variable which you are adding on, like I said, sustainability with cinema advertising. So sustainability, the variable which I am adding as a dependent variable to study the elements of cinema advertising becomes my research gap and originality. And then initially when you read, I said read good 30-50 papers if you are doing PhD. If you are coming up with a research paper, if you read good economic, and if you want to come with the phenomena, like इसमें लिखें, just read journals and newspapers. And it is full of ideas. You pick up Business Times, Times of India, Economic Times, it's full of research problems. You just need to pick one and talk about it with the scientific temperament and conclude it with evidence. But the first step definitely for any research, be it thesis writing, please let me know when it's 1 hour, be it thesis writing or be it research paper writing. So warn me 10 minutes before Rush. Okay. From where to pick the research phenomena? I genuinely find journals and newspapers to be the best. Because every article you read talks about the current research problems. There are problems everywhere. We can just think over it. Okay, now coming back to what should we do next after the introduction. So let's say I want to search on this. So Sadaf, now I'm answering your question. Like you said that you were not getting much of review of literature and cinema advertising, right? So let's very first find out the variables. Now let us assume I have read 40 papers on cinema advertising, okay, which I have not by now. Let's say I have read 40 papers on cinema advertising and I arrived on these variables. So one of the variable of mine will definitely be sustainability because that's one element I am adding. So One would be cinema advertising. Your variables, see these are latent variables or latent constructs. Okay. Now each construct will have several measurement indicators. आपका question है and your review of literature should match. There's a lot of similarity between the two. How I'll tell you that. And whatever variable you are writing in your review of literature, each variable should be reflected in your research objective and hypothesis. If it is not reflected, if it is not reflected, which means once you are in Gujarat, then you are in Maharashtra, then you are jumping to Goa. Okay, so you are not connecting the dots in the right manner. I'll tell you how. So let's say for cinema advertising, I chose cinema advertising to be the first variable. The second variable, sustainability. Can you just go on Google Scholar and write cinema advertising? So do not Google, those who do not know how to find out the research papers. On Google, you need to go where? You need to go on Google Scholar. That's a free database. Even if you do not have access to EBSCO, JSTOR, MREL, that's fine. But all the papers abstract are very much available on Google Scholar database. That's more than enough to cite and to understand what is being concluded and what is being done. Okay? Yeah. So can you click? No, that's 1981. So, acha, now one more thing. Which papers to refer? Okay. Now, the moment I wrote cinema advertising, I can see so many are there. Which papers to refer? One thing I told you, refer to the last decade paper. 10-20% is okay even if you write 2000, 2005, 2008. But otherwise refer to the last decade paper. Now, can anyone tell me on what basis I should choose to cite the paper? Choosing your reference is like choosing your life partner. So on what basis should I do that?
Number of citations.
Number of citations. Darling, what's your good name? Umar. So Umar has rightly said, excellent Umar, number of citations and the indexation of journal. Number of citations and the indexation of journal. Let us assume I wrote a research paper. Okay. Now all my references are from the journals which are not indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, Taylor Francis. So आप किसको refer कर रहे हो? That also shows the standard of a paper. Are you getting me? So if my references has got JSR, Business Ethics, Indian Journal of Marketing, all such big names. My references has got all big names of the journals. So that shows I have done a good work. I have done a quality work. So remember to do citation only from quality journals. Do not cite any XYZ paper from a conference or a journal which is not indexed in Scopus, Web of Science. A UGC journal, listed journal is also fine provided it's a quality journal, right? So your references should be from all quality journals. So have a look at it, whether it's a quality journal or not. How do I get to know if it's a quality journal or not? Go down.
Ma'am, impact factor.
Yeah, so I'll tell you impact factor also how to see. But let's say I'm on Google Scholar right now. So one thing I'll look at is citation. Now I want to see if the journal is quality or not. So let's. There's a lot of papers, but cited by few. So let's go to this one. Journal of Customer Marketing, MREL. So I'm sure cinema screen advertising. Yeah, please click on that. So it's MREL. Some of the databases you should know, you can write down. MREL, Taylor Francis, Scopus, MREL, Taylor Francis, indexed in Scopus, indexed in Web of Science, Springer, or many people call it Springer also. The moment you see these jargons anywhere, when you click on the paper, go for it. It's a quality journal. Because they are indexed in Scopus and Web of Science. So Taylor Francis, Emerald, Springer, InterScience. Take the references. Okay, go back. So citation and references. Okay. Now let us click on this. Yeah, click on this paper. Is it available or only abstract is available? scroll, नीचे जाना. Wait a minute. Scroll up. There are the keywords. Stop. So I can see that they're talking about advertising and marketing, right? And they are talking about communication technology. They are talking about the audience research and what else? Dissemination of information advertising industry. So these are the keywords I can see in the extract. If I feel nothing is correlating to my problem, that's why when you type, you need to type your research problem, right? Go back, click on the next paper. Okay, cinema advertising, a message processing and perspective. Lovely. Journal of Marketing Communication, Taylor Francis. I told you, go for it. Quality journal. Okay. And if it's a latest paper, it will have less citations. Then don't look at citations. Look at the quality of the journal. Okay. Like this is got less citations because probably it is published in which year? My spikes are not here. 2011. And how many citations it has? 928 views, but an excellent journal of marketing communication. Go down, Bhushan. Stop. Look at the keywords. Out of home advertising, cinema, recall, message response involvement theory, and advertising. Is anything correlating to my research problem? Pick it up. So when I refer to 20 papers, what I will do, from 20 papers, I get at least, this way I get at least 15 to 20 elements. 15 to 20 elements. Then from those 15 to 20 elements, I have written let's say 3, 4, 5, 6. And when you're doing a PhD, and doing a thesis writing, my suggestion would be the latent variables should be at least 5 to 6 because you're doing an elaborated study. So don't end it upon 3. Now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. With my review of literature, my questionnaire is also getting ready. How? Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Let's say X, Y, Z is my latent variable. Correct? Now, what am I going to talk when I talk about cinema advertising? I'll have at least 6 questions on cinema advertising. So, A, B, C, D, E on cinema advertising. But remember, you're not talking about cinema advertising. You are correlating cinema advertising with your research problem. So remember to write your ABCD by correlating it with your research problem. And my research problem was to study the factors affecting the sustainability of cinema advertising. Okay. So when I'm writing questions on cinema advertising, so what all can be the factors? Yes, Sadaf ma'am, if you could tell one for cinema advertising. So let's say out of home advertising. Out of home advertising, like this, I have at least 4 or 5 measurement indicators. जैसे आप healthy हैं या नहीं, you want to know whether you are healthy or not. So to know whether you are healthy or not, you go for your blood pressure checkup, sugar, right? What else? Thyroid. What else? You will go for all this. What else? Hemoglobin. So there are five criteria, and then you will claim the okay, I'm healthy. Right? Similarly, when I say cinema advertising, what am I talking and how am I correlating it with my research problem? So this is my latent construct. What is this? Main variable. Latent construct, or the main variable of my study. How am I going to study about this? I'm going to study about this by studying A, B, C, D and E. Understood? So what is this A, B, C, D and E? These are my measurement indicators for understanding cinema advertising and sustainability. So when I do review of literature, my review of literature will be 1.1 will be cinema advertising. But what will I talk about under cinema advertising? I talk about A, B, C, D and E. A में paper ढूंढो. Search for the papers for point B. Search for the papers for point C. Search for the papers for point D and for point E. Got it? So you don't have to think what should I write.
when I write cinema advertising. You should be very clear with how are you going to talk about this jargon or this element in your study. And if I'm clear with how am I going to talk about this jargon, if I know my measurement indicators, achievement, and automatically whatever is there in review of literature, based on that, in my questionnaire, my first latent construct will be, and my questions in under cinema advertising will be on A, B, C, D, and E. I don't have to think while making the question. Everything is connected, and all my variables are reflected already in my research objective and hypothesis. So you start from research problem, but you have to connect the dots. If you do not do review of literature, so it's like आप देख के आए DDLJ और आपने story लिखी हम आपके according, correct?
अर्चना मैम
Okay, so Krishna has told me last 10 minutes. What should I show you then? Fine. So is it clear? Everybody? So when you do your review of literature, introduction, I gave you the 4 points, what are you supposed to do? And when you talk about the detailed theoretical framework or review of literature, it's very important that you should be aware of your latent constructs, you should be aware of your measurement indicators. So my next variable is sustainability. I'll do the same thing now. I'm not talking about sustainability in general. You have to link sustainability to your research problem and then search for it. So again, be very sure. Again, be very sure. Do you know your measurement indicators very well? You will know your measurement indicators very well if you were in conversation with the experts. You have taken expert opinion. You have done good reading about your topic. And that's how we go about it. Okay? Now somebody was talking about impact factor and other things. I'm sure Sandeep sir will also cover a lot of it over there. So let me focus here, only 5 minutes remaining. You're clear with what to write in the introduction and what to write over here? Simple? Okay. Now when we talk about in-text citation, everybody knows what is in-text citation? You know what is in-text citation? So from where do you start of the in-text citation? Can you tell me? From where do you start? You know what is in-text citation? Within the content of the paper, when you cite your reference, it is called in-text citation. My humble request to you is, on Google, if you write APA 7th edition, APA citation 7th edition, they have beautifully described how are you supposed to cite an URL, how are you supposed to cite when it comes to a book, how are you supposed to cite a conference paper, how are you supposed to cite a journal article, how are you supposed to cite a newspaper article. You just need to Google and download APA citation 7th edition. The information is freely available. And many a times you will see that the journals are very precise about volume number, issue number. But when we go on Google Scholar, everybody knows to cite on Google Scholar, right? That is known to everyone. Yeah. So when we go on Google Scholar and we try to cite, what happens is sometimes the volume number and issue number is missing. So what do you do for that? For that, you need to go to the DOI of that paper. Because there are few editors, they are very precise. If you do not give the volume number and issue number in the references, they will not accept your paper. And we struggle because in Google Scholar database, that information is not available. So what do? You can get to know about any paper from the volume number and from the issue number. Am I clear? So you need to focus on quality papers. You need to focus on the latest referencing, correct? And you also need to mention each and every detail related to the paper. It may not be available when you cite it through Google Scholar. So please use the DOI. And when you use the DOI of that paper, you get all the information required. So try to connect the dots from the research problem. You derive your research objectives. From research objectives, you derive your hypothesis, right? So should I do this? Should I do this after framing my research objective, or should I do this before framing my research objective? I have to do this exercise before framing my research objective. You should know your latent variables, latent constructs, and the measurement indicators because you have to reflect them in your objective and your hypothesis. And it should be the part of your questionnaire also. Clear? So time is up and I did not get to use my PowerPoint presentation. Thank you so much. Any questions? Most welcome.
One question. One question.
Umar, please tell me. Is this on?
How can you find that a paper is Scopus or ABDC indexed?
Okay. Can you switch this on? Can you go on Google? So Umar has asked the question that how should we find out whether a paper is in Scopus or ABDC? So how should we basically know about the indexing, right? Can you go on Google? So the moment you look at a paper, when you look at a paper, you get to know the journal. So from the name of the journal, you can identify whether that journal is indexed in Scopus, Web of Science, or is it listed in ABDC or not. One of the very simplest method which in general everybody uses because everyone do not have license or access to databases.
Yeah, I think I'm covering that.
So he's going to cover it.
That's fine.
Okay, no problem. Sir doesn't want me to tell you. Okay. No. He will definitely, he's my ex-colleague from Supervises, he'll surely cover it nicely. Anything else? That's it. So thank you so much. I hope that information has helped you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a great pleasure to listen to your talk. Highly inspirational, knowledgeable, and perfectly pitched to the audience. Thank you for the wonderful session.
A very good morning to one and all. I welcome you all to the fourth edition ANVESHAK 2022 on the Demystifying Literature Review Management and IT Research. It gives me immense pleasure to introduce our second speaker of the day, Professor Dr. Meena Lok. She is BSc, MLit, SET, PhD, and currently associated with MES, Institute of Management and Career Courses. She is a librarian level 14 and the coordinator of Eco Study Center, coordinator of SETNet training program, and PhD coordinator MES COHA project. She is a rank holder SPPU Pune PhD in Library and Information Science. She has received SPPU's Best Librarian Award, academic year 21-22, Best Prestigious SLA Scholarship of SLA, Marketing Virginia US International Virtual Conference Attendance and Membership 21, MES Gunwant Shikshak Puraskar 2013 and 14, Best Teacher Award from Ajinkya D.Y. Patil University Lions Club of Pune and Mahaganesh Technical Education Society Pune. She has 25 years of work experience in MES IMCC since February 1996 as a librarian associate professor developing leading, organizing and managing the library core and fringe areas, library functions and services, and ICT applications in the library. She is coordinator of FOHA project successful implementation of FOHA in MES institution libraries. She has 22 years of experience as a approved counselor and project guide in IGNOU, New Delhi, contributed lecture in library and information science. Abasaheb Garware College, SP Pune University. She has published many books, articles, and published many national and international research papers. I thank you to all being with us. Now I request Dr. Professor Roshan Kazi to felicitate Dr. Munir. Thank you. Now I request you, ma'am, to start with her session.
Good afternoon, all. Good afternoon. Hi, it's again for the literature review, and nice. Thank you for the nice introduction, Dr. Hamid. First of all, I thank Professor and Director of this organization, Roshan Kazi sir, for his warm invitation for this 2 days workshop which is organized for the research scholars. Actually, by going through the theme itself, it's very interesting and exciting to know what are the various related tools which are applicable as far as the research is concerned. And whenever, as a library professional, we are always interested in discussing with the research scholars, because whatever inputs the most from the user fraternity we are getting, it's from the research scholars, because they are in the right channel of research, and they are carrying the most needs as far as reading is concerned. Thank you, sir, for giving this opportunity to me. And I will share the views regarding what is exactly available with the libraries, because I know it can be a repetition for you, because earlier the session was only literature review, and so by skipping the area which is replicated, we will focus on the resources which are currently available with the libraries, how to retrieve and what to retrieve, because the situation is very much volatile, and it has changed the parameters of accessibility. Before pandemic, most of the researchers tried to visit physically the libraries and information centers. Nowadays, mostly researchers need information through the remote access only. Nobody is interested in visiting the libraries physically. So there are so many questions whether libraries are required and what is the use of libraries, and if we are not going in the libraries, then what is the use, blah blah. But we will discuss what exactly we will get from the libraries as far as the research is concerned. So we will focus on two questions. Why literature review? What are the reasons? I think in the first session mostly it has been covered. I will try to focus on the another angle, and how we can retrieve. This how question is very required for researchers, because there are so many kinds of accessibility nowadays. Nowadays researchers are definitely not dependent only on the libraries. You people are accessing so many resources for getting the required information. Even a fax will give you the required information suddenly, or there is no any hurdle for you to access. But what is important is authenticity. So we will see what is authenticity is all about, and how we can retrieve effective authentic sources in this session, and what are the quality parameters, how we can plan the literature reviews, and how to access ultimately, because how question is closely related to library still. Many times we think whenever we are trying to research, or we are in the process of research, the most daunting task is literature review. Because what we witness as a library professional, what we witness is number of research scholars at the time of submission of their thesis, they visit usually with the plain paper to prepare the bibliography. This is the practical experience which we know. So this should not be the case. And why it's happening at the time of submission, why we realize that we need to prepare a bibliography. Okay, so go and prepare the bibliography. Nowadays, nobody will go in the library, but what you people will do, you will try to go through the online resources, whatever you referred, and might be you will copy paste those in the standard format of bibliography. But this should not be the case, and many times the referred resources are not matching with your content. Many times it happens, and many times the remarks are also from the experts that the sources which are cited are not matching with the content, or even many times we are publishing the papers, that time also you will get such remarks that whatever bibliography you mentioned, it is not matching with the content. These are the practical issues I am sharing. So the basic reason is it is a daunting task. That's why many times whenever we are referring to the source, we mostly we realize that, oh, it is very catchy, it is here only, anytime we can trace it, what is there. No, but it's not the case. So first important thing is you have to plan it very properly. All of you are management science experts, so you all are aware with the importance of planning. The way we are planning our research work, the same techniques we have to apply for the literature review, because after all it's an ongoing process. And even after submission of your thesis, it assists you in so many ways in building up your entire academic career. How, that also we will discuss. So it is not only a annotated bibliography, as I told you. There are multiple aspects to it. So what exactly it is? So nothing like a collection of summaries. As far as the meaning of literature review in terms of library science is concerned, the basic idea of literature review is, of course, to justify the particular approach, why we have selected certain topic. So in a way, you are justifying, you are clarifying your position. In short, you are creating sound footing to your research, why you have selected this topic and how it is not up till now studied. That way it is so much important. If you are skipping few studies or say few databases, then what will happen? You might will not consider the important papers which are already being covered, or important studies, important thesis, because nowadays thesis at global level is easily accessible. So that is, the expectations levels are extended tremendously. Earlier the method was very crude. You have to visit physically the library, whatever thesis material is covered, you have to trace. It is not the case now. It has extended the boundaries so beyond that so many things are available as far as published research is concerned. Even not only at the India, but at the outside, at the global level also, I can trace the published thesis. So that those are the expectations from you as far as literature review is concerned, to trace out the parallel titles or the work done as far as your topic is concerned, and how your topic will be certainly the addition to new knowledge. So this is the meaning of literature review in terms of library science. Of course, the purpose of literature review is systematization. It channelizes your research work. It gives a proper direction to your research work. It creates sound footing for you, on the basis of which you can create a building. You can create so many florid building as much as you can. But for that purpose, we need good quality literature. So how to trace this good quality literature? What we mean by good quality? What is not a good quality? That we should realize. What is good? What is not good? What is ethical? What is not ethical? Because there are so many issues with plagiarism, and related elements are very impacting. And when we check the purity of our thesis after submission, or say within that process, we realize that the plagiarism percentage is beyond 50. Even I have seen the plagiarism percentage up to 70. So these are the cases with the renowned personalities. and you might be aware with so many plagiarized cases, what is happening around us. It's not the thing that somebody is doing purposefully, but unawareness cannot be the reason of explanation. So we should aware what is not ethical and what is good, and how to access good quality literature, that we will see. This is the another definition. I am not going in that details because Kazi sir already informed me to squeeze for 15 minutes. So anything if you need from this definition, we can discuss at any time. As I told you, many things are the same. It's a firm foundation. And the only important factor I want to highlight is when you come to know what exactly is being covered, ultimately it closes the areas where the research exists, because many times researchers are not aware what has been already covered as far as your topic is concerned, and somebody informs you, oh, that is already covered. This should not be the case. So these are the outputs of the literature review, a good literature review rather. After analyzing, systematizing the quality work, you can create a firm footing, uncovering the areas which are nascent, which are of the nascent nature. So these are the three basic steps: inputs, processing, and output. At the input stage, you have to gather and screen, then processing, and then output. That will be the total process which you will get. I think it is pretty clear. There is no need for me to go in the details. The last stage is evaluate. That is very, very important. Many times we researchers are not doing evaluation. I mean comparison. If you are researching on the rural marketing area, if you came across with the hundreds of papers, how you can evaluate what is the difference between those 100 papers and what is exactly new in that. In your own words, you should try to write in the literature review. Actually, the literature review is nothing but building your own wisdom capacity. Wisdom is, of course, it is your capability to judge what is right and what is wrong. And you should express in your own thoughts so that there will not be any plagiarism issue. Because this plagiarism mostly we witness in the area of literature review and in the bibliography, and third in the institutional profiles. So these areas we should take care of, and of course it is on the basis of the good habits of writing. We should try to write on our own. So that for that you should build up wisdom through raising your thinking level, and of course thinking level, reading impacts directly on our thinking level. So evaluation is very, very important. So as far as the inputs are concerned, right, what is available, what is there for us as far as input is concerned. For us, non-print and print, both the medias are available in the market, not only with the libraries, but how to bifurcate. What is the peer-reviewed journal? Because many times nowadays UGC care list is also available online. So it is required to know what is exactly mean by UGC care list, and how many journals, as far as at least management is concerned, your topic is concerned, how many papers, how many journals are available on the UGC care list. At least that knowledge we should have, how to search that UGC care list, and the major databases, how many databases are related to management, how we can go through, from where we can access those databases, which are the library services we can utilize for getting the maximum benefit of the literature as far as the published literature is concerned. Exactly in the processing, we have discussed the evaluate, analyze, synthesize, and last stage is evaluate. In this analyze stage, you should try to cover the entire published literature. And earlier it was so easy because the limitation of print was there. Now it is not the case. As I told you, the boundaries are extended beyond. There is the physical boundaries are diminished completely. So if I am interested in going through the thesis collection published in Europe, so it's for a 5 minutes job for me nowadays. So unawareness should not be there. So in analyzing, we should try to analyze what is available as far as my topic is concerned and how can I synthesize out of that. That is important. Then last will come to the evaluation stage. Now why? This is very, very important. As I told you, why? Authenticity. How to judge the authenticity of the publication. Many medias or many journals are available online. Even in the pandemic period, the renowned publishers they are providing the open access journals. I'm so sorry. These open access journals they change the policies and many major databases now they are providing these journals in the form of open accessibility. So if you visit the renowned sites of the renowned publishers like Sage Publications and all, you will find few titles are available in full text form, and it was during the pandemic period. So the policies are changing frequently, and in that case we should have that awareness that how many journals are now in an open access form. Out of these, how many are authentic? Out of this, how many are related to my topic? And how can I access it as early as I can? Many researchers took the advantage of this open policy of the major vendors in the pandemic period. Then Google Scholar is also the matter of consideration nowadays. What we are focused on API and the related issues like impact factor, like G index and all that. You all are aware I-10 index, I-20 index. So what it is. So we should know what these factors are all about and what is the importance of Google Scholar, because many papers like if the paper is in the IPSCO database, you will not get it in the open access form, might be from the Google Scholar. But if the author uploads the preprint version of it, you will be able to get, because that copy comes under the scope of authority of that particular writer. So this is the importance of Google Scholar, and many times the papers which are published with the renowned publishers, these papers are not available to public on Google. But what happened is many times the G index, Google index, or the your I-10 factor, which are related to writers index, they are hampering. Because why? Because those subscribed databases at many colleges they are not available. If I ask how many colleges or how many management institutions are having accessibility to Science Direct or accessibility to IPSCO, so many of you will realize what is the exact scenario. And in such cases, the needy researchers are not able to access that paper, and also the writer is not able to build up the related I-10 index or I-20 index. So now the trend is that even though the paper is published with the renowned publisher, author is trying to upload the author copy so that he or she will be able to build up the I-10 index or I-20 index. So this is about the current research field or nascent research field I am talking about, and these things are very important for you because you are currently working as a research scholar. So try to locate these things on the net, and what exactly is the I-10, I-20, how to build up, because there is a need to take deep dive in that. I'm just highlighting you the importance of these factors. ORCID ID, these are the very common factors. Many of you have created your own ORCID IDs. It is the individual ID of the research scholars. Whatever papers you have published on, just clicking on the ORCID ID, you will come to know how many papers you have published. So this is the international ID of the research scholars. Those who have not created their ORCID IDs, please do so. as early as possible. Now, how to plan your literature review? It is the game of time, research, and length. Naturally, how much time is there available for you? 5 years for any particular research. If you are extending, then it will go beyond. But average 5 years. So in these 5 years, the basic 2 years are focused on the literature review only. Please do not skip the important time of literature review. Then otherwise you will have to pay for it. Because once you submit the thesis without the sound footing of literature review, then you will not be able to pursue the further research, because PhD is not the end of research. Even your research starts after completion of your research. That many times many people mention that. Why it is so? Because that maturity level you will get after completion of your research, and many topics which are uncovered you will realize after submitting of your title. So that please don't skip that stage, and it should have proper length. It should have proper length. I mean length by at the international level, at the national level, at your university level. So whatever work is being covered, at least in 3 stages you have to cover. You have to write. You can arrange it either chronologically or by scope also, that we will discuss later on. So, but length, I mean that. Okay, this we have covered. Again, in length, there are so many volumes or millions of printed volumes with the university libraries. This is the next aspect of length. So, how to titrate? How to find out? Again, it is a daunting task, because many times researchers are not able to get the time. I still remember one funny example. One of the research scholars of our study center, many times these management research scholars are from the industry also, you know very well. And the person was the owner of the small scale industry, and he was pursuing his research and on the marketing. And he said, Madam, I am busy totally, and it is difficult for me to review the literature. And many times industrialists and managers, they are very expert in getting the things done, right? So he mentioned that, okay, whatever the resources are there at your place or say at university, what I will do, I'll appoint 2 managers for that purpose, and I will ask them to visit the places, and they will do it for me. So the purpose of tracing out this example is only that please don't do such things. स्वतः मेल्याशिवाय तुम्हाला स्वर्ग दिसणार नाही. So it is very important to do it on our own. Even same is for data analysis. Many times I have seen researchers are getting the work done. This is not something to get the work done. Management is different task, and this is your research. This should be your own personal work. And many times even bibliographies, many times researchers are trying to borrow the bibliographies from many places on the internet, just copy it and paste it. Please don't do such things, because the plagiarism softwares are very, very powerful nowadays. And within a single click, we come to know what exactly you copied from where. So it will be a double or say triple replicate work for you to resolve those things on your own. So please don't do such things. Please don't follow any types of shortcuts as far as your own research is concerned. So this I mean by the length, because many times, and why this feeling is there, because many times researchers are witnessing so many millions of volumes in the libraries and millions of publications on net also nowadays. So how to titrate, even it is challenging for us also, how to titrate the correct information. So it is okay, it will be there. There is no need that each and everything it's an ongoing process. At the submission also it will be there. But please be pure, be original. That is very important. You all are aware with the research as far as management discipline is concerned. I am not going in that. But it is a transdisciplinary aspect, so varied aspect, right from psychology to tax, everything is related to management. And the most important thing is it carries commercial value. It can benefit the economy of the nation, and the vision of the management research is very, very broad as far as the commercial value is concerned. Even the practical applicability is important. How much your title is relevant as far as the practical applicability in the industry is concerned. So you will have certainly to chase the double hurdle as far as the quality and quantity is concerned, I know. So as far as management research is concerned, well-known author William, he mentioned from University of Colorado Fellow, he mentioned it is a systematic objective process. What is important is for you people, instead of lab work, because see, whenever we are following experimental process, there is a lab work, or say so many experimental methods are there. But as far as management discipline is concerned, many times it focused on gathering, recording, and analyzing the data. Right? You have to gather the data from the industry. You have to analyze the fact if you are working for the work and life balance. So many factors you have to chase. You should try to get the answers which are in original form. So these are the challenging issues for you as far as WLB is concerned. So gathering information is a challenging task. So these gathering and recording, it is closely related to libraries and information centers. How to gather such type of industry information? So library people or library professional are only the authentic people who can definitely give you the authentic information about the industry, what is currently going on and what are the current available directories as far as the industry is concerned. So plan your search. How to plan? First of all, you have to design the strategy. How I am going to search? How I am going to approach? It must be a time plan, or it must be a chalk out milestones plan for you. How you are going to start at your university level first, or then at the national, then at the global. But there must be a plan. It should not be a haphazard activity, certainly. Then you should try to locate the search strategies, how you are going to conduct the search process, keywords, try to fetch variety of keywords. As I told you, it's your multidisciplinary aspect subject. So try to fetch variety of keywords related to your topic. It can be 5, it can be 10, it can be 6. At first level, it can be up to 20. So you will realize by using those 20 keywords, few keywords are not relevant. You can reduce that. But it must be a chalk out activity, and please record everything. Because these keywords, even you can mention in your literature review. You have searched the literature by utilizing how many keywords? What are those keywords? How many databases you have searched? These things must be there. Okay. Then synonyms and related, these are the common things you must be knowing. And taking references. This is last and most important thing is taking references at the time whenever you are referring that particular source. It is very important. And create your own search statement. When you are using keywords, you can use plus, right? Add on related things, you are aware with that. You have to create the research question. Again, it is related to your theory. So, these are few examples of the research question. These are the certain factors how you can create the search term, right? These are the 3 words in that particular example. How you can select the broad topic, how you can select the subtopic, narrow topic, and how you can finally create the research question. So these are the few examples related to broad topic: pollution, fishing, censorship. Due to time constraint, I am not going in that details. But the method is this: you have to catch the subtopic, then you have to narrow down that particular topic. Of course, we all are doing that, but please write it down and please confirm that your study is going in a right direction. Then another technique is concept mapping. You have to break down the concept in a different ways. There it can be a variety of ways. For example, the concepts and synonyms, we can divide it into four parts A, B, C, D. And the example which is cited above, the first example above, it can be divided into various concepts A, B, C, and D. The related concepts are mentioned here. What we did, please observe C. In C, we have mentioned or. It can be compliance or it can be searched by dropouts or treatment refusal. So the synonyms and related words, you have to find it out. The same word or your topic, it is traced by how many parallel words. Otherwise, you can omit certain important research as far as your topic is concerned. Precision and sensitivity. It can be a sensitive search in our library science language. It can be a precise search, right? So if you want to capture some of the relevant word, you can focus on precise. If you want to cover most relevant, it can be sensitive. This is the figure related to the precise and sensitive search, right? The scope itself indicates you what is the difference in that. So precise search, it gives you most relevant answers, but many times you may omit the remaining factors which are lying beyond the green circle. And the sensitive search covers all. It's a big pink color circle. It covers all, but it will increase your titration or your work to exclude and include the related articles. Okay. These are the examples of search questions. You are very well aware how to find the synonyms. There are very articles, even control vocabularies are the best source. In the libraries, you will have this thesaurus. You can go through the thesaurus to find out the parallel words, what are used as far as your topic is concerned. So how to search the parallel words. So thesaurus, even online thesaurus are also available nowadays. So you can refer control vocabularies for that. These are the Boolean options and or not, right? You can use it very easily. But what is What is the difference? Try to use it by using your own keywords. So you have to think. It is a purposive search. So you have to think what is not, what is or, and what is and, right? So you have to create such 3 types of searches by using 6 or say 7 keywords. Write it down and you can search on your own. And as and when you complete, you will come to know because there will be so much of the repetition kind of papers you will get. So how to find out the quality literature? It is a real challenging task nowadays. I told you because currently the paper retraction is a major issue. Research scholars and even well-known researchers, they are facing this paper retraction issue. I am sure you might be knowing this paper retraction issue, what it is. This paper retraction issue is related to withdrawing your paper from the database. If the author or the writer has copied down or something is objectionable in his research, suppose XYZ researcher or scientist, he trace out the method which is already been covered, and if that the fact that database vendor will realize after even 20 days, because the act is very active, if it comes on the surface after 20 years, then also your paper will be retracted. It will be withdrawn and entirely it will be mentioned on the paper in the database that paper is retracted. Many well-known research scholars are suffering because of this paper retraction treatment, and you can go through what is that, what is this issue, and what is going on as far as this retraction is concerned. Many times we also heard that PhD, there are many issues with the PhD degrees. Many times it is out on in the newspapers. So to avoid such things, first of all, we should try to refer the quality literature. We should not refer which is not authentic, because we need authenticity. Many times we are using the websites for referring the or for quoting or for citing the source. After 15 or 20 days or say few months, if we visit the location, we realize that the website itself is not there. Many times it happens because of the non-authenticity of the record. So what is authentic? How to judge? First of all, try to contact your librarian. Your librarian is the most authentic person on the campus, and definitely they will guide you how to decide what is authentic and what is not. So first of all, decide what is peer review. Exactly, the title is peer reviewed or not. And currently you can also refer the title is available in UGC care list or not. This is the UGC care list. Of course, it is published by UGC under the chairmanship of Professor Padmanabhan sir, and it highlights the titles. Varied titles are there every year. You will get the list is updated thrice in a year. So you have to check what is added as far as my topic is concerned and what is not there now in this trimester. So it's like that. Yeah. Whenever you are using magazines and newspaper, please be careful, because most of the times, or it is recommended for researchers always to use the scholarly published literature in the journals. So whenever we are using newspapers, please check the authenticity, or magazines, well-known magazines, if we are referring, please check the authenticity of that particular information. Okay. I'm not going in that details. We have discussed how to include and exclude and what are the issues related to inclusion and exclusion. It's seriously a daunting task for you, but without that you will not get the best fruit of your research. So it can be daunting, but it is very, very important and unavoidable task. Please don't use the unethical ways to quote the references, and even please don't copy down the things. I came across one case where the entire chapter in the thesis was copied from the another thesis. This I witnessed. So please avoid such things. I'm sure we all are aware, but many times we are not aware what is ethical and what is not ethical. As we all are aware, many types of documents are available in the library, print, non-print. As I discussed with you earlier, it was the Royal Houses of Literature where the physical visit was very essential. Again, same is the case we witness for the traditional libraries. Without physical visit, you will not be able to access the material. Majorly, at present, libraries are nothing but the institutional repositories collection. What is this IR collection? Just for your information, it is a collection of the digital material of the institution. It is the institution's intellectual property material. I'm so sorry. This digital institutional repositories is nothing but the digital collection. It can be your print material, which is digitized by your organization. It can be the manuscripts collection of your organization, which can be of use for your research. Then the consortium, we are very aware with Indus AICT consortium, Shod Sindhu. You might have heard Shod Sindhu word. So this is Shod Sindhu is nothing but the electronic consortium. It is a project of Government of India to share the electronic sources, especially for the college level organizations. And nowadays, open access movement is very popular. Many journals are published in open access form. Openly, we can access those journals from the net. So there is no need for us to subscribe that particular journal. That is the meaning of open access. So the quantity of such open access journals is very huge. And in such cases, you have to find out the title is authentic or not. There are very serious issues as far as these open access publications are concerned. They are creating a editorial committee which is not existed practically, and they are quoting the names of variety of experts which are really not working for that journal. And it happened in my case also. They quoted my name on the journal website, and I was not aware that my name is there as an editor. So it was beyond the control. So what I did, I just mentioned on my personal website that in any way I am not connected with the said journal. So the interested researchers, please note this thing, because it should not be the case that by referring your name, somebody is submitting their paper to that journal. So these are the burning issues as far as the open access movement is concerned. So as a research scholar, please go through the content and the page and the editorial bodies of that particular journal before referring in your thesis. That is most important for us. So how to plan? These are the few resources which I would like to highlight. Uh, Can I highlight the site?
The pointer is there.
Can I click this? I want to show it. Will you please go through? I'll just this will come. This is a thesis collection at the global level, and it consists of the collection of more than 1100 universities all over the world. On a single click, you will be able to get the full text collection of the thesis. NDA is also the dramatic movement again as far as the online resources are concerned. I'm sure you are very well aware with the NDA. But what is important is the OATU. Open. See, this is the list of the recent additions. Immediately you are getting below, right? Click that, a model of cyber threat, right? So this is the one example we are going through. What are the things? These are the openly available thesis from the 1100 universities. So any title you can go through, find out your topic of interest. Please come back. Please come back. Please come back.
On the
Slide
PPT.
over here. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Again, Shodhganga, I think you all are aware. We are not going in that. If somebody is not aware, please go through the Shodhganga. It is a national repository of thesis created by Government of India, and INFLITNET is the responsible organization to maintain this Shodhganga collection. University of Helsinki, it is also the another major effort as far as online thesis is concerned. University of Helsinki. Last. Okay, this is the free e-journals collection. You can go through. There are more than 35,000 journals which are available in an open access form. Open. these are the variety of journals organized by the title. Any title you can highlight and go through. You can download any particular paper, and all these are full text papers available on this site. Come back. Next slide. These are the online sources like Science Direct, Springer. All these are the subscribed electronic databases which are useful for the management discipline. You can go through these sites. It needs, of course, subscription. So subscription of these databases, if you are having in your organization, you can go through. If you are not having subscription, because for a single organization, many times it is difficult to subscribe these resources. You can access the university library, SPPU's university library, or with the any other university where you have registered your topic. The university library is responsible to provide the authentic electronic resources for you. So you can take the membership, go through the sites. They are having a UGC Infonet network at every university level, and they are providing access to this Science Direct, Emerald, JGate, and whatnot. So many things are there. It's only the thing we have to use it open wholeheartedly. Each and everything is available nowadays. Next slide, please. Yeah. This is again the open access collection Z library. Please click the site. Yeah. This is the collection of books and articles. So it's a huge total. So find it out what is related to your topic. If anything is there. So here every time we need keywords. As we discussed, we have to prepare the set of keywords. So if it is decided and if the resources are with you, only the thing is you have to chase your target. Please come up. Next slide. This is the UGC care list site. Please highlight the site. You can be the member of UGC care. UGC care site, it is providing service through the virtual mode only. The list is updated dynamically. You can be the member of the list. You have to register. You have to register on the site. It is a simple process how to register the UGC care. So these are the title alerts, and the clone journals also you will come to know group 1, group 2. So what is there in group 1, what is there in group 2, what are the titles which are banned. So entire list you will get with the UGC care site. So every time you should go through. This is the authentic list which is given by UGC. So even in your literature review, you can mention that you have referred UGC care site, and definitely it will add value to your literature review. Find out the techniques, how it is quoted, how the sites are mentioned, what is the style of writing whenever you are writing your literature review. There are various styles which can be utilized for writing the literature review. It must be like a book. There must be a flow from one case to another case with your own thoughts. Next slide, please. Yeah. You might be aware with the indexing and abstracting databases like Scopus, Web of Science. Again, it needs subscription. The subscription is more than 7 lakhs or like that. But institutional subscription is important for accessibility. Even again, the university libraries are giving you access to either Web of Science or Scopus. So you can access from there. Next. So Mendeley, Zotero, these are the softwares openly available for you. As far as your research platform is concerned, you have to utilize all these recent technological tools for your research. It will definitely create a positive impact on your research, and it will definitely and aid to your research for the further development also. So what are the common mistakes? Because of many times researchers realize that it is a daunting task, so they prefer to use only one or two online databases. They restrict, okay, it is done for me. I have done. Now it is done and just write and submit. What is there? So please don't do such things because there are so many things available in a virtual mode now. So there is no escape for the researchers henceforth, definitely. So when you will get that signal that you have completed your literature review, when you will get the similar things from your search, you will come to know by putting the keyword, 2 or 3 keywords, you are getting the same results of papers. It will be the indication that your literature review is over and whatever is there, I have completed my search, at least at present. Next. I think Archana madam in the morning session, she has discussed how to organize this literature review. It can be thematic, chronological, methodical, right? Like the development of literature from the inception to present, you can write in your own words how many thinkers or how many are the contributors for your topic from the earlier scenario and what is the current condition going on and how you are going to add as far as your research is concerned and how it is different and nascent from the another ones. That is very important and it definitely based on the literature review. If you are conducting quality literature review, you will feel very confident. It will be a sound footing for you to create the building of your research. So there will be introduction, body and conclusion. Conclusion is very, very important. After going through, after writing this so many cases, after tracing out so many cases parallel to your topic, what is your opinion? That will be in conclusion. So try to fetch what exactly is going on or your feelings about your topic and try to write in your own words. That is very much important and it will indicate that you have studied that topic very well and these are your thoughts, your own thoughts, because research is what? Research is expression, capability to express your own thoughts, to justify your own background and your preparation of vivas will start from the literature review only. So these are the contents and body of the literature review and all that. What are the gaps in the research? This literature review will highlight you the gaps. What are the gaps? Whatever you have not covered. Okay, so this is for the literature review as far as I want to highlight. So try to fetch the original idea and I wish you all the best with these works. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Audience, if you have any questions regarding literature.
Thank you, ma'am. It was a great pleasure to listen you talk. It's highly inspirational and perfectly pitched to the audience. It has been very useful for all of us. Thank you.
So, can you share the PPT? You have a PPT.
I have. PPT I have, but I want to also share my screen.
You have to share the screen also.
Yeah, but I want to show something.
You have the HDMI code?
HDMI.
Which?
I think HDMI.
HDMI. सब पीछे
Good afternoon, everybody. It's my immense pleasure to introduce next speaker, Dr. Sandeep Prabhu. Dr. Sandeep Prabhu is BE Mechanical, MBA Marketing, MBA Finance, UGC NET certified, and PhD in Service Marketing. His research interests are in service quality, customer experience, and customer behavior. He is a quantitative researcher and performs and prefers using the advanced data analysis techniques in his research work. He has over 20 research papers and chapters published in national and international journals. I would like to request Sandeep Prabhu to conduct the session. Before that, I would like to request Dr. Haridas Acharya to please felicitate today's speaker, Dr. Sandeep Prabhu. Thank you very much, Acharya sir. I would like Dr. Sandeep Prabhu to please carry on his session.
Take from Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi से लेना hotspot.
नहीं हो गया हो गया सर वाईफाई में इंटरनेट ये इशू हो जाता है ना लैंड से डायरेक्ट है हाँ ये सर
Good afternoon, all of you. Actually, I am at the wrong place, yeah, because I am in between your lunch and session. But I will cover it faster. Yeah, I'm sure I'll cover it. Okay, so let's make it short and sweet as well. I think. Okay, what we are going to discuss today is using technology for literature reading. I insist, I suggest all of you should use technology. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is exactly what I can see on your faces today. You read hundreds of papers and found nothing worthwhile. Downloaded hundreds, but don't know how to manage. studied hundreds, then found that all those are actually rubbish. Revisiting the work after long break, and you lost the track. Does it happen with you, all of you? Yeah. Forgot to add citations and don't know what to do. Checked many papers but missed out the important ones. Papers you want to cite is somewhere in your some folder and you don't know where. It happens. It happened with me. It will happen with you. It will keep happening. Okay. Unless you use technology. Unless you use technology. It will help you in organizing your years of efforts. You focus on the core efforts and not in the other small things. And you should be able to find the work and the activities fast. That is what is expected. That is what you will get by using technology. Use international databases. Seriously, use international database. Don't start your search from Google Scholar. Use Scopus. Use WOS. Yeah. So don't keep a regional or national outlook, but write for international index paper journals. If not today, tomorrow international index research will be the must. Use globally accepted databases like Scopus and Word of Science. Usually good universities provide access to these databases centrally. Now what I thought is, before coming here, I just thought I should have a look at the JICAR library. All of you know JICAR library, right? So I thought of going to the website of JICAR library. And I thought what they are offering to PhD students. This is a website. Let's go down. This is what they provide. Subscribe resources. Yeah, so many. You can just see. What should I do? Just okay. Okay. You have to share it as a complete entire screen. Okay, so this is JICAR library website. If you go down, you'll see a lot of databases. Scopus is there. Scopus is, somebody was asking where to get Scopus there, right? Scopus is there. Now, how to get it? You have to, I think, talk to your librarians. Your librarians, as well as go to university, talk to JICAR library people. They will definitely help you out. Because these days, even librarians' performance is also measured. So take their help. Don't be very nice to them, and you'll get the access. So use Scopus. You also have Web of Sciences here. You have everything available there. So this is what is about the access to Scopus. Okay. So what we'll do, we'll actually visit Scopus. Yeah, actually visit Scopus. So what I think you should go and approach them. Yeah, go and get a membership, and you'll get access. Because see, this is a job of a university. Institutes will have their own limitations. These resources are very expensive. They are in lakhs. Many of the institutes may not be able to afford that. So go to university. University's job is to provide these accesses, because every university is supposed to have all these accesses, right? So go and talk to them. I'm sure you will get it. So don't rush. Don't rush. Just organize your search properly. So let's actually do some Scopus research. Yeah? Scopus search. So because I work with Symbiosis. Symbiosis has done good work of giving access to Scopus to all of us. So I'll just visit my university here. Okay. I won't be able to share the password with you, but this is the Symbiosis. Okay. So here, if I go to Scopus, let's see how to search, right? So this is Scopus. I'm sure I'll finish by next 15 minutes time. Okay, this is your Scopus. This is a place where you write your keywords. Yeah, and you decide whether you want to, what kind of search you want to do.
So let's, these days I'm working on customer experience. I felt that's something which is happening. So I just thought let's search for customer experience. If I search only customer experience without inverted commas, let's see what happens. It gives me 29,073 documents. Too much. I can't read so many. I can't read so many. So let me refine this search. I'll again go back. So what has happened here just now, I'll just tell you what exactly happened. It has actually searched for customer. It also searched for experience. It is giving everything about that. Actually, I only want to focus on customer experience. I don't want these two words to be there, not individually, right? So again, I'll go back and I'll, that's why there are so many documents. So I'll just again go to search. And this time I'll put a inverted commas here. Double inverted comma and search. 4,782 documents. If you search this on Google Scholar, you'll have few lakhs of documents. I suggest don't use Google Scholar because there's a lot of trash there. So be very quality conscious. Don't get trash. You get garbage, you will create garbage. So don't get garbage at all. So focus using either Scopus or the Web of Sciences. Don't use other databases. I think don't use anything which is freely available. Yeah. So be very focused about that. So if you see here, I have 4,782 documents. I will again refine it further. If I go down, year-wise, let's let it there. Okay, author-wise, I won't do anything right now. I'm because I'm a management student and management faculty. I'll just click on business management and accounting. I don't want these conference papers. Avoid using conference papers. Avoid using book chapters. Use only articles. Yeah, I click only on articles. Final article in press is fine. I'll go down and I'll click on journals. I don't want conference proceedings. Don't use conference proceedings. They're rubbish, most of those. English, okay, it doesn't matter. If I totally, I'll just click on this limit to. Now I have 1,751 documents. Okay, so this is on customer experience and in management. So I thought let's work on it further. It says customer experience, and you can see this is how the search has happened. Okay, I'll go further and maybe I'll add if I want to add something, I'll add something more on this. And rather before that, I'll just say maybe I thought at this stage because I'm doing it this for the first time on this topic, so I should get some papers on literature review on customer experience. So I thought of adding one more field here, and I thought maybe I should write something like literature review. A lot of these are all trial and error methods. Yeah? And I'll just say it should be in the article title. I'll search 36 documents. This is literature review on customer experience. That is the best way of starting, because the literature will give me somebody's work on customer experience. We'll compile everything. So out of this, then I started focusing on citations. I can see I'll go by citation by highest, citation newest. I'll go by citation highest. Paper which are highly cited, I'll focus on those first. So 105 citations, customer journey, a systematic literature review. I'm exactly at the place where I'm supposed to be. I'm very focused. I'm only using quality work. I'm not going here and there. Do not go to Google Scholar first. Now what I do is I start. Now I feel I should. I don't download the paper right now. I only read the name. I'll just see the abstract first. I'll go through the abstract, very small abstract, right? Purpose, customer journey has become an increasingly important topic, blah, blah, blah. I'll just read it. I feel it is okay. And then what I do, I'll just go down. Second paper I'll look at the abstract. Okay, EDA, something, electrodermal activity. I don't want this paper. I might want to work on this. I'll just tick mark here. I'll go down. I'll see the third paper. I'll read the abstract. I might want this. I don't want the next one. I want this one. Sixth. I want seventh. Okay. Now what I do, I select all those which are important to me. Then I go up and I'll just say save to list. I'll create my own list here. I'll create a new list here. Yeah. I'll just give a test. Save the list. I'll keep searching a lot of things here and there, different keywords, different this, different that, different contest. And then finally, I will come to, I'll have a good list ready. Okay. I'll come to my saved list. See, everything is available. Only thing is you have to use it. And now you can see this is my test list. I open. I once again go through this. If something which I feel it is not worth, I just tick mark and remove it. And I will have very concise literature review, very focused to the topic. Use technology. Use technology. I'm not downloaded paper yet. I don't want to hurry in downloading papers and then I keep it in my directories. And after a month, I don't know what I have downloaded. Does it happen with you? Yeah. So don't do that. Don't download the paper right now. At this stage, if you feel yes, this paper looks to be good after you have already visited a second time, right? So I'm not gone to the content yet. So now I'll see if the publisher can give it to me. I'll click on view on the publisher. So some publisher make it free, so you can download it from there. So this guy, I think this person seems to be giving me free. Maybe looks like. Okay, no, it is asking for money. Okay, at this stage, then SIU Symbiosis has provided me other resources. So maybe I'll go to EBSCO list. I'll just copy this name. I'll just copy this name. I go to EBSCO list or EBSCO host. I might get it there. Now the search happens actually because I'm very focused. Now I'll start searching here and there. Last, I'll search on Google Scholar because Google Scholar may not give you the best. Most of the papers will be there, but those may not be the final copies. Those could be a copy just before print, which author is allowed to put it on the Google Scholar. Let's put it here. I'll search. So exactly the same thing you'll do when you use Pune University Jaikal Library. So looks like it is not available. So I'll go to now. I'll use the maybe Science Direct. I'll use then JSTOR. Finally, I'll go to if not available, then I'll go to Google Scholar. Google Scholar I'm using the last. No, it is not available. You can talk to your librarian. The librarian might be knowing somebody, some other librarian. He'll give it to you. But if it is important, ask for it. You'll get it. Ask help from others. Maybe take some help from some other person from the other university. Some of the IITs and IIMs have access to all the journals. So try to get it from there. But be very focused. Don't get scrap. Don't be a scrap vendor. Because I suffered. I did it this wrong way. So I don't want you guys to do it wrong way. So finally, yeah, again, I'll go back to the Scopus. Okay. So what happens is now you have papers here with you. Okay. You have, let's say, where was I? Here. Okay. Now what I'll do is I will take all these papers. Okay. And I'll download a CSV. If you see here, I'll just see what are the options available. Mainly, I can directly send it to mainly and all those stuff. Okay. I'll prefer CSV. I'll just say export 120, right? Give me 10 minutes more. And then I will save it into my desktop maybe. Open it. And I have my properly organized list here. This is what exactly you also get abstract if you want to organize your papers properly. Yeah. Okay. So finally, you will have maybe a list like this. and you already visited, you have seen it, gone through lab abstract, you also had downloaded the paper somewhere. Okay, now, so what I said is, if you put garbage, if you collect garbage, you'll become garbage wala. Don't collect garbage. Be very focused and be very quality conscious as far as the research papers that you are taking in. What will happen to your paper, we do not know. You might make garbage out of it, but that's not in your hand right now. But at least what you are getting in should be good. If you get good papers, then you're more likely, your paper is more likely to get published. Because international journals will always see what are you citing. What are you citing? Okay. So next is use citation managers. Okay. Mainly, and there are so many others. Mainly is, I think I am very comfortable with mainly. If you do not know what is mainly, ask some of your faculty or maybe guide or somebody, or there are online YouTube videos available. But I insist you should use mainly. The reason is, you might have 300, 400, 500 papers you have downloaded, and you don't know how to organize that. Yeah. So let's have a look at mainly. So what mainly will do? Mainly will organize your papers in a very nice format. Okay. So it will also get the metadata, which is as it will come as a crowdsourcing, and it will use it, and it will give you as it is. So let's have a visit to mainly as well. If you are hungry, let me know. I'll immediately stop. 8 more minutes. Yeah, 3:23. 7 more minutes. So this is mainly. Okay. Suppose I want to write. I'm writing a paper now. Okay, I'm writing a paper. So what have happened is, I have taken all the papers and connected my mainly with that folder, and mainly has got all the files here. Okay, I can, if I want to read this, I will read this paper here. Okay, something which is important, I can also highlight. All that stuff I'll do. If I want to give some tags, I can put some tags here to this paper, which I can use it if I want to search again in my mainly directory. I am writing. Okay, I'm writing something. Okay, say the topic is discussed. Yeah, I'm writing something. I want to cite. I'll just go for references, insert citation, go to mainly, and I want to this. I'll just say cite. Automatically, the citation in APA6 format will come there. Now I write something else. Another paper I want to cite. I just go there. I want to cite this paper. Cite. I write my paper this way. One more I'll add. It will help you in managing your citations. And finally, I've written my paper or your thesis. Good for thesis actually. I just want to add a bibliography. I'll just say references. Insert bibliography. Not so. Yeah, you can see. In APA6 format, it has automatically come in. It has organized properly. Your life will be easy. Seriously, use technology. Your life will be better. Otherwise, you will not know what you are cited. You do not know where are your papers. You do not know what kind of quality that you are getting in. Yeah, avoid this. Avoid this. Mainly is free. Mainly is free. Mainly is created by some researcher like you and me, who got suffered a lot, and he thought he should do something for the world. Yeah, so use mainly. Okay, decide journal carefully. Download from the website. So what I'll do is, I'll just go to again Scopus. So somebody asked me what are the good journals. Okay, let's go there. So here is a Scopus. I'll just go and click on sources. And here is a download Scopus source list. Okay, I already had downloaded because it's quite a big file, so I will not download it right now. So this is what you'll get. These are all Scopus papers. All Scopus papers. It's not Scopus journals. Sorry, it's a list of Scopus journals. It's a huge list. I think there are 59,344 files. Rows, sorry. Those many journals are there. You can see Scopus score, journal title name. You should go by maybe I think there is something about the topic there. Type open source quartile is something other topic. Subject, yeah. So based on your topic, you can select. Suppose you are interested in accounting, you'll get you can actually get a list of all accounting journals. Then what you should do with good journals, typically best thing to look at is quartiles. Quartiles. There are 4 quartiles. 1, 2, 3, 4. The Q1 are the best journals, top journals. Q2 is the second one. Q3 is the third level, and Q4 is the lowest level. At least avoid getting into Q4 because many of the Q4 journals will go out of Scopus once in a while. They might come back again, but there are some journals which are maybe predatory journals in Q4. But writing into Q3 itself is also a big challenge. So start early, start better, and I'm sure you'll be able to do good journals, publish in good journals. These are the Scopus list. Okay. 3 more minutes. So yeah, so this is what you'll get into your journals, all the details there. Use MS Word to best extent. MS Word is very powerful, seriously. We all of us use it only for writing some letters here and there. But there are a lot of things there in MS Word. So before I'll just open some format we have created. What you can do with MS Word? Suppose you have written the title, okay. So this is your heading 1. You can write it here and set it. So your headlines will be all like this. Then you can have your second level 2 headline. Now where the level has come in? Search for APS 6. Again, go to Google. Just say APS 6 or APS 7. APA 6 style. Somewhere here and there you'll find what is APS 6 format or APS 7 format. Use 12 point Times New Roman. Set 1-inch page margins. Apply double line spacing. Insert a running head. And there are some formats available. Then what is H1, H2? If you go down again, you can see it here. Heading 1 is centered, bold title case. Heading 2 is left aligned, bold title case. Heading 3 is indented, 1 indent, bold sentence case, capitalize with a final period. You will get all information here. Use this. Okay. Next, if you go to references, you can use cross references. Suppose you have let's say a diagram. Yeah, you have diagram or maybe some model. Right click, insert caption, and you can write a caption. Yeah, like I written hypothesis model. This caption you can now cite somewhere. If I want to cite it here, I'll just go to cross reference. Figure, insert. So automatically the figure will be, these are connected. The image and the text will be connected. If you delete image, automatically it will go from the text. Yeah, use this. Okay. Finally, you can also create table of content. If you have created these, you use these styles, you can actually create a table of content. Just go to references and click on table of content. It will create a table of content for you based on the headings that you're given. Your work will be easy. Yeah. Exactly 1:30, and I'm sure I'm finishing. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Hope it was useful. Any doubts? You can definitely ask me.
Questions?
Hello. I can't find out.
So when will you start that, sir? When will you start this, sir?
top position in the corporate world. He is a full-time as well as executive MBA program at Pune University MBA Puma department. Sir has set up Delta and Management Lab, which offers consultancy, research, and executive learning services in marketing and strategic management. He has worked he has worked on more than 75 consulting assignments in market research and business strategies. As an advisor, he had played a key role in building Rosoi Magic brand right from conception till its acquisition by an LMC. Now I request Sir to please start with this session.
Good afternoon. This is a post-line session. It's a challenge to explore a topic like critical thinking that go on in the post-line session. Originally, I was supposed to speak on literature review and research problem formulation, but day before yesterday, when I had a look at the timetable, the schedule, I spoke to Professor Roshan and I said, hey, let me speak on critical thinking rather than research problem formulation, because so many people are already speaking on literature review and indirectly the same topic gets covered. The research problem formulation indirectly gets covered. In fact, we'll be touching upon that as well. I'll directly start because I have to finish this off by 3:30 or so and I have to rush for a meeting. Normally what we do is we start with an example. I prefer taking any session with a case study or an example. This is an example which I have picked up from a very interesting book by the name Everybody Lies. This is a book on big data written by ex-Google scientist. He's a psychologist by education and his name is Seth Stephens. He quotes a very interesting case which will help us in understanding what exactly is the difference between thinking and critical thinking. The anecdote is about choice of a racehorse. There was an Egyptian beer magnate who wanted to sell one of his horses. The horse was not given any particular name because it was kept in a particular barn number 85. So the horse was called number 85. That was the only name given to that particular horse. And he had to sell that horse and purchase other horses. Ahmad Zayat thought that let there be some expert advice on the basis of which I should decide which horse to buy and which one will be a good horse. So he appointed an expert firm by the name EQB. Interestingly, the firm was a small firm. It was led by a Harvard educated professional by the name Jeff Seder. Interestingly, Seder was a lawyer, also had a degree in management from Harvard Business School. He was an investment banker to begin with. And at some stage in his career, he decided that his interests lie somewhere else. And that is where he thought that I should not be in investment banking, rather I should be in assisting people in choosing the race horses. And that is how he came in contact with Ahmad Zayat. Before Jeff Seder stepped onto the scene, the traditional method of choosing race horses included criteria like pedigree. Look at the pedigree of the horse. उसके माँ बाप कौन है, father, grandfather, कौन सी pedigree से वो आया है, that used to be a very important criteria for choice of a racehorse. Gaits of the horse. Are there any injury marks? Are there on visual examination? Do you find any injury marks on the leg of the horse or on the body of the horse, which probably might be indicator of whether the horse is strong enough or not? These were some of the criteria. And Jeff Setter thought that these are not the right ways of really choosing a right horse. So he started looking at it from a different angle. He started taking measurement of the nostrils of the horses. What is the size of nostril? What is the size of heart of a horse? What is the size of the limb muscles? And funnily, the excreta also. His theory was based on the fact that if a horse lays more than average amount of excreta, that indicates the horse is likely to lose a lot of weight. And as a result, this horse is not likely to be strong enough to win the race. These were some of the criteria. And Jeff Setter was somehow not satisfied with this. So what he did, through his trial and error, he chanced upon a correlation between the size of internal organs of a horse and the chances of horse winning the race, or the number of times the horses have won the race. And the size of which organs? Size of heart, spleen, and some other organs. He actually mathematically correlated the horses which won the race, what were the sizes of their heart, what were the sizes of their spleen, and all that. And interestingly, what he found was something nobody had thought of. What he found was, bigger the left ventricle of a horse's heart, the better it is, provided other organs are not tiny. Means other organs also have to be above average in size, but especially the left ventricle of the heart of the horse has to be much bigger. That gives an indicator of the strength of that horse in the race. That is what he arrived at that conclusion. He applied this theory. This is a theory which got created in a way. What is theory? Theory is explanation of a phenomenon. So in a way, he created this theory and he applied that theory to assess horse number 85, which Ahmed Zayat had brought there to sell. And when he applied that and evaluated various parameters of horse number 85, in terms of height, some 152 horses were there who were 1 year old horse. Height of this horse fell in 56th percentile. Nothing great. Weight 61st percentile, again nothing great. Pedigree of the horse, whatever criteria that they applied, uske father, mother, वगैरह, how many races they had won and all that, whatever mathematical calculations they did, this horse number 85 fell into 70th percentile. But interestingly, in terms of the size of left ventricle, this horse fell into 99.61 percentile, and it fulfilled another criteria that the other internal organs of this horse were not tiny. They were above average. And Jeff Setter was convinced that this is a winner horse. And here is Ahmed Zayat who is trying to sell this horse. And he was planning to buy other horses. So Jeff Setter went to Ahmed Zayat and he said, it's better you don't sell this horse. He said, now I have put it in the auction and there is no option but to sell this horse. Because that is the rule. So he changed his name, created a dummy ID and bought his own horse at some price. And later on, the history was created by this horse. This was the horse which, for the first time in US, won 3 consecutive races. Now, what is so important in this example is that how were horse evaluated? How the horses were evaluated? The old belief was that pedigree of the horse matters. So if you have to select a racehorse, look at the pedigree. But then somebody somewhere thought that if pedigree matters, then every sibling coming out of that family should have performed well. Why is it that certain siblings are doing well and certain are not doing well? There must be something else going on here, right? So this old belief that pedigree of the horse matters was reflected upon. Somebody thought over it Does every sibling perform well? If a particular horse or a group of horses come from a particular family, then all the horses in that family should have done well. If they are not doing well, then that does not indicate the success parameter of that particular horse. And that is where the new belief was formed. This is what is critical thinking. So what exactly is critical thinking? Critical thinking is Robert Ennis, a juror, one of the authorities in the domain of critical thinking. He's basically a juror. And jurisprudence is probably an area where critical thinking's applications are highest. Probably next only to medicine. Because while you are adjudicating cases, you are playing with the lives of people, whether that person is guilty or not. And that's where critical thinking becomes so important. Robert Ennis, on the basis of a lot of research which he did, he defines critical thinking as reasonable, reflective thinking that is focused on deciding what to believe and what to do. Belief leading to action. But that belief should be based on reflection. To reflect, to think about your own thinking, reflect upon. And the reflection should give you reason enough. Here the word reasonable is reason enough. Reason enough to believe in certain things. In fact, that is how knowledge is different from beliefs. Knowledge is true justified beliefs. Belief does not have the criteria of truth and justification. Both are not required to believe in certain things. But certain beliefs become knowledge only when you add these two criteria, truthfulness and justification of that truthfulness. That is what critical thinking is all about. What Robert Ennis did is, he gave us certain indicators of whether whatever we are thinking, are we thinking critically? Human beings cannot survive without thinking. Even right now, all of you are thinking something. Some of you might be thinking, why is this topic important for us? Some of you might be thinking that one more guest speaker speaking on literature review. How many more we are going to listen to? There is going to be a lot of duplication. What time this session is going to end? The mind is continuously thinking about something. Whether that thinking is critical or not, for that, two criteria we need to apply. First and foremost, whatever we are thinking, are we reflecting on it? Are we reflecting on our thoughts? And do we have justification? Do we have reason to believe, or are we students of what is called as a WhatsApp universe? Something came from somewhere, I forwarded it to somebody and started believing that this happened, that happened, and all kinds of things come on WhatsApp universe. So critical thinking requires two important qualifications. First and foremost, is there enough reflection on whatever we are thinking? And secondly, do we have a reason to believe what we believe? What Robert Ennis did is, he made a list of dispositions which are required for a person to be a critical thinker. Now, what do you mean by disposition? What is disposition? Disposition, predisposition. What is the meaning of the term disposition or predisposition? We are disposed to something. Means before we think, we need to have a particular pattern of thinking. We need to have a particular way of looking at the things. We need to have a particular mindset. That is what is called as disposition. He said, if somebody has to become a critical thinker, he needs to have 10 or 11 different criteria, different ways of looking at the things. First and foremost is clarity in communication. So somebody becomes a critical thinker only when he is very clear about what he is speaking, what he is writing. Otherwise, I'll share with you an example long back. This must be almost 20 years back. There was I won't name the person, in one of the institutes, management institutes, a guest speaker was invited, and his session was on super excellence in management. 1 hour he spoke with a lot of energy and a lot of body gestures and all kinds of things which keep students engaged. He did all that. The whole session was over and students were excited. Oh sir, how good that lecture was and all that. And then we used to have something called as debriefing session after the session is over, wherein I used to talk to students to find out what did they learn from that particular session. And I asked them, what was the topic? They said, sir, super excellence in management. I said, fine, what is super excellence in management? Nobody could say anything. That indicates it's not clarity in communication. Right? Clarity in communication means what I am saying, what I am writing, do I know what exactly I mean by that? Otherwise, I deliver a talk on critical thinking and I cannot differentiate between critical thinking and strategic thinking or creative thinking. Then there is no clarity in communication. Now, why all these things are important? If you are pursuing your PhD, then you will have to have critical thinking faculty. I was the member of Research and Recognition Committee of Symbiosis, and the biggest problem which we used to face when the students used to put up their proposals for us to evaluate whether to approve the proposal or not, and even after the proposal has been approved, whether the work which the student has done is up to the mark or not, lack of clarity of communication. At one place they write something, at another place they write something. Before I published one of my first paper into an international journal, I had myself committed these kind of letters, wherein in the same paper, at some places I was writing market expansion orientation, at some places I was writing market expansion strategy, and back came reply from the reviewers, what do you mean? Do you mean orientation or do you mean strategy? That is the kind of clarity which is required, right? So if you want to be a critical thinker, then first requirement is clarity in communication. Second is, can you define something very precisely? So when we say that, like if somebody wants to go from Mumbai to Pune or Pune to Mumbai, Shivneri buses is a good option which is available. The state government operated buses. Now if somebody makes a statement that Shivneri buses are the safest mode of transport, it's fine for a common man. But if somebody is doing a PhD on this kind of topic, he cannot just say that Shivneri buses are the safest mode of transport. What makes it safest? What is the ratio of number of accidents per trip or per 1,000 trips or per 1,000 kilometers and all that? That is what is meant by being precise in what you are saying. Third disposition required for critical thinkers is focus. What is that you are focusing on? I don't know if there are faculty members who teach marketing management. Is there anybody who teaches marketing management? Yeah. So Philip Kotler has got 2 books. One is marketing and the other one is marketing management. And many times in interviews I have asked faculty members, is there a difference between marketing and marketing management? Surprisingly, not everybody knows. So am I doing work in marketing management or am I doing work in marketing? One has to be very clear. And then one has to focus. I am working on marketing management, so my focus will be on marketing management, not on marketing. Right? So one has to decide the focus. Thereafter, 3 more dispositions which are necessary for somebody to become a critical thinker. Taking a holistic view. Like for example, a term which sounds very simple, but one of the most complicated to really comprehend and understand: emotions. What do you mean by emotions? What do you mean by sentiments? Now there are different perspectives of emotion. There is one neurobiological perspective. There is one behavioral perspective. There is another psychological perspective. And there is one more which is functional perspective. So those who are working on trying to make artificial intelligence emotionally intelligent also need to understand that there are various perspectives by which one can look at it. So a critical thinker needs to have that holistic view that there are different ways one can look at it. Next is, can you reason out? Can you advance argument about whatever you are saying? Can you logically prove or disprove something? Then only you are thinking critically. Otherwise you say that because I say you have to believe in it, then somebody will say, I'll rather believe in what I say. Why should I believe in what you are saying? Unless and until there is an argument which you put forth, and what kind of argument and how do you build that argument, I'll come to that part also later. And another important requirement for critical thinking is visualizing alternative explanations, which in the language of research we call it as counterfactuals. Alternative explanations are like this. Say for example, there was some research which said that there is a relationship between religion and voting pattern. Relationship between religion and voting pattern. Somebody added a variable to it. He dissected the religious data into classes. Lower income class, middle income class, upper income class, and then checked whether the relationship still continues, and he found that the relationship no more continues. Now the relationship moved from religion and voting pattern to class and voting pattern. Right? That is what is you are visualizing the alternative. Alternative explanations are possible. So when yesterday I was coming from Nashik, and when we reached Bosri, I saw the road was wet. Now the scientific mind has to think in different ways. The road is wet, it might have rained, one explanation. Second explanation might be a drainage pipeline might have broken. Third explanation, maybe a water tanker might have moved and water might be leaking from that. That is the way a researcher has to do. Critical thinking is that there are several ways in which something can happen. And this is the most important set of dispositions one need to have if one wants to be a critical thinker and if one wants to be a good researcher. The first and foremost is self-awareness. Awareness about my own thinking style. I think in a particular way because I am a mechanical engineer. I have to be aware of that. Because I am a mechanical engineer, so there is a possibility that I start looking at everything from numerical perspective. One of my clients, I had hard time convincing him that this maxim which we teach in management institutes, if something can be counted, then it can be managed. I said that is part truth. That is not reality. There are many things which cannot be counted and still you have to manage. But the person who is the owner of the company, the managing director, being a hardcore gold medalist civil engineer, found it very difficult to accept that. That is, you become aware of your own thinking style, self-awareness, which is a prerequisite to become a critical thinker. Are you well informed? How much you have read on a particular topic? Otherwise, somebody is doing a research on consumer behavior and he has not even read basic Angel Blackman model or basic Nicosia model or the Howard-Sheck model and all that, and then he says that I have done research on consumer behavior. Who's going to buy that argument? Right? Because he is not well informed. And next point is caution in making judgment without evidence. Show me the proof. Otherwise, I will say that what you are saying is belief, not necessarily proof, not necessarily knowledge. Beliefs are respected, fine. everybody is entitled to beliefs, but knowledge requires evidence. Right? And that is where these are some of the dispositions which Robert Ennis said are necessary for somebody to become a critical thinker. And that is why a person has to be open-minded. Today, this is what is the opinion I hold. Tomorrow, if the further evidence arises, I might revise my opinion. Fine. I'm okay with that. That is what is the hallmark of a critical thinker. And that is why in researches, we don't test hypotheses. We test null hypothesis. We never test a hypothesis. We test the reverse of a hypothesis. Null hypothesis. There is a relationship between religion and voting pattern is a hypothesis. There is no relationship between religion and voting pattern is the null hypothesis. We reject null hypothesis, and if we are able to reject the null hypothesis, then we say that the alternate hypothesis is supported. We don't say is accepted technically. Because till further evidence is found. कल कुछ और proof मिल गया तो we might have to change our position, right? That is what is critical thinking all about. And most importantly, critical thinkers are expected to take a position. That does not mean being a professor of marketing. The most simple question for students to ask and most difficult question for us to answer is, sir, this product became successful, why? Or this product was failure, why? And very easy explanations sometimes the students expect and sometimes the faculty members also. And more you start reading, more frequently you start saying that I don't know. There are a lot of things, there are a lot of variables involved and I'll have to factor in everything and then I may arrive at some informed conclusion about it. Right? Now what I mean by that is, once you have explored everything, then you have to take a position. That is what critical thinking is all about. And what Robert Ennis did, he said these are 11 tendencies you need to have while you think about something. And these tendencies in turn require 4 different types of abilities, according to Robert Ennis. I'll come to those abilities, but somebody wanted to say something. Yeah.
So, you have put the point of positioning in this position. So, do you really have to be an expert in that particular field to be in the situation to handle those all 11 points? Or you can just, on an average, go with them?
No. Expertise here, domain expertise is different from a reflective person. Domain expertise means in a particular area you know a lot, whereas reflection is a mindset that anything which comes before me, I will ask questions about it. I will look for evidence. I will look for proof. That is what is the willingness to reflect on something. Like for example, simple things like we have say in a company 6-day week, Monday to Saturday people work. And then the HR team comes with a suggestion that let us convert 6-day week into 5-day week. And he advances his argument saying that, sir, if we give 5 days off, then people will get 1 extra day off, that is on Saturday or maybe somewhere in between, maybe Thursday. And they will be able to do their household work or personal needs they will be able to meet. And that is why their productivity at the workplace will be higher. Now, what is the proof for that? So, can we carry out some kind of research wherein, or is there a theoretical argument which supports whatever you are saying? Right? That is what is meant by being reflective in nature. Have I answered your question? Right? So, in order to practice those dispositions, 4 abilities are needed. First one is ability to clarify certain things. The first and foremost in it is conceptual ability. Conceptual ability means, say for example, I look at certain object and I say that this is a chair and this is a table. So the moment I say this is a chair and I don't call this as also chair, I recognize difference between the two. Do you agree? Otherwise, I should have called both of them as chairs. This and this I call as chairs, but this and this I don't call as chair. That means I have the ability to discriminate, the ability to differentiate. But at the same time, at the next level, I say both are parts of furniture in this room. That means at the level of furniture, they are similar, and within furniture, they are different. That is what is called as conceptual ability. So, you have good clarification ability when you are able to conceptualize. When you are able to say, this is what it is, this is what it is not. What is market expansion? When you say, you should also be able to say what is not market expansion. Like for example, increase in sales of a company is not market expansion, but increase in sale of entire industry is market expansion. So it's very clear what it is and what it is not. That is what is the conceptual. Can you please switch off your phone? It's distracting. Ability to define, which is a subset of conceptual ability. Can I define? This is what I mean by this. Ability to identify unstated assumptions. I have a meeting at 4 o'clock, and in the morning I wrote to Professor Javed Khan that I will have to start from here at 3:30. So I have made an assumption. The place where I have to go is going to take half an hour, and even if the session gets delayed, by 3:30 I should be able to end. Now, like that, there are several assumptions which we are required to make while we are doing the research. Are we able to identify the unstated assumptions? Do we have the ability to see whether a particular piece of literature which I am surveying is relevant to my research work or not? Or is it otherwise? There is every possibility that while doing your literature survey, you will get drowned in information. At first go, every article looks to be relevant article. Every research paper looks to be a very good research paper, looks to be a very relevant research paper. But more you read, more you start realizing that this is relevant and this is not relevant. Ability to reason, and the most important is ability to question, ability to ask questions. Politicians don't like it, but as researchers, we need to have the ability to question. When we have all these, then Robert Ennis says that we have good clarification abilities, and as a result, we might become probably good thinkers, good critical thinkers, rather than just thinkers. Ability to get information. How much do we read? How much do we observe? Do we keep our eyes and ears open? What is said and what is not said? The dog did not bark. The dog was there, but it did not make any noise. That absence also is saying something. Right? Do we recognize that? Ability to get information, and very, very importantly, ability to judge source credibility. From where did I get this information? Which are the research papers I can rely on, and which are the research papers I cannot rely on? That is where whether the research papers have come from Scopus Index journals, or whether the research papers have come from Web of Sciences, whether the research papers have come from rating list given by the UGC or given by Australian Business Deans Council or something like that. What is the credibility of that particular source? That is why in PhD researches we expect people to cite journal references but not conference proceedings. Because journals have got higher standing, better credibility as compared to conferences. And within journals also, Scopus Index has got higher credibility. Within Scopus Index also, rated journals have got higher credibility. Within rated journals, C category journals, B category journals, A category journals, A plus category journals, and likewise. Right? So, do we have the ability to judge the credibility of the source? Who is the person who is advancing that argument? Otherwise, WhatsApp पे तो every Tom, Dick and Harry send some information. We can't believe in that. Ability to derive inferences is another important ability which is required to become a critical thinker. And you derive inferences in two ways. One is by deducting, and the other one is by inducing, reversely. So as I said, I was standing somewhere, the cloud became dark, wind was blowing very speedily, and it had become very humid. And after some time, it rained. This is the entire phenomena. The phenomena included clouds becoming dark, the climate becoming humid, wind blowing speedily, and it rained. From this phenomena, I arrive at an inference that when these three conditions arise, it is likely to rain. This is called as inductive logic. From phenomena, you are arriving at a generalization. You are arriving at some theory. Deductive logic is exactly opposite of that. From theory, you arrive at a conclusion. You say that wind is blowing at so and so speed, air pressure is so and so, temperature is so and so, put it into certain equation and you get certain value, and then you say that that is why it is likely to rain. Because there is some theoretical explanation which already exists. So, how are we drawing the inferences? Either through deduction or through induction. That is what critical thinking is. And research requires all that. Day-to-day living does not require it, but research requires. Day-to-day living, we live our life through induction, not through deduction, most of the time. Ability to make and judge value judgments, my own value judgments. I have certain way of thinking. As I said, because I am a mechanical engineer, I am likely to have bias towards numbers. Because I specialize in marketing, I am likely to look at business strategy more from marketing angle and less from finance angle. So I understand that I have that predisposition, and how can I keep that bias aside? And last ability is metacognition. Metacognition is thinking about your thinking. How do we think? Which is again comprised of three parts. Suppositional thinking means making certain statements and saying that suppose this happens, then what it leads to. That is called as suppositional thinking. Integrating different pieces together. As I said, there is a philosophical perspective about emotion, there is a psychological perspective about emotion, there is a functional perspective of emotion, and there is a neurobiological perspective of emotion. You put all of them together and explain certain thing, that is integration. And last, which Robert Ennis did not mention, but I feel it's very, very important metacognition ability is self-control. Two aspects. One is while I am doing research, am I remaining focused by controlling my temptations of either going too deep or remaining too shallow while doing the research, or jumping to conclusions. Acha, ye ho gaya, that is the end of the research. No, not. You have to control your own. Like for example, you might do a research for some company and might come to know that the customer satisfaction, or why, I can give you a practical example. Bain & Consulting is one of the top consulting firms in the world, like McKinsey and BCG and all. They conducted a research of some 382 top multinational companies in the world. They went to their CEOs, the top management of those companies, and asked them, what do you think about the value proposition of your company? Aapke company ke jo production services hai, what do you think about them? And 80% of the CEOs said we are the best. In whichever sector we are the best. Bain & Consulting also went to the customers of these 382 companies and asked them what do they think about these companies. And surprisingly, only 8%, 8% of the customers said these companies are the best. Look at the difference between the two perspectives. The management of the company, 80% of them feel that they are the best, and the customers of those companies, only 8% of them feel that they are the best. Critical thinking requires all these abilities. And when you present these kind of findings, the management of these companies won't control their inner biases, and they'll say, no, we don't buy your arguments. It might apply to someone else, it doesn't apply to us. That is what I mean by self-control. So to become a good researcher, these abilities are needed. And how do we convert these abilities into some kind of action? So if there is a research topic which you have chosen for your PhD or maybe for your research paper which you are writing, 3 steps you need to take. First and foremost, describe that particular topic by asking these questions. What all is involved in it? Where, when, and who? When you answer these questions related to your topic, you are merely describing the phenomena. After you have described, then you move to the next stage and where you start asking questions, how and why. Why? Fine, I am looking at accidents on express highway. That is a phenomenon. I am looking at researching the accidents on express highway because of so and so. Now, how the accidents happen, why do you feel those accidents happened? When you answer these questions, you are actually analyzing. So first part of critical thinking is you describe something very clearly, very precisely. This is what we mean by accident and this is what we don't mean by accident. How and why, when we answer these questions, we are analyzing something. And finally, after having analyzed, then we evaluate. What if the cars cross 80 km/h? What happens to the engine? What happens to the tire pressure? What happens to the brakes? And if this is what happens inside the tire or the tube, so what? That is what you are evaluating. So there are 3 parts to critical thinking. First part is describe something. Second part is analyze it. Third part is evaluate it. Now, this might sound a bit abstract, critical thinking. In simple words, critical thinking is thinking about your own thing. That is what is critical thinking. But that brings us to the question, how thoughts are formed. How human beings form their thoughts. David Eagleman, a very renowned neuroscientist, he has written a very famous book by the name The Brain. BBC carried out a documentary on this book. And in this book, he makes a very interesting observation. The observation is that human beings are born with an unfinished brain. This was a surprise. He compares us with the animals like fish or giraffe, and he says, when a giraffe is born, within few hours, he learns to stand. Whereas human beings take almost 2 years to stand. A fish is born and it learns to swim because their brains are almost pre-programmed. Human brains are not like that. Human brains acquire information through environment and pick up this information through these 5 senses. And these information which keep coming to us, one, it comes from our genes. Secondly, inside our brain there is biochemical, different types of chemicals which are secreted inside the brain. All these result into thinking. And this thinking, how it actually happens. David Eagleman says that inside a human brain there are almost 86 billion neurons. You know, as good as India की population से कहीं ज़्यादा 86 times. इतने neurons हैं हमारे brain में, cells. And each neuron contains some information, which came either from my parents, or from my family, or from whatever I learned, whatever is happening now. The neurons are absorbing the information. And every neuron is connected to other neuron. 86 billion neurons है दिमाग के अंदर, वो सब एक दूसरे से connected है. Each neuron has got almost 10,000 connections. And a thought is formed when neurons which are dispersed in the brain in different parts, they fire together. At that time, a thought gets formed. I'll share with you one very interesting example which appeared in a book, very interesting book by the name Thinking Fast and Slow. The author of the book is Daniel Kahneman, is a Nobel laureate. Daniel Kahneman says that we human beings have got two systems of thinking. One thinking system is fast. Second thinking system is slow, analytical. We do calculations, we form assumptions, and then we make conclusions. That is thinking slow. In that book, he gives a very interesting example. Supposing there were around 100 people who were asked to lie. झूठ बोलना. 100 people were asked to lie. 50 of them were asked to lie on phone. And 50 of them, remaining 50, were asked to lie by sending an email. Say, probably, I won a lottery worth $1 million. I speak to my wife on phone. Alternatively, I send an email to her. But I'm lying. Only the medium is different. And these 100 people were approached separately. They were not together. And thereafter, each one of them was offered a gift, saying that because you participated in our experiment, we will give you a gift. There are two gifts which are possible, which you can avail of. Either of the two. Either you can take a mouthwash or you can take a soap. Tell us any one. Any guesses what might have happened after this experiment? 100 people, 50 lied on phone, 50 lied by sending email. After the experiment is over, people are offered a gift, either of the two, either a mouthwash or a soap. What might have happened in your opinion? Remaining awake after lunch is difficult, but still. What might have happened? Since we don't have much of time, those who lied on phone, among them, the preference was higher for mouthwash. Those who lied through email preferred soap over mouthwash. Now, why did this happen? If I go to these people and ask them, because you spoke lie, so did you go for mouthwash? He'll say, have you gone mad or what? PhD करके दिमाग खराब हो गया तुम्हारा. That is what he'll say. ऐसा कुछ होता नहीं है, but ऐसा हुआ है. That is how thoughts get formed. Now, if I have to explain it in the language of neurosciences, it is like this. It is symbolic, very simplistic explanation of how thoughts get formed. Our brain has got, supposing this is the map of our brain, and in the brain these dots are neurons. Each neuron is etched with different pieces of information. So there are some neurons which have information related to lie, झूठ बोलना. There are some neurons on which information is about sin. There are some neurons, there is information about speak. speaking. Some neurons information about phone. So the person who lied on phone, his neuron, one neuron from lie got connected with sin. Why? Somewhere in the childhood, mother might have told कि झूठ बोलना पाप है, whichever religion it might. So झूठ बोलना पाप है. This neuron got connected. झूठ या पाप धोए जा सकते हैं, ये भी न्यूरॉन से कनेक्ट हो गया. झूठ कैसे बोला था? बोला था. बोला किस पे था? फोन पे था. फोन पे कैसे बोला था? माउथ से बोला था. माउथ कैसे धोया जा सकता है? माउथ वॉश से. So neural circuit got formed. And we are not aware this happened. This actually happened. Right? In case of other people, झूठ बोलना पाप है, पाप धोए जा सकते हैं. झूठ कैसे बोला था? राइट करके, लिख के. लैपटॉप यूज किया था, उस पे क्या यूज किया था? हैंड. अब हैंड को थोड़ी माउथ वॉश से धोएंगे, तो सोप से धोएंगे, तो सोप ले लो. Not that everybody who went for soap went because of this reason only, but majority did. This is how brain works unconsciously. Gerald Zaltman, another professor from Harvard Business School, he says 95% of human thinking takes place at unconscious level. In fact, there is a term now which is called as thought manufacturers. They manufacture thoughts in your and my mind. All these WhatsApp, all these IT cells, Cambridge Analytica, they are all manifestations of this. So if we want to become critical thinkers, we need to understand that we human beings are majority of the time on autopilot mode. ये अच्छा है, ये बुरा है, ऑटोमेटिक हो जाता है सब, फटाफट. Because फटाफट जरूरी था, because our ancestors when they lived in caves, if a roar of lion they heard, they did not have the luxury of doing calculations. This is the sound, this is the volume, this might be the distance. So let us do calculation, velocity, mass into acceleration, and by the time the mathematical equation gets solved, lion would have come and eaten away. So he simply ran away. And when he ran away, others followed him. That's it, simple. Shortcuts. We learned those shortcuts. For millions of years, we are following those shortcuts. That is how we survive. In fact, Darwin's theory says that we survived on shortcuts. 95% of, but then that becomes an obstacle in research. So now I am connecting the dot. Why critical thinking is necessary? Critical thinking is necessary because research requires critical thinking, not just thinking. Thinking तो हम करते ही है ना. Which human being survives without thinking? Not possible. You thought to come here, so you came here. You thought to come and sit here, so you are sitting here. You might be thinking that वो बोला है रोशन काजी सर ने तो बैठ गए, क्या बोर हो रहा है, लेकिन बैठ जाओ. But that is what you thought. Right? Now what happens is we are actively or passively collecting information all the time through our five senses. And through this information, we think at shallow level. Unconsciously we think. बहुत deep में जाके सोचते नहीं हैं. And then we create personal theories. So all salesmen, if you are an extrovert, then become a salesman. If you are not an extrovert, don't become a salesman. If you are good at numbers, then take finance as specialization. Otherwise, don't take finance as specialization. All these kind of shallow thinking we people exhibit. But these are called as personal theories. Research papers or research PhD researches cannot be based on personal theories. PhD researches require proper research on the basis of which general theories can be created. And that brings us to the question of what exactly is research and where literature survey fits. Research is what? Research is an attempt to understand reality. Mark my words, attempt. I am not saying whether we will really understand reality or not. We make an attempt to understand reality. And how do we make that attempt? We make that attempt not by listening to what people say, but by collating the evidence. Research is an attempt to understand reality. What research is not? It is not research when people argue that something is true because they say it is true. No. Because X said so it is true, that kind of argument is not going to be accepted by any reputed or good journal. You will have to get proof for that. Anecdotes cannot be proofs. I found one person who suffered a lot during demonetization. So demonetization is a failure, is a personal theory. It is not a general theory. Or so many benefits accrued because of demonetization. I arrived at this conclusion by talking to 5 of my relatives. So I formed that conclusion. Now that is not a PhD research. Now this is very, very important for people who come from professional field into PhD researchers. Because of their personal experience, they carry these kind of personal theories in their mind and feel that बस वो लिख दिया तो हमारा PhD thesis खत्म हो गया. No, that is not research. Research requires systematic investigation. And what exactly is a system? A system is an organized scheme consisting of a set of principles or procedures which are well accepted. That brings us to next question. Accepted by whom? Or how do you know something is acceptable or something is not acceptable? Whichever domain you are from, whether you are from architecture domain, whether you are from arts domain, or whether you are from commerce domain or management domain or whatever, it is the literature which tells you something is acceptable or not. Right? So literature survey, basically, when you do literature survey, you need to ask 4 questions. When you read a particular research paper, ask yourself what was studied. That will tell you what has not been studied or what should be studied. And that will tell you what are the objectives and the variables for your research. When you ask this question where it was studied, that will tell you where it should be studied. It was studied in one sector but has not been studied in another sector. So there is a scope. It was studied at a particular point of time but not at another point of time, so you get temporal scope. And finally, it was studied using a particular method, it was not studied using another method, so there is a methodological gap. When these kind of red marks you find in literature, that is the justification for doing research. That is when you are justifying the gap. And this is where majority of the time, whenever the proposals come before the research and recognition committee, we are forced to tell the students to resubmit the proposal because they fail to convince us that there exists a research gap. For that, 25, 30, 40, 50, 100 research papers I have studied, looked at all these questions and found that this is what the research gap is. The purpose of literature survey is to identify research gap. The purpose of literature survey is to identify a conceptual framework for doing the research, and the purpose is to choose research design and methodology. Now, since I am running short of time, I will not be able to complete because I have already been given the note that in 5 minutes I have to wrap it up. I'll try to, like for example, when I wrote a research paper on one research paper which got published in Journal of Strategic Marketing, therein, in the initial part of the research paper, I first write about the broad area of research and its importance. So I wrote that according to World Bank, the world's population will rise and 90% of the population will be living in emerging markets. Because the paper was about emerging markets, I had to convince the editor of the journal that this paper is of interest to that journal. This is an emerging area which is of interest to him. So that conviction was produced by stating the literature. So these are the research papers which I have written in blue, which created that conviction in his mind. Now once you do that, then you add further literature, and in the literature, we wrote that emerging markets have attracted attention not only of corporates but marketing scholars. So editor will naturally ask, फिर आपका नया research paper क्यों? So many people have already done research in this area. Then you say that, but most of the studies investigate strategies in single country context. My research paper is about multi-country context. So there is a gap. This is how research gap needs to be identified. Then only there are possibilities. Now I will skip this part. Then only there are possibilities of your research paper getting accepted. So a lot of literature you have reviewed. Then you say that this area is important. Then you say that here lies the gap, and in this gap I am doing the research. Research literature survey helps you in identifying the conceptual framework. Like for example, somebody was doing a research on what motivates or why is it that sales representatives do not follow up on the leads provided by the marketing department. Marketing department provides leads and sales representatives do not use those leads. Why it happens? Somebody wanted to investigate that phenomena. Now to investigate this phenomena, they first studied literature. This literature, they gave us 3 criteria that whether sales people will spend time on the leads given by marketing department or generate it themselves depends on the motivation level, it depends on the opportunity, it depends on the ability. And these factors then become the independent variables, and how much time a sales representative will spend becomes a dependent. So unless and until somebody would review this literature, he will not be able to do research in a systematic way. That is why literature survey is important. Literature survey will tell you what are the methods, principles or procedures to be used for collecting data. Literature survey will tell you what is the right way of doing sampling. Literature survey will tell you what type of validity checks are needed in social sciences or management sciences. Literature survey will help you in defining the construct. So, as I said, critical thinking requires defining certain things very clearly. So, when I was doing my research on market expansion, I had to define the term market expansion. So, I had to define what is a market, what do we mean by market expansion, and what do we mean by market expansion strategy. For that, this is the domain, these are the domains in which we studied the literature. And after studying the literature, then we arrived at the definition of what exactly is market expansion. That is why literature review is so important. So if you are, say, developing some method of testing a particular hypothesis, then how do you test its validity? That test also you will come to know from literature review only. And final point, when you do literature review, you will find that there exists a kind of hierarchy in literature. That means if somebody is doing a research on supply chain in government hospitals in India, they will try to find out literature on this topic and then will come back and say, sir, no literature exists on this. Fine, you should be very happy if no literature exists, because then only there is a research gap. Then go to the next level of abstraction, and that level is supply chain practices in hospitals in India. Government word we have dropped. Now, if not enough data is available here, then go to the next level. Supply chain practices in government hospitals in South Asia, if not available in India. Go to the next level. Supply chain practices in government departments, if not in hospitals. Likewise, you have to identify the sources of literature. Right? So, where critical thinking and literature survey gets connected is research is not just learning. Very importantly, research is unlearning also. Unlearning something which we assume to be true, my research might tell me that no, it is not. And for that, I will have to first examine a lot of literature and then form the conclusions and then derive the methodology and prove whether whatever I am saying is right or wrong. Right? That is why critical thinking is so important. Sorry, I exceeded my time limit. Thank you so much. If you have any questions, you are most welcome. Don't copy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vasan, sir.
for such a wonderful session on critical thinking in literature review. So it was a very comprehensive session, sir. We are really insight. We got a lot of insight of the critical thinking in literature review. Thank you once again. May I call upon Pankaj?
Can we have your email or any contact detail if we can want to connect?
Yeah, vasantv1@gmail.com. Or it's there with the institute. Vasantv1, BASANTVBANG @gmail.com.
Thank you, sir.
So we'll be having a next session from Dr. Sachin Kadam, sir, on ICT research. Are we taking a break? We'll continue.
Good afternoon. I welcome you all to the fourth edition of ANVESHAK 2022 on Demystifying in Literature Review Management and IT Research. I am very delighted to introduce our speaker of the day, Dr. Sachin Kadam sir. Sir is a PhD, MCA. Sir is CCNA certified. He has 5 years of teaching experience and 2 years of industry experience. Currently, sir is associated with Bharati Vidyapith as a professor in Master of Computer Application. He is a Director, Information and Communication Technology, Director of Information Resource Center. His research domains are quantum computing, information security, ICT education. He has registered 3 software patents and 4 are pending. He has 6 completed and 7 pursuing PhD students to his credit. He has published many books, research papers in national and international conference. He is a ranker in CSIA examination. I thank you so for being with us. Now I request Dr. Haridas Acharya sir to kindly present Dr. Sachin Kadam sir. Thank you, sir. Now I request to Sachin sir to start with this session.
Ego वहीं आ जाए।
My thoughts with all of you. Now, today's our topic is use of ICT to support literature review process. Now, with the permission of the organizers, I would just try to restructure my presentation. Because earlier my session was supposed to be for a little bit longer time. Now, as I understand that already we are running a little bit late. So I will directly jump to hands-on part. Okay, which I feel that should be something like a low-hanging fruit for all of us. So there should be something for all of us to take away from this particular session. So with your permission, shall I do that particular jump? Okay. So let us directly jump to hands-on. So, is it visible to all of you? Okay. Now, when you're talking about literature review and where to use ICT, so let us be objective. So let us pinpoint the steps where we are going to apply ICT. First thing, why we want to do that particular thing? Because our observation is, whenever we are talking about research, 70% of our research time gets invested in clerical things. Okay, that means searching information, organizing it, doing critical reading, then using the same information in research paper writing, managing citations, managing references, then putting everything in required formats. So that's my observation. That means whenever I discuss the things with my research students, this is where I find the bottleneck is. So we end up focusing a little on actual research and more on clerical things. So how we can use ICT here, that is computer tools, to improve our effectiveness and efficiency in terms of research productivity. So I feel that at 3 points we can use technology. First is to collect relevant literature. Second, to perform critical reading. And third, to manage our references, that is citations and bibliography. So objectively, let us be clear. So instead of using technology in a random way, there are 3 steps in literature review process. First, collect the information. When we say collect the information, let us rephrase the statement, collect all the PDFs. Let us be clear, almost our 99% research articles we are downloading in the form of PDFs. Okay. Then we do critical reading. Generally what is happening, we are downloading and we are taking any printouts. So let us try to answer that particular question, why we feel that we need to take a printout of all the important articles. And the third thing is, all those articles we need to cite in our publications, as well as we need to prepare bibliography from those citations. So these 3 points, is it okay? Now, out of this, we are directly going to jump on the third point first. Okay, so that's where, because the other 2 points we are not going to use any third-party tool, but this is where we are going to use a third-party tool. And I came to know that already you have one session where Mendeley was referenced by one of the speakers. Okay, so I think it will be easier for us to follow up that particular thread. So let us directly jump to third part of the presentation. So without discussing any other things, say for example, now you have all these research articles with you. Now, two parts I'm just not going to touch upon. That is how we have downloaded, because that is also very much interesting thing. You need to use ICT there. Okay, so that you can spend, generally what happens is you spend too much of time in finding the literature. And I have seen that with proper training, you can minimize that particular time to few minutes instead of few days or few weeks. And practically it happens. So that point we are not going to discuss immediately. If time permits, we'll touch upon that particular point. Second thing, performing critical reading. And third thing is managing citations and references. Okay, so first 2 points we are not going to discuss. We have these articles and we are going to do the things with this. Now, there is one software, Mendeley. So what we need to do is, this is a site, mendeley.com. Now, this is a category of software. This is not the software. Like we have word processing is a category, and MS Word is an example of that particular thing. Similarly, there is one category, reference management systems, or citations management system, or bibliography management system. If you search the net, under 3 names, you may get this software. So these 3 categories generally address same kind of software, that is software which are going to help us to manage references. The popular term is reference management system. So Mendeley is one software which falls under that category. There are other tools also. Now, why I am recommending Mendeley, or generally why I prefer my students to use this particular thing? First, it is free. It's not open source, but it is free. Secondly, you can use it in both the ways, online as well as offline. That means for using this, 24/7 net connection is not required. You can install it on your laptop, and whenever you have net connections, you can install it online also. And third thing, it integrates with your MS Word. So your references will be there in Mendeley, but you are going to write your article in MS Word. So both the things must be in sync. So that is possible using Mendeley. So this is my justification. Definitely, it's a subjective justification. Your preferences may be different. Okay, but this is why generally I prefer. So what you need to do is just go here. You can download the software from here. Very simple. You will download that particular thing. You may install that software. And before that, you create your own account here. That is mandatory. Once you create the account, so what I will do is, so from here, you may create the account. Now, I'm just logging into the system using my credentials. So once you create the account, you can log in into this online system. Now in this online system, this side there is a menu, library. You click on this. So this is its online interface. Offline interface, that is the interface of install software, is also very much similar to this. Now, my practical suggestion for you is, as far as possible, not to use it in online mode. Online account is mandatory. So you create it, but use it through offline mode. That's my practical suggestion through experience. So once you have done this So you have online account and you have tested it, that you can log in to this particular thing properly. Then what you do is you download the software, which I shown you, you install it. So what I'm going to do is, once my job is done, okay. So online, let us cut the story there itself. Now you install the software. And log into that. Now just imagine that I logged into the system. So if you just see, the interface is almost similar. Now here, all these are the articles. So presently what I'm doing is, Kulkarni sir is there, I'm using his machine. So already we have the documents uploaded by his account. Now I will just show you how to use this particular software. Now say these are our articles. So what I'm going to do is, so this side I will show these things. These are the articles, and this is our Mendeley is. You can just drag and drop the article. That's it. This is how you add your articles to Mendeley. Just drag and drop to the central part. Now, these are the listings of the articles which you added. Now, if you know that, if you have downloaded the article from authorized resources, like say subscribed databases, then each PDF article will come with its own metadata. And that metadata will consist of which things? First, title of the article. First, type of the resource, whether it's a book chapter, or it's a research article. Second, title. Third, author names. Fourth, publication details. So all these constitute metadata. So if you have downloaded the article from authorized resource, that metadata will be part of that PDF file. And automatically, whenever you are selecting it, those things will come on right hand side. See, can you see this? So which type of article it is? So it's a journal article. System comes to know it automatically. Then title, authors, which journal, year of publication, volume if it is there, issue, page numbers, abstract, all these things will be taken from the article automatically, if you have downloaded it from authorized resource. That's where those official subscriptions come into picture. Like say Delnet is there, or say eShod Sindhu is there. So if you're downloading it, this thing will be taken care of automatically. Now, in 90% cases, this may not be true, because we'll be downloading it from the internet. Okay, let us be clear about this. So in that particular case, things may not be available here. So just check it out, the article. In that case, what may happen is, say system is not in a position to tell you this. Then you can type the article title. So I can type the article. Say my article. Okay. Say if author name was not there automatically, then you can type it. So no need to worry, even if you are not downloaded the article from authorized thing, if the metadata is not part of the PDF file, you can enter the metadata. Up to this, is it okay? So we have inserted the article into Mendeley and we have added its metadata. Second step is over. Third step is you want to do now critical reading. Now critical reading can be done outside of this particular system, or you can do it here itself. Now first try to understand what's the meaning of critical reading, what's our definition. Now here, if we be very much clear why we take a printout, because while reading we want to underline something, While reading, we want to highlight something. While reading, we want to write our comments in the margins or next to that particular text. We want to highlight something by drawing some rectangle or circle. So these are our requirements, and practically that's why we take printouts. Now, Mendeley allows you to do all these things. So if I just double click on any of the article, okay, I can take all these notes here. See this side, these are the metadata details and these are the notes. So I can take the notes. If I double click, article will open. I can annotate all these things properly. So whatever thing we can do using pen and paper, everything we can do using Mendeley. And the beauty of this is these things are not going to disturb your original document. All these annotations will be maintained by Mendeley in its own database. So your original article remains intact. So authenticity of your original article is nowhere getting compromised. Okay. So this third part, is it okay? Now, fourth thing is, now say I'm writing my own article. Hey, I have some random text. Now this is my article. Now I want to insert my citations now here. Now where all the articles are in Mendeley. So when you install Mendeley software will provide you one menu item here. And presently it reads uninstall. Earlier it was install. So once you click on this, Mendeley will get integrated with your MS Word. And once it gets integrated, your MS Word will get one menu like this, Mendeley Citomatic. This one. Now, this is older version. In newer versions, under insert, you will get Mendeley menu this side. So be aware about which version you are using. On this machine, it's a 32-bit older version with 2013 MS Word. The latest Mendeley has a different version which works with the latest MS Word. In that particular case, you will get your Mendeley version here, and the interface is little bit different. But once you understand the fundamentals, it will work exactly same. So this is our menu item of Mendeley. Now, how to use it? Say, for example, here I want to give some citation. You take your cursor there. Now, here, insert citation. Click on this. It will open one box of Mendeley. I'm saying, go to Mendeley. Is it visible to all of you? Yes. It will open the Mendeley window. Now, select which article I want to cite. Say, I want to cite this first article. Select it. Here is button cite. Click. If you just check, see here, one has come. That means one article we have cited. Now say I'm coming here. Here I want to cite another article. Insert. Go to Mendeley. Say I want to insert this article there. Cite. Here I'm inserting another one. So I'm inserting this article there. Okay. So we have inserted our citations. Now from the citations, we need to prepare our references or bibliography. So what we want to do is come here now towards the end. This is where we want to insert our bibliography or references. Again, these are technical terms, when to call it bibliography, when to call it references. I'm just leaving it to you because again, those are technical details. We don't have time to discuss. So let us call it references. Just come here. Here, insert bibliography. Is it visible? Yes. Just click. Your bibliography is readily available. Now, I want to change the citation style. Okay, that is a frequent headache for all of us. Just come here. Instead of say IEEE, you want to use say APA standard. At one click, see how many hours of work we can save through this. Then, but again, generally, I prefer to prepare my draft in IEEE standard. Again, it's the reason is that I get 1, 2, 3. It becomes easier for me to keep track of numbers, and then I convert it to whichever format. But again, it's a personal opinion. So say again, I will just convert it to IEEE. Now say 1, 2, 3. I want to delete this 2. I will say just refresh. All the citations will get adjusted accordingly. See, it's a big headache if you are doing it manually. Generally, once you prepare one entire thesis, which has say hundreds of citations, then changing one citation will take you hours of work. But here, everything will be taken care by the system. Okay. So again, once you have finalized everything, you decide which how it is. That's why I said I prefer IEEE when I'm preparing my draft, because it becomes easier for me to manage those numbers, understand where I'm inserting, and then I go for just conversion. Okay. How much time we have? Half an hour. No? Ten minutes. 10 minutes. No? 20 minutes. Okay. So this was that first thing which I think that will help all of us to speed up our literature review process. So again, I will just repeat the things. It's very simple. You go to mendeley.com, open your account first. Once you have opened the account, test whether it's working. Then I personally feel no need for you to use it in online mode. Then download the software, install it. When you are going to open it, it will ask you the same login ID password. So that time you require net connection. After that, you may not require net connection. Then just drag and drop your articles to CenterPam. If you have downloaded the article from official sources, metadata will be part of the article and which will be displayed on the right hand side. If not, you can always enter that particular information. There is no need for you to enter all the entries. Only the things which are required for your references, you can just focus on those things. Once it is done, then you can do critical reading by adding annotations. Then there is one button. If you click, it will integrate with your MS Word. Then you can type your article in MS Word, and through the menu in MS Word, you can fetch citations from Mendeley, and at one click, you can prepare the bibliography. The styles of bibliography and citations can be changed by just selecting your style. So this is the summary of that, how to use Mendeley. It's very simple software. Once you go back, you can master this particular thing in just 15 minutes, not more than that. Okay.
There are some articles of which only the web link is there, but then the author name is not there. It is only the date posted on it. So is that an authenticated article there?
No. Then it's not an authenticated article. So that's why in my presentation, one point is specifically for that particular thing. So as Madam has raised one interesting issue, so I will just try to answer that particular thing. If you ask me, in my opinion, only these three are the resources on which one should focus as a research student. Okay? That is, one is journals. Okay? That means you may go for, say, Isho Sindhu like authorized resource, or PhD thesis which are available, or books from national, because these three resources are freely available to us. Because just downloading the things may not be appropriate. Then when you're talking about other resources, then you may go for proprietary. So if you just check, first is public or open access. These are the websites. I personally feel you should go through this directory of open access journals. So many journals are freely available there. And it's an official resource. So eShod Sindhu, I think all of us we are aware about. Thousands of journals are available there. So if you just go to InfluMnet site, from there you can go to eShod Sindhu. So there are three things: eShod Sindhu, eShod Ganga, and eShod Gangotri. eShod Sindhu gives you journals. eShod Gangotri gives you project synopsis. Whereas eShod Ganga gives you thesis. Entire thesis is available there. Okay. And then I personally feel all of us should have our account on National Digital Library. It's free. Just go to NDL's site, open your account. Through that, you will get access to millions of ebooks. Practically millions of ebooks are available. And personally, I feel that in your institutes, you can open its club. They have one facility, National Digital Library Club. So through that, all your students can also have collective access to NDL. One way is everybody can open, but then it will become difficult for us to control those things. And especially in our NAC and AQR, they're asking about these things. Now it is compulsory. So in this presentation, I'm recommending the things which are mandatory by NAC and AQR. Then when you're talking about proprietary resources, definitely you must be having some individual subscriptions. You can't run away from those things. Then database subscriptions, Scopus, now it has become something like a de facto standard. Everybody is asking about these things. But if you have access to eShod Sindhu, then you have by default access to Web of Science. So I request you just check it out, whether you have access to eShod Sindhu through any consortium at your institute. If you have, then by default you have access to Web of Science. And if you just go through NAC or AQR guidelines, Scopus and Web of Science both are alternatives. So generally we just focus only on Scopus, but Web of Science is also a valid alternative which is available to all of us through eShod Sindhu. Okay. And then definitely we are always part of some kind of consortium like Delnet or InfluMnet, so we can focus on these things. So madam, personally I feel that the resources downloaded from these authorized repositories can be considered valid. Generally, we follow this method. Whenever you're talking about collection of articles, generally we use search engine instead of going through any kind of repositories. But then also we need to use it little bit with focus. So when you're using say Google for searching, personally I feel you should go through Google's advanced search. Okay, so there is just a link. The link is google.com/advanced search. It gives you different parameters so that you can focus your research. That means instead of just landing with thousands of research articles, you can limit the search fields so that you will get some kind of a targeted search. Oh, I think these things are not visible to you, the things which I am opening, but definitely you can. मी दाखवतो ते दिसत नाहीये. This is how that Google's advanced search looks like. So here you can specify what exactly you're looking for. And so it can give you targeted search. Then definitely Google Scholar, all of us we are aware about. But personally, I feel that don't just restrict yourself with Google search. There are other search engines like Bing, Ask Me, or Yahoo. Take help of them also. Then one interesting fact which I observed is, I'll just share these things. When we are using Google search engine, focus on country relevant search. What I mean by this, say if I'm typing, say generally we type google.com. Okay, this is what we are getting. Now, if I type www.google.co.in, I'm getting another page. Okay. If I'm typing www.google.co.uk, I'm getting another page. Now, say I'm taking my cursor here. Some suggestions are there. Different suggestions. Okay. So what is happening is these are country specific Google search pages. So if somebody of you is interested to search information from say European countries, then there is no point to search that information on India specific Google search page. What happens here is ultimately you will get the information, but the information which you are looking for may be on page number 100 or page number 200. So if you are looking for some information which is specific to UK, then it's always good to open UK's Google page and do search there. So that will make your search more effective. So this is one suggestion. And the second one is we are doing our search only in English language. We feel that the language options provided are just kind of a translation. But say if somebody is doing research in Ayurveda, this Google search is almost irrelevant for them because their entire text is available in Devanagari script. Or if you're doing research, say in some topic which is very geography specific, so that time I request you please use these other options. These are not just translation. If you're going for say Marathi, then it will help you to find out Marathi documents easily. If you're going for Hindi, it will help you to find research articles or data published in Hindi language much more easily. So, because generally we are focusing only on English search. So this is another practical insight which we have got through our research. This co.in, that is India, co.uk. Okay, even if in Google you type country specific Google pages, it will give you a list. That will help us to focus our research geography wise. So there are so many other things also which we can discuss. Okay, then we'll stop here. If any queries are there, let us go for it. Sorry, I could not cover all the things in a proper way. Directly I jumped to the third part and then I tried to... Yes, ma'am.
So when we spoke for all downloadable documents.
PDFs.
PDFs. So if we have some URLs and all that cannot be incorporated.
What you can do is URL document, download, convert to PDF, and then put into WinRAR. So that is a way out.
Everything
PDF is a de facto standard for researcher, so that you can maintain the integrity of the document. Say if a document is in Word file format, then by mistake also if your keyboard gets pressed, those characters will get inserted into the document. So PDF ensures integrity of the document. Because you need to focus on two things, integrity and authenticity. Authenticity will come through that metadata or from where you are downloading the document. And integrity is that nobody has tampered with the document. So PDF will take care of that thing. That's why. Yes.
So content management is possible only in Mendeley, just like heading, subheading.
No, that you have to do in authoring tool, like MS Word. Because you are going to type your document in authoring tool. And you should integrate it. Yes. Yes.
And the PDF downloaded of the source, kept it, so that you can actually boot it and you can have your citation later.
Right.
That way you see.
Yes.
So downloading can be done on via the net.
Yes.
Usage can be done
Offline. Yes.
remembering our login.
Yes. And once you log in, then there is no need for you to again log in. And thanks for reminding me. I just forgot to share one insight on this. The beauty of this thing is, see, we are not carrying all our articles, research papers every time with us. Sometimes we are doing it in our home, sometimes in office, sometimes sitting somewhere else. Okay. Now, there is one beautiful facility of syncing. You can sync your standalone application with your online application. So there is only one button. If you click, I'll just show you that button. Okay, here is that button, sync. Okay. So whenever you have net connection, you just click sync. So now say you had two machines. Generally, we work on two machines. One our laptop at home and our office machine. So you install Mendeley on both the machines. Now, say you have today downloaded one article at home. You have inserted into your home Mendeley. And whenever you have net connection, you say sync. It will get automatically uploaded to your online account with all your annotations and everything. Now, tomorrow, when you are in office, if your net connection, just click the sync button of office. So that article will be synced with your office also. So this way, your entire research process will be in sync. It won't matter where you are doing that particular research. So that is a beautiful feature provided by Mendeley. So there is no need for us to carry all our articles on a pen drive everywhere, because and notes are also part of that article now. Mendeley maintains a separate database. So the notes which are taken in office, you can refer to the same thing in home also. So that is a beautiful thing in this. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes. And now, in your case, annotations may be in graphical formats, underlines or different diagrams or shapes. So those things also you can add through Mendeley. That is possible. Yes. Yes, I just showed you. Here. See, this article is there. Okay. Here is the author name. You can change. Then which journal, year of publication. So all the details you can edit. Automatically it will get inserted. Yes, everything will get. No, at bottom it is coming, no? Here, in references, everything is coming here automatically. Yes, you just need to change the citation style, no? Just citation style you need to change. Whichever style you want. So, okay. So that's the citation style issue. So shall we stop here? Thank you.
Thank you for wonderful session, sir. Thank you. Now I would like to call Rahil sir for the next session.
हो गया ना हो गया अभिषेक? Good evening to all of you. First of all, I really appreciate all the participants for sitting and listening and participating in all these guest lectures. It's very appreciable. Thank you very much. Keep it this motivation level. Because this, including another session, there is in the plan. I am Rahil Inamdar, Assistant Professor, Alana Institute of Management Sciences. I am here to introduce today's guest speaker, Dr. Archana Singh. She will speak on the topic systematic literature process. It's my great pleasure to introduce our today's guest speaker, Dr. Archana Singh. Ma'am has completed her PhD in Management, Postgraduate Diploma in Psychological Counseling, and MBA in Hospital Administration. Ma'am is currently associated with Vishwakarma University, Faculty of Commerce and Management, as an associate professor and a head of the department, where she teaches the various management subjects like business system, procedure, HR analytics, computer applications for business, etc. She is also involved in MBA, BBA curriculum designing, NAC, team member, research cell member, and much more. Previously, ma'am was also associated with the GSPM Naray Technical Campus, Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, and Lexicon Business School, JSPM's JSIMR, MIT School of Management, Singhad Institute of Business Administration and Research, IBMR, etc. Ma'am has various research publications to her name, along with national and international journals, various conference publications. She is also associated with the corporate training consultancy and research assignments. We are extremely delighted to have you with us today, ma'am, for this ANVESHAK 2022 program, and also looking forward for a great intellectual session ahead. I request Dr. Nilofer Sheikh, madam, Associate Professor, Alana Institute of Management Sciences, to felicitate guest. Thank you, Nilofer, ma'am. Now I will request Dr. Archana Singh to start with her session. Thanks.
Okay, so good afternoon, all of you. Good afternoon, all of you, and I'm here to give a brief about systematic literature review. You might have heard a lot about literature review, and while doing your PhD, while writing papers, literature review is something wherein everybody कहीं से भी पेपर उठाया बहुत सारे अलग अलग जगह से and then we compile and then we go ahead. No, this is actually not right, and we should do a systematic literature review, and whatever is your topic, I would suggest Google Scholar पे जाओ, and if you are having say Scopus or Web of Science or maybe PubMedia, there are so many such. I'll be going through all those databases too. So you need to write over there systematic literature review of that particular topic, and then you'll see your topic is having the systematic literature review. And once you have that paper, I tell you, your things are very, very easy for you, because that paper is having all the papers which you need, and then go to the references. Get all those papers from the references. That's one thing which is very, very important. So I've got my papers into Scopus. In fact, in ABDC B journals also I have got published. I'm so sorry. Some problem? Okay. So I'm not wasting much time. I'll just go ahead. I will be showing you my paper first, and how my flow of presentation will be. We'll be talking about that too. Writing a systematic literature review has become a trend. And how did it start? I'll just talk about it. So it started from medical field. So in medical field, it was very must to understand. Maybe अगर हम किसी रिसर्च कर रहे हैं किसी एक से किसी बीमारी के बारे में, तो वो कब शुरू हुआ, किसने क्या किया, उसके ऊपर क्या रिसर्च हुआ, वहां से ये सिस्टमैटिक लिटरेचर रिव्यू आया है. Until and unless मेडिकल फील्ड में ये समझ में नहीं आता है कि इस पर्टिकुलर बीमारी के लिए कैसे कैसे क्या क्या किया है, people cannot go for further research, right? That's how we also take up gaps we identified from the literature reviews. We go ahead with the gaps, and from the gap we formulate the research question, which is how we go ahead. Now I'll show you that how we need to go ahead for systematic literature review. So, how many of you know what is systematic literature review? Tell me if you how many of you know how to do it? Have you heard about it? Have you heard? How many of you have heard it? So, it's a very nice process, and there is a Prisma framework which we use for it. I'll be taking you through that Prisma framework. And as I could see that Venke was talk to you, even if you do not have, I'll be showing you अगर focus में है तो बहुत likely चीज हो जाती है अगर आपके institute के पास है या फिर आप अपना maybe किसी research you are having people from other institutes who are also doing research. You can ask them, can you just help us out? We can go ahead for so वहां से आप स्कोपस के ये डाउनलोड कर सकते हो. मैं वो भी आपको दिखाऊंगी एक्सेल शीट में कैसे आप जब डाउनलोड करते हो तो कैसे दिखता है, एंड उसके ऊपर फिर आप कैसे हाउ कैन यू गो अहेड फॉर मेकिंग द फ्रेमवर्क एंड देन एनालिसिस एंड देन हाउ यू गो अहेड. ओके, सो the flow of the presentation will go this way, wherein we'll start with basic concepts of SLR, which I try to talk about right away. Formulating research questions, SLR paper template I'll be showing you, which the paper has got published maybe a year back, and I'll just show you how to go ahead. Main components of SLR, how to go about, तो क्या क्या components होने चाहिए SLR में, ठीक है, कैसे शुरू करना है. तो सबसे पहला तो आपका काम है जब आप if you are doing a research, first thing you should do is, if your topic is not having a systematic literature review, go ahead, publish a paper on that topic or for systematic literature review. Fine. So then preparing your manuscript, how you will be preparing it, and publication. So the seventh which you are seeing over here is it's the link for my paper, but I'll show you the paper. I've downloaded that paper here. So when we talk about systematic literature review, how do we go ahead? So first is your review planning. So you have to plan the review effort and training activities. So basically, first you have to understand, okay, what we need to do. How we need to go ahead for a systematic literature review. So first, you have to have a topic decided. Once you have decided the topic, you have to understand the gaps. How will you get the gaps? You cannot get the gaps easily, right? So you have to read few of the paper. तो पहला हम क्या करते हैं, हम पुणे यूनिवर्सिटी में भी यही करते हैं कि topic पहला decide किया, right? Now systematic literature review has got one thing. Your research question should be only one. With one research, it can be 2, 3, but it will go very wider. So for first if you're starting, take up one. Or as my paper is having 3 research questions, I'll show you how. Then question formulation, define the research questions. You need to define the research questions. Then go ahead for search strategy, wherein we can define the review scope and how to go ahead for search strings. So जब हम search करते Google Scholar पे, right, या फिर Scopus पे या Web of Science में, तो हमें कैसे strings use करने चाहिए, right? So maybe if I am doing a research on sustainability development or sustainable manufacturing, right? We have done a paper on sustainable education. I'll just show you that paper of mine. So what are the strings which you have to go ahead? आपको कैसे strings use करना है, boolean कैसे use करना है, and कैसे use करना, और कैसे use करना है, कौन-कौन सी चीजें कैसे आएंगी, all these things comes under, and you have to write these things in the paper. That's what is systematic literature review. So taking up those, you can talk it keywords, and with those keywords, how you are putting it in on Scopus or in maybe Google Scholar, because today I usually we do it from Scopus, but I could see that many people do not have Scopus, right? So you can go ahead for Google Scholar में भी ये हो सकता है, वो भी मैं आपको बता के जाऊंगी कि Google Scholar से कैसे कर सकते हो, और पूरी की पूरी एक्सेल शीट डाउनलोड हो जाएगी। और वो जैसे हम लोग हमारे टाइम में हम लोग क्या करते थे, एक पेपर डाउनलोड करते थे, फिर उसका योर नेम लिखते थे, फिर नाम लिखते थे पेपर का, फिर उसका एब्स्ट्रैक्ट लिखते थे, ऐसे करके हमने एक्सेल शीट बनाई हुई है, राइट? अभी कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है। स्कोपस में तो आपने बस टिक 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 मार्क करना है, वो वहां से डाउनलोड हो जाएगा। This can also be done by Google Scholar. How? We will be talking about that. Next is selection process. So define अब हमें कौन से पेपर रखने हैं, कौन से पेपर हटाने हैं उसमें से, ये होता है selection process. So that is known as defining the inclusion and exclusion criteria. कि मान लीजिए मुझे कॉन्फ्रेंस के पेपर्स नहीं चाहिए, मुझे कुछ ब्लॉग्स नहीं चाहिए, मुझे और XYZ हमने पहले ही सोच लिया है कि we are not going to include such things in our paper, in whatever paper we are writing. So we can exclude those. But while excluding, you have to mention it in the paper, right? And that is known as inclusion and exclusion criteria. We move ahead and we see then is the strength of evidence, that is define what makes high quality paper, and then you have to how the high quality papers are accepted and what needs to be done, because usually what happens, SLR जब तक आप लिखोगे तब तक दूसरा, क्योंकि ये easy है, इससे आगे बढ़ोगे तो मेटा एनालिसिस आता है। मेटा एनालिसिस में एकदम ग्लिम्स दूंगी क्योंकि 1 घंटे में ये पूरा फिनिश नहीं होगा, बट SLR and meta analysis, and that's how the word prisma has come, right? Then you have to have defined what makes a high quality paper. So usually when we go ahead for publishing a paper in C category journal or B category journal, there are lots of papers of systematic literature review in the B category and C category journal. Usually for A and A star journal, you need to have maybe a quantitative analysis, as well as you can go ahead or maybe systematic literature review as well as meta analysis. तो आज के डेट में सबको चाहिए स्कोपस इंडेक्स, JBDC वाले papers. So it's not that tough. I tell you, since last 2 to 3 years I've started, and I can see it's just people have made a very fad this thing about वो पूरा fad ही है कि अच्छा paper. But if you put up, time should be there and your thought process should be there, and there should be, आपको पता होना चाहिए कि मुझे कैसे पढ़ना है और कैसे करना है. It's not tough to get your papers published in at least B category journal, क्योंकि मैंने वहां तक अभी किया है. A में I am targeting now. Okay, so then it is so defining what makes a high quality paper, so that then you can decide that my paper should go into the B or C or A. So अगर आपने 2 criteria डाली हैं, जैसे SLR with meta analysis, you can go for A. अगर आपने मान लो SEM मॉडलिंग करी है, मॉडल बनाया है, उसको टेस्ट किया है एमॉस में, ठीक है, और SLR भी किया है, तो वो A स्टार में डाल सकते हो, वो एक्सेप्ट होगा बकायदा कि वो पेपर ऑलरेडी उसी सेम टॉपिक पे SLR हो चुका नहीं है, क्योंकि SLR इतनी इजी है ना, आज के डेट में सारे लोग SLR कर लेते हैं, तो हार्डली इट्स 1 महीने के टाइम में आप SLR पब्लिश कर सकते हो, मतलब बना सकते हो. Then going ahead for analysis, so extracting the evidence from the selected papers. अब आपके पास ये सारे पेपर्स एक्सेल शीट में आ गए हैं, राइट? हमने गूगल से भी आप निकाल लोगे, मेंडले से उसका ये होता है, जब अगर गूगल स्कॉलर पे हम काम करते हैं तो दैट आई विल बी शोइंग यू. स्कोपस एंड वेब ऑफ साइंस से तो वहीं से डाउनलोड हो जाता है, ठीक है, तो उसमें एब्स्ट्रैक्ट भी है. So once you know कि अच्छा ये सारे एक्सेल शीट में ये पेपर्स आ गए हैं, तो अब हम उसमें से पहले एक्सक्लूड करेंगे पेपर्स. कैसे एक्सक्लूड करेंगे पेपर्स? तो we need to go and read the abstracts. एब्स्ट्रैक्ट से आपको पता चलेगा कि अच्छा ये मेरे स्कोप में है या नहीं है. और फिर वहां से आप एक्सक्लूड येलो येलो लाइन बनाओगे कि ये मेरे इंक्लूसिव वाले पेपर्स हैं और ये इनको एक्सक्लूड कर देना पेपर्स में, बट वो रहेंगे आपके पास। क्योंकि जब प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क आता है तो प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क में वो देखते हैं कि 3000 पेपर डाउनलोड किया है कि 2000 किया है कि 1500 किया है कि 1000 किया है, डिपेंड ऑन योर टॉपिक कितने पेपर्स अवेलेबल हैं और कितने सालों से किया है। 5 साल टाइम लिया है, 3 साल टाइम लिया है, कितने साल का टाइम लिया है, राइट? एंड दैट इज हाउ यू extract the evidence from the, and then through those what do you call it, abstracts, you can then you have कि अच्छा अभी मेरे पास 23 या 25 पेपर्स बच गए जिनके एब्स्ट्रैक्ट्स जो है मुझे लग रहा है कि ये पेपर्स को अगर मैं पढ़ूंगी तो दिस विल कंट्रीब्यूट टुवर्ड्स माय रिसर्च। यूजुअली अर्लियर व्हाट वी यूज्ड टू हैपन, हमें किसी ने ये बताया ही नहीं था तो हम सारे पेपर्स पढ़ते जाते थे और वो समुंदर है, कितने पेपर्स पढ़ो, राइट? So with these abstracts you can very well come to know that these are the abstracts which are contributing towards my research and start reading those abstracts. Now you have finalized 25 26 abstracts or maybe 30 40 abstracts. Start reading those papers, and from those papers then you can go ahead for maybe analyzing those papers and coming up with a discussion and resultant, or else you can go ahead for उसमें से जितने पेपर्स के क्वांटिटेटिव एनालिसिस होंगे उसके ऊपर मेटा एनालिसिस होता है। मेटा एनालिसिस में बहुत चीजें देखते हैं, जिसमें आपका रिग्रेशन रन कर रहे हो या फिर एमॉस लगा रहे हो तो आर स्क्वायर का वैल्यू इसमें कितना आया है, दूसरे पेपर में कितना आया है, वो पूरा फिर कैलकुलेशन होता है, वो मेटा एनालिसिस होता है। नॉट गेटिंग इनटू द मेटा एनालिसिस बिकॉज दैट्स नॉट माय forte for today. Then we move ahead for synthesis, wherein we make a structure that we structure the evidence in order to draw the conclusions. अभी आप समझ में आ गया है कि ये पेपर्स हैं, फिर हम एक स्ट्रक्चर बनाएंगे एंड देन फिर उस स्ट्रक्चर पे हम पढ़ना शुरू करेंगे तो हमारा जितने भी 2-3 रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस हैं उसके आंसर्स आपको उन्हीं पेपर्स से आ जाएंगे, राइट? अगर नहीं आए तो फिर आप गैप में लिखोगे कि ये मैंने इतना पढ़ा है और इन पेपर से ये समझ में आया है कि देयर इज a gap in this literature which none of the researchers have taken up, and then you can say the future scope of study is that these are the things which is not being studied in these particular areas, and the future researchers can go ahead and do a research on it. That's how the research is. What we do is not a research. पेपर लिखना है, इधर से उठाया ना, SLR is so easy. So go ahead for it. So synthesis, and last is process monitoring. Ensure the process is repeatable and complete. So continuously go ahead, make up a time. SLR करना है, टाइमलाइन बना लो, 1 महीने 1.5 महीने, मेंटले में सारे पेपर्स डालो, Google Scholar पे every day make it a rule. 1 hour I'll sit, I'll put up all these paper into Mendeley, and then I'll start going ahead. Excel में आपका Mendeley से भी डाउनलोड हो जाता है और वहां से हम अपना सिस्टमैटिक लिटरेचर रिव्यू शुरू करेंगे। ओके, so here basic concepts of SLR if we talk about, so literature reviews establish the foundation of academic inquiries, we all know that. However, in the planning field we lack rigorous systematic reviews, and that's how we miss few of the papers. And then if you send it across with few papers, which has happened with me too, that अगर स्कोपस में पेपर भेज दिया तो वो जो आपका रिव्यू कर रहे हैं उनके ही 4 पेपर्स हमने नहीं डाले हैं, एंड एक्चुअली उस टॉपिक से है, क्योंकि मुझे पता है मेरा ये टॉपिक है, राइट? एंड आई एम अ रिव्यूअर एंड आई हैव नॉट इंक्लूडेड, दैट मींस आई हैव नॉट डन अ रोबस्ट लिटरेचर रिव्यू व्हेन आई एम सेंडिंग इट फॉर स्कोपस. So it's mandatory to not leave any paper in the area where you are doing your research. Understand? And it is easier in today's date. Everything is there. So you need to go ahead, do a robust literature, systematic literature review. Then only you can go ahead for कि इसमें से हमें बाकी पेपर्स में से हमें क्या मॉडल लेना है, हमारे मॉडल को एक्सटेंशन देना है, वेरिएबल्स कौन सा उठाना है, वेरिएबल्स इंडिपेंडेंट क्या लेना है, डिपेंडेंट क्या लेना है. बहुत इजी हो जाएगा आपका पीएचडी अगर आप द पीएचडी स्कॉलर्स इफ दे आर सिटिंग हियर, राइट? So a systematic search on the methodology of literature review, we categorize the typology of literature review, discuss steps in conducting a systematic literature review, and provide suggestions on to how enhance the rigor in literature reviews in planning, education, and research. I had to write, so I've written, but whatever I've spoken is what is my experiential learning. Here, if you see the introduction of SLR, now when we start a paper, जब हम शुरू करते हैं systematic literature review, divide, सबसे पहला पेपर का टॉपिक आ जाएगा. I'll show you the paper also. टॉपिक आ गया. उसके बाद टॉपिक के जैसे आपने टॉपिक लिखा, सबसे पहले आप मेरे समझ से थर्ड पॉइंट पहले आएगा, रिसर्च क्वेश्चन डाल लो. रिसर्च क्वेश्चन के हिसाब से, so maybe research question can be anything like I am working right now कि merger and acquisition का employees पे क्या satisfaction पे क्या effect पड़ता है, या yoga and meditation how it is helping the happiness quotient of people in maybe X generation X या Z, जो भी आप जिनको भी बेबी बूमर्स लेना चाहते हो या जिसको भी लेना चाहते हो उसके हिसाब से आ जाएगा, राइट. सो रिसर्च क्वेश्चन आपने डाल दिया, राइट. अभी इस रिसर्च क्वेश्चन और भी हम डाल सकते हैं कि इसमें और क्या स्टडी हुआ है, क्या हुआ है. सो एग्जिस्टिंग नॉलेज ऑन द प्रॉब्लम, व्हाट इज ऑलरेडी अवेलेबल इन द नॉलेज बेस, 500 वर्ड्स इस पे आएगा, ठीक है. लिमिटेशन ऑफ नॉलेज बेस, अभी लिमिटेशन क्या है उस नॉलेज, जैसे मैं अभी बता रही थी कि एब्स्ट्रैक्ट आप डाउनलोड करो. एब्स्ट्रैक्ट डाउनलोड करने के बाद आपको समझ में आ जाएगा कि ये पेपर्स हैं, वो पेपर्स को आप निकालोगे और उन पेपर्स से आपको समझ में आएगा कि क्या लिमिटेशंस है नॉलेज बेस में, राइट. सो 500 वर्ड्स फॉर दैट एंड then your research question will come. So basically introduction में 500 और 500 research question पे भी आप पहले research gap लिखो, फिर आपका research question आता है, तो ये 500 वर्ड हो जाएगा. 1500 वर्ड्स का आपका इंट्रोडक्शन हो गया ऑफ SLR, ठीक है. इससे आगे ये मेरा एब्स्ट्रैक्ट था, जो पेपर मैंने किया है उसका ये एब्स्ट्रैक्ट था. आई विल नॉट जस्ट गो थ्रू, इसको मैं जस्ट ऐसे ये करी हूँ. अभी हमारे एब्स्ट्रैक्ट का पेपर रिसर्च क्वेश्चन था, द स्टडी एड्रेसेस दीज रिसर्च क्वेश्चंस wherein I had taken what is the present status of research in sustainable entrepreneurship education. That was my first what do you call it, research question. Second was, how can the research on sustainable entrepreneurship education be arranged in various themes and sub-themes through a thematic framework. I'll be talking about the thematic framework right away. And third research question was, identifying key research areas and emerging trends for sustainable entrepreneurship education. So ये तीन रिसर्च क्वेश्चन के साथ हम लोग बढ़े, ठीक है. अब इसके so ये बात कर रहा है, सबसे पहला प्रेजेंट स्टेटस क्या है रिसर्च का ऑन सस्टेनेबल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एजुकेशन के ऊपर हम कर रहे हैं. तो हमारे पास कीवर्ड्स आ गए, सस्टेनेबिलिटी, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, एजुकेशन. अब आपको ये कीवर्ड्स कैसे कैसे चेंज होगा, क्या क्या हम डाल सकते हैं, वो आगे के स्लाइड्स में आपको दिखेगा. हाउ कैन द रिसर्च ऑन सस्टेनेबल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप एजुकेशन बी अरेंज्ड. अब हम इसको पूरा लिटरेचर रिव्यू को कैसे अरेंज करेंगे ताकि सारे थीम्स एंड सब थीम्स जो भी इसके ऊपर काम हुआ है वो हमारे पास आ जाए, राइट. And identifying key research areas and emerging trends for sustainable entrepreneurship in education. अब हम उसमें से key research areas निकालेंगे जो emerging trends दिख रहा है on sustainable entrepreneurship in education. So now here we have used a methodology. What have we done? First thing which in the methodology we have done is a systematic review provides the most reliable, efficient and high quality methods which I was talking about, which was given by Cook in 1997, Denner and Transfield in 2006 for assessing extensive basis of literature which I was talking about right away. Second is it aims to aggregate large volumes of information from wide range of studies into an accessible synthesis. Some of the prominent features of the systematic review are transparency of the methods used, a standard set of steps or phases, and explicit inclusion and exclusion criteria, which I was talking about right now. The aim of our systematic review is to structure the research in the field of sustainable entrepreneurship, because we have done on this paper, we have put up what is the aim to in the field of sustainable entrepreneurship education, identify the emergent क्या themes है, अभी क्या themes इसमें आ रहे हैं, right? Point out the most important gaps क्या है, and thus contribute to a conceptual framework development. Khan et al. In 2003 have provided a stepwise framework for conducting a systematic literature review. So there was a person who has actually made this, and if you go ahead, you will see papers on. I'll show you that, and maybe I'll leave it with Shagota ma'am, few of the papers which talks about how to go ahead and do the systematic literature review. So, which is widely accepted and is adopted to the present study. So, Khan et al. Had done that in 2003. This is how you do a Prisma. This is how the Prisma framework looks like, and what it is contributing towards. So, you can see included, eligibility, screening, and identification. So, if you start, we start with identification, and as I had told you, first and foremost, we will download the Excel file from Scopus or Google Scholar. If you are doing it with Google Scholar, you should have Mendeley attached with it, as I have shown. And Mendeley से कैसे download करना है वो मैं आपको दिखा दूंगी. अभी ये करने के बाद records identified through database searching. तो n is equals to 32. ये एक बहुत छोटा सा मैंने डायग्राम बनाया है, बट हमारे पेपर्स का भी मैं आपको दिखाती हूँ, और भी पेपर्स का देखोगे तो 2000 3000 ऐसे पेपर्स रहते हैं. ठीक है, दिस इज वेरी स्मॉल which has been taken for this flow diagram. I've just picked it from Google. Additional records identified through other sources, that is n is equals to 0. Records after duplicate, so आपको duplicates को remove करना है, right? So Excel में आता है remove identify duplicates, तो आपको वही कलर सेम कलर के आपको वो कलर कर देगा. ठीक है, अब वहां से आपको वो duplicates को हटाना है. So records after duplicate removed, n is equals to 28. So that means 32 minus 28 उतने duplicate papers थे, right? Then you can go ahead, record screened. Then you have started your screening. So मैंने पूरे के पूरे population को screen किया है, मतलब 28 पेपर को screen किया. और records उसमें से 28 पेपर को screen करने के बाद हमने exclude किया कि ये मेरे पेपर कोई काम का नहीं है. ये बात कर रहा है maybe they are talking about sustainable education in America, which is not my domain. I want to see more whatever things which is happening in India, maybe, or something else, sustainable education in maybe in agriculture, which is not my domain, right? So taking up that, then you move ahead. So maybe I exclude seven such papers. Then I move ahead and I see full text article essays. So I have now done what? Abstract. Abstract से मैंने कितने हटाए? 7 को हटाए. Abstract के बाद हमने क्या किया? Full text article को assess किया for eligibility. कि ये पूरे, तो उससे कितने निकले? 21 papers. इन 21 papers को फिर हमने full text article excluded with reasons. अभी उसमें से भी आपके कुछ papers ऐसे होंगे which you feel that okay it is not contributing. Abstract से तो समझ में आया तो उसको हटा दिया, फिर नीचे आए तो फिर इतना मिला. उसमें से भी आप फुल पेपर पढ़ना शुरू किए. 28 फुल पेपर पढ़ने के बाद आपको लगा कि नहीं, 4 पेपर्स इसमें से भी एक्सक्लूड करना, ये ना तो मुझे वेरिएबल्स दे रहा है, बहुत बैडली लिखा हुआ है, इससे कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा है. ऐसे भी पेपर्स है ना, ऐसा नहीं है कि सारे पेपर्स अच्छे ही हैं, क्योंकि आप हो सकता है गूगल स्कॉलर से जब लोगे तो सारे पेपर्स अपलोडेड है, you are not having, but when you take from Scopus, those are basically very quality papers. WOS से तो क्वालिटी पेपर्स हैं, तो अगर वहां से ले रहे हैं तो हमें नहीं करने की जरूरत है. बट जब गूगल स्कॉलर पे करोगे तो आपको 2000-3000 पेपर्स ऐसे मिलेंगे. सो दैट्स हाउ आई ऑलवेज प्रेफर, इफ यू हैव फ्रेंड्स एट देयर, आप उनको कीवर्ड्स भेज दो, वो सर्च करके डाउनलोड करके एक्सेल शीट भेज देंगे आपको, और आपको ये प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क में उस हिसाब से एक्सेल शीट से ये डाल देना यहाँ पे. Am I clear till here? Any doubts? Okay. Then you go ahead and do the studies included in qualitative synthesis, and then 17 पेपर मेरे ऐसे हैं जो क्वालिटेटिव, क्योंकि मुझे क्वालिटेटिव ही स्टडी करना है, तो 17 पेपर ऐसे हैं, तो मैंने SLR करना है, तो I just need to have 17 papers. If I want to go ahead for meta analysis, I might have taken more papers. Am I clear till here? Now we move ahead and see, this is my paper, and this is how we had done our, because see what happens, आप किसी के भी पेपर से आप अपना ये बना लोगे ना, तो प्लैगियरिज्म चेक करना, मैंने मेरे खुद के पेपर्स को मैंने फ्रेमवर्क भी कॉपी किया ना, तो सेल्फ प्लैगियरिज्म में चला जाता है, एंड इट इज रियली टफ. सो दिमाग लगाने, मतलब आपके पुराने पेपर को भी आपको नहीं लेना है जब आप नया पेपर लिख रहे हो. तो. 1 second. क्योंकि plagiarism check is something wherein everything it is red दिखना शुरू होता है. We are just struggling with one of our paper which we are struggling from 2019, I tell you, and it was accepted in Scopus, but Corona came, bad luck of us, and we did it for COVID. Now tourism, and it wasn't tourism का पेपर था और COVID के ऊपर था. अभी COVID चला गया है, so हर जगह से वो reject हो रहा है कि what will be the use. I can do a SLR on that paper and say that maybe next अगर ऐसा कुछ pandemic आया, this is of great use. But yeah, we are starting. Let me not get into it. So start of research we started. We took up a few of the steps, wherein the first step talks about framing the research questions. You can see these were the 3 research questions which I just read in our previous slide. And then the second, if you see step, is identifying the relevant work, which talks about search strategy. Now you can see we have taken search strategy from Scopus and Web of Science, right? So here if you see keywords we have taken, that is sustainable and entrepreneur and enterprise or business and education and teaching. So this is how you have to put the booleans into the search, right? And then out of those, from Scopus and Web of Science, we have got 282 articles. Out of those 282 articles now, you can see next step is assessing the quality of studies. Now we went ahead for 282 articles and we did a removal of duplicates. So we could see there were 214 articles which were duplicates, and inclusion and exclusion criteria we took, which was 56 articles plus 3 articles we took up. And then finally we came ahead with summarizing the evidence, that is the data analysis, and designing a research framework. When we designed the research framework, to the paper you can see, interpreting the findings, and then concluding the research implications, limitations, and future research. So this was one more this thing. I'll not go ahead with more because I had thought agar samajh mein nahi aayega then we'll take it up. So it's the same thing it is talking. So when we talk about data extraction, in the data extraction phase, maybe 45 articles, it depends, right? Article must be original paper. You'll ask me how to extract the data. So can be original paper, review paper, conference paper, published reports, case studies. Now maybe you can say few things, case studies can be excluded. आप पूछोगे ना inclusion में क्या डालूं, exclusion में क्या डालूं? तो case study कभी-कभी बच्चे भी अपना case study Google Scholar पे upload कर देते हैं. या case center में वहाँ भी MBA के बच्चे, I have seen they are writing good case studies now. I was just other day I was doing something for MIT WPU. I was just going through so many papers. They have case studies they have sent across for case center for getting published, and few 2-3 तो बहुत ही अच्छे थे. So that can be utilized also. Now the articles must be in English language, so you will find many articles in different languages, right? You can find in maybe Chinese, you can find in Korean, Spanish. So all these articles must be in English language and from the field of social sciences, business and economics. अब आपको वहां पे ना आप जाओगे तो आपको दिखेगा कौन से फील्ड के पेपर चाहिए. हो सकता है ये पेपर्स जो है वो आर्किटेक्चर फील्ड के हैं, हो सकता है किसी और फील्ड के हैं जो कि आपको काम ही नहीं आए. तो स्कोपस में दिया रहता है टिक मार्क 5 साल के ही चाहिए. I want to study only 5 years. I want to study only 10 years. So you can just tick mark. Years are given. So वो सारी चीजें अभी मैं दिखाऊंगी आपको कैसे दिया रहता है. Extracted articles were published between 1980 to 2020. So you can write there from which year to which year have you taken those articles from. ठीक है. The extracted papers were from कहाँ से लिया है, कौन सी countries से लिया है, क्योंकि आपका scope well defined होना चाहिए. आप PhD भी कर रहे हो तो scope well defined रहेगा, आपको कोई भी उंगली नहीं उठा सकता है. तो data extraction आप कैसे करोगे, scope बहुत अच्छे से आपको पता होना चाहिए कि आप SMEs ले रहे हो, IT industries ले रहे हो. अगर वो भी ले रहे हो तो पहला आपको literature review में वो scope नहीं रहेगा, but वहां के लिटरेचर रिव्यू में भी आपको स्कोप करना है कि आपको पूरा का पूरा वर्ल्ड पढ़ना है या केवल एशियन कंट्रीज पढ़ना है या फिर which different countries you want and which years you want. Things have changed, so maybe I just want to do for 5 years, right? So here if you see that This one. So here, if you see, there are choices of database for articles. This was news for me also because I couldn't understand कि अच्छा इतने databases हैं. So you can see Scopus, Web of Science, PubMed, Google Scholar. हम ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा ये चार ही use करते हैं, right? But there are मतलब अगर engineering के हैं तो अलग ये हैं, ठीक है? I will leave this. You don't. If you don't want, don't take the picture. I will send it across this PPT to Shagufta ma'am. Not an issue at all. Fine. Complementary index, academic search complete, science citation, Medline, ERIC. So these are the different ebook index. All these are the different databases from where you can grab the papers. Then you need to go ahead for selection criteria, which I was talking about. That was inclusion and exclusion. So the selection criteria were based on Prisma statement. Now Prisma was given by, the name Prisma statement was given by Moher et al. In 2009. He made this particular framework, and the search mainly focused on mapping the existing literature. Now this was a research which was done on COVID-19. So here they have utilized COVID-19. I've tried to gather from different places in the field of social sciences or environmental sciences, business and economics. Now this can change. This will change according to your keywords, right? It can be maybe sustainable education, so many different things. And the search then narrowed to the subject areas like environmental science, multidisciplinary, social. So I told you which are the different things you can take up, and then here you can take all articles before 1980 were excluded from the study. You can just write it down. The search was mainly focused on, so you can see the earlier slide which I have taken up that talks about does the articles from any other country were excluded, and a total of 85 research articles were excluded at this stage. There are 105 records were extracted at this stage. You have to write this way. Whatever red you are seeing, you have to remove those red, and when you are doing your systematic literature review, your things will come over there, and that's how the red things are there. Am I clear? So keyword search, how will you do? So we had in our paper, we had divided it into group A, group B and group C. Group A had, so you can see in our paper, we had, with the title itself, you can see we had sustainability. So sustainability का और क्या word use कर सकते हैं? तो sustainable use कर सकते हैं. इस पे हमने sustainable डाला and inverted commas में डालोगे. ठीक है? Entrepreneurship group B में आ गया entrepreneurship, enterprise, entrepreneurs, entrepreneurial, business. तो अलग-अलग पेपर में ये नाम आएंगे. But they are talking about entrepreneurship, right? Then comes group C, which talks about education. So education में कहीं university बोलोगे, कहीं college बोलोगे, कहीं teaching बोलोगे, कहीं learning बोलोगे. So that you have to be very clear और दिमाग लगाने की जरूरत है वहाँ पे. ठीक है? क्योंकि अगर वहाँ पे आपने सही keywords नहीं दिए तो आपको पूरे पेपर नहीं मिलेंगे. कुछ पेपर्स आपके छूट जाएंगे. So that you have to sit back and थोड़ा दिमाग लगाओ कि अच्छा पेपर्स, क्योंकि इनिशियली तो आप पेपर पढ़ते ही हो ना, तो उसमें समझ में आएगा कि अच्छा इसमें तो ये आईटी इंडस्ट्रीज यूज कर रहे हैं, अच्छा इसमें सर्विस सेक्टर यूज कर रहे हैं, इसमें आईटीएस यूज कर रहे हैं, राइट? सो दैट्स हाउ यू विल बी राइटिंग द कीवर्ड्स फॉर योर सर्च. Now for our paper, the first search done, so this was for my other paper, well-being and tourism and pandemic or COVID-19 or coronavirus. This is how you take out you do the keyword search. The second search was also done on the same search terms, which was resilient. Well-being को हम resilient भी बोल सकते हैं, resilient and tourism, pandemic और COVID-19 और coronavirus. Boolean operators अगर हम use करते तो and use होता है, was used to ensure that all three items were included in the search, or to ensure all variations for the terms well-being and those related to pandemic. And truncation symbol ये जो है star वो भी use करते हैं, was used to guarantee the inclusion of words with the same origin. वो आप पूछेगा आपसे कि ये word केवल abstract में होना चाहिए या कहीं भी आपके पेपर में आएगा तो वो पेपर fetch करना है. So when you go to Google Scholar or to the Scopus, they will ask you this. So जब आप star दोगे, that means they are talking about they will guarantee the inclusion of that particular word which you have given with the same origin, and they'll pick those papers and give it out as an Excel. So inclusion and exclusion criteria in SLR, if you see how we need to put up. So you can see maybe inclusion I will have is journal article. I will have directly related to sustainable entrepreneurship education, articles in press, articles related to sustainable entrepreneurship where university students are respondents, and related to any of the TBL aspects, that is economic, social and environmental. This is how we had given the inclusion in the paper. When we talk about exclusion, only entrepreneurship education or only sustainability education or business education will come. Conference proceeding, books, तो ये हमने exclude किया. आप यहाँ पे देखो जिसमें abstract नहीं available है, जिस पेपर में non English articles हैं, not on higher education है, तो उन सबको हमने exclude कर दिया. अभी इंक्लूजन एंड एक्सक्लूजन क्राइटेरिया इन एसएलआर में मैं ये भेज दूंगी. आप यू पीपल कैन जस्ट गो थ्रू इट बिकॉज आई सपोज आई हैव टू रश फॉर कंप्लीटिंग दिस सेशन. Then comes quality assessment. Here if you see, you need to also see what quality you are taking up, right, for the papers. So the study is based on an original research articles, review papers and conference, जो मैंने बोला, inclusive and exclusive. So a careful evaluation of each research paper was carried out at a later stage. So पहले abstracts आप देखोगे जो हमने बताया. Abstracts of these articles were checked deeply for the analysis and purification of the articles to ensure that the quality and relevance of academic literature included in the review process. Second will be a careful evaluation of each research paper was carried out at later stage. तो आप जब नीचे आओगे, जो मैं प्रिज्मा फ्रेमवर्क दिखाई हूँ, तो लास्ट में आपको बोलता है कि ये सारे पेपर्स आपको पढ़ने हैं आफ्टर यू हैव सेग्रीगेटेड. And now the next exclusion criteria we talk about was to limit the papers published in English language only, and there was one article in non-English language, तो उसको हमने exclude किया. This is how you can see in Scopus. This is how it looks like. ठीक है, मैंने इसको कोशिश किया है, but somehow it became very hazy. So you can see this is how it looks like. व्यू मेंडली, वहां पे आप मेंडली में डेटा भी देख सकते हो. एंड जब आप अपना ये ओपन करोगे तो यहाँ पे आप देखो 2015 से, तो टिक 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 करोगे तो आप देखो 2015 में 62 आर्टिकल्स है, 71, 100, 89, 85, ये सारे चाहिए. ऑथर्स नेम, सब्जेक्ट एरिया, ये सारी चीजें आप इंक्लूड करोगे. एंड हियर इफ यू सी CSV एक्सपोर्ट दिख रहा है आपको, राइट? तो आप जब वो सारे इंक्लूड करोगे और CSV एक्सपोर्ट पे जाओगे एंड डाउनलोड पे जाओगे, तो आपको वो सारे पेपर्स जो हैं वो एक्सेल में आ जाएंगे. जो हम लोग पहले खुद से लिखते थे और बनाते थे, वो आपके लिए अब रेडीमेड है विद स्कोपस हैज मेड. या ओके ऑनलाइन दे शुड. आई डोंट हैव हियर इन. Is it clear, all of you? Okay. Then you can see this. Again, if you want to export in Mendeley, you can go it from here. If you want it CSV, you can go in from here. BibTeX, MinTeX, all these things you can take it up from here. And you can see citation, information, authors, documents, year, what you want. You can just need to tick, 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 and you can get that particular thing. And this is how your data will come in the Excel sheet, right? Authors, methodology, target group, main conclusion, and you can make charts out of it. अब Excel में आ गया ना, तो year wise you can make the chart. This is how your chart will look like. So we had done for our paper. So number of journal articles has published year wise. You can see 2020 में कितना है, maybe 2019. So this Excel sheet जैसे आ गया, आप वहाँ पे जाके pivot table पे जाओ और वहाँ से you can make the through the pivot table you can make your chart. या फिर आप ऐसे भी बना सकते हो चार्ट्स में जाके, बट पिवट टेबल है तो उसको यूज करो और वहां किसको कहां डालना है, यू कैन यूटिलाइज इट एंड मेक इट. नाउ रिपोर्टिंग रिजल्ट्स, इफ यू सी डिस्क्रिप्टिव एनालिसिस, सो रिकॉर्ड्स डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ओवर द इयर्स यू कैन मेक, country wise distribution you can make. You can also go in for most cited records and you can also go in for most cited journals, right? So आपको पता चलेगा अच्छा ये सबसे ज्यादा cited है तो इसके एक भी आर्टिकल्स मिस नहीं होने चाहिए. तो आप वहां से जो आपके एक्सेल शीट आए हैं वहां से आप मोस्ट साइटेड भी वो भी निकाल सकते हो. देन एनालिसिस ऑफ एसएलआर, उसके बाद आपका प्रिज्मा तैयार हो गया, प्रिज्मा तैयार होने के बाद आप एनालिसिस करोगे, ठीक है। एनालिसिस कैसे करोगे, तो एक्सट्रैक्ट द एविडेंस फ्रॉम द सिलेक्टेड, ऑलरेडी आई हैव स्पोकन अबाउट दिस, स्टूडेंट्स नीड टू बी एबल टू एक्सट्रैक्ट रेलेवेंट, इसमें आपको पहला एब्स्ट्रैक्ट पढ़ लिया, फुल पेपर पढ़ लिया, अब उन फुल पेपर से आपको क्या जिस्ट निकला है, आई शो फ्रॉम माय पेपर, then you can understand that how we need to go ahead, and then you have to write the results and discussion. Am I clear? So as per the Excel sheet, the results are found and discussion is as per the author's knowledge base from the paper studied from. I will just go through my paper. So this is the paper which I was talking about, and a few this thing was taken from this paper. So if you see here, this is how abstract, the purpose, the design, methodology, introduction. As I told you, we've written the introduction. After the introduction, you can see a little, we have given a small conceptual model about conventional entrepreneurship, economic goals. Then we move ahead and we write the research gap. Bada karu kya? Bada karu? I will again go ahead, show you the whole paper. So this is the paper which is there in Emerald, systematic review on sustainable entrepreneurship education, which I was talking about right away. A framework and analysis it is. And so this is how we had written the abstract for the paper. So I'll just read the abstract so that it is easier for you people to understand how we went through. Just give me 2 minutes. So this talks about the purpose, wherein the sustainable entrepreneurship education is a field which mingles two imperative fields of research, sustainable entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education. This emerging area has gained momentum. So uske bare mein thoda sa aapko likhna hai introduction mein. Design methodology, I'll read it for you. So 2 prominent databases are considered, and these databases then are searched with appropriately designed search strings. So I have shown you which are the databases. So in Prisma, you could see Scopus we had taken and WS we had taken. And according to that, we had used the appropriate search strings. So search strings also I showed you. Group A, Group B, Group C was made for the search strings. After that, out of that, based on the exclusion, again I showed you what were the exclusion and what was the inclusion. So based on the exclusion and the inclusion criteria developed by author, 59 research papers were selected for the further investigation. Now these research papers were then studied rigorously for review and qualitative content analysis. The findings, if you see, then what will you write? So a conceptual framework comprising of areas of these research contributions is proposed as outcome. Now this framework provides insights about the existing state and area of SEE, that is research, namely institutional framework. We took out that, teaching learning approaches, external interaction, and provides further direction. Implications we had written, the present study makes a significant contribution both in theoretical and practical sense, wherein we compiled the extant literature which was there on sustainable entrepreneurship education, developed a protocol to conduct a systematic review of literature on sustainable entrepreneurship education, and reported a status of research on sustainable entrepreneurship education and proposed a framework on existing work. We also presented an emerging topics, issues and challenges that needs to be addressed for the future research, as I have already spoken about. Originality can be seen, keywords we had taken. Now you can see how we had written the introduction. So we had taken many of the papers and we went through. I told you the 3 areas, how we have to write the limitations. You have to write what you have studied and the research questions. So first will be the research gap. After the introduction, if you come here, you will see we have written on the research gap. Here in the research gap, you can see lots of papers, whatever you have studied. According to that, we found out the research gap. I will be sharing this paper also with ma'am. You people can just go through this particular paper. Then we came up with RQ1, RQ2, RQ3, which was there in my presentation. After this, we went ahead for the foundation, where how to go ahead for doing the methodology. So we took sustainable. First, we had to study what is sustainable development. So we did a study on that. Then we did sustainable entrepreneurship. What is it? So we did a study on that, and whatever different authors have written, we took up that. That how did you get? So Prisma से पहले हमने पेपर ले लिया, एब्स्ट्रैक्ट निकाल लिया, जो पेपर्स हमें समझ में आया कि ये कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहा है वो पेपर्स हमने ले लिया. वो सारे पेपर्स लेने के बाद देन वी वेंट अहेड फॉर राइटिंग सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट क्या है, कौन से ऑथर ने क्या बोला है उसके बारे में, जो एक्चुअली हमने इंक्लूसिव स्टडी से लिया है. देन केम सस्टेनेबल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप, देन सस्टेनेबल अगेन सस्टेनेबिलिटी एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप. सो कुछ ऑथर्स ने सस्टेनेबल एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के बारे में बात किया है, कुछ ने उसको सस्टेनेबिलिटी दे दिया नाम. सो we've taken all those papers and we've written. So sustainable entrepreneurship and entrepreneurship education, ये दोनों हमारे main criteria हैं for research objective, right? That is how we had prepared that. And then you can see this is how we had gone. Then I already spoke about the methodology. Steps were taken, choice of databases. So this is how I had picked up this from the paper itself in my PPT, and we spoke about this. Keyword search, how we did. I just spoke about this also, how we need to go ahead. So group A, group B, group C we did. Then we summarized. This was the inclusion and exclusion which I showed through my PPT, which we had taken up. And then finally, this was the graph which was made. Out from this graph, then we came up with one more. This is how institutional framework we got from the different papers. अब जो papers आपको लग रहे हैं कि एकदम सही हैं, जो contribute कर रहे हैं, तो वहाँ पे आप देखो institutional framework आ गया, strategy क्या है, तो strategy के ऊपर बहुत कुछ आ गए. Players, people involved कौन-कौन है, educators हैं, educator attitude है, teaching approach है, learning experiences है. तो आपके अलग-अलग model से आपको यहाँ बहुत कुछ डाल सकते हो. और वो डालने के बाद आपको इस आपके पेपर पढ़ने से, जैसे ये पेपर पढ़ने से, there will be so many papers which the different people will go ahead and future scope of study के लिए ये बहुत important है. और कोई भी अगर गाइड भी है तो वो ये पेपर्स उठा के अगर उसको एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप के ऊपर या सस्टेनेबिलिटी के ऊपर करना है, तो यहाँ जो जितने इंस्टीट्यूशनल फ्रेमवर्क देख रहे हो उसी से उठा के एक रिसर्च क्वेश्चन बन सकता है, राइट? सो स्ट्रैटेजी हो गया, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर हो गया, स्टूडेंट्स हो गए, तो ये सारी चीजें यहाँ पे आ गई. Then external interactions जो थे वो हमने देखे, methods क्या यूज किया है, projects है, societal contribution क्या है, community involvement क्या है. All these different papers had different things to talk about. Agencies, teaching, learning approaches. Then basically we went ahead, process for creating the framework. Then how we created the framework. I know it's a lesser time to explain all these things. But this is how we went ahead for going ahead for process of creating a framework. So what we did, the following were the steps wherein we structured the coding and coded the data. And during the coding, each study was taken into consideration and was divided initially into various segments. Later, these segments were assigned codes using the open coding method. And as progress was made with the analysis, further subcategories were included to identify meaning connections. So वो अपने हिसाब से आप कोडेड, हम लोग अपनी कोडिंग्स डाले थे उन पेपर्स का, और उसके हिसाब से we had come up. Then we moved ahead. Then proposed framework में मैंने बात किया था कि हमने फिर themes बनाए हैं, सब themes बनाए पेपर से. So the themes and the sub themes are extracted from the table 3 and 4. जो 3 and 4 tables देख रहे हो वहाँ से हमने themes बनाए. So themes क्या क्या हो सकता है? From each of these building blocks, we constructed a conceptual framework as proposed below, like institutional framework, sustainable entrepreneurship, ecosystem support, policy क्या है, culture क्या है, तो इसके ऊपर पेपर कर सकते हैं लोग, right? Strategy क्या है, इसके ऊपर पेपर लिख सकते हैं, infrastructure के ऊपर लिख सकते हैं, external interaction methods, agencies, teaching learning approaches क्या है, and then we went step 5 जो है वो interpreting the findings, जो conceptual framework है. So this was the result for this whole this thing, and then we came up with a model, and with the model, this is how we went ahead. I'll be sharing this paper, ma'am. You people can just go through it. So, and then finally, your as the other team members have spoken about, mentally में आप कैसे कर सकते हो वो आप कर लीजिए. Yeah, this is published and this is out. The unpublished papers I have not shown. Yeah, so this is published. You people can, I'll share it with ma'am. You people can have that paper. Okay, thank you so much. I will share my number. If at all anyone is having any problem, you can just put me a mail. I might reply a little later, but you can put me a mail. Maybe Google Scholar से कैसे करते मुझे बताना था, but there is lesser time, so I am not able to. So you people can just contact me. So just tell us which other areas you have done the systematic literature review apart from sustainability. So for we right now we are doing on three different areas. One is on yoga and meditation and how it is helping the playful quotient, and one is we are doing on merger and acquisition and how it is impacting the employee satisfaction or benefits. We're still into keyword searching. That we two papers are in pipeline. Yeah. But you have to. One thing is very must. पेपर अगर लिख रहे हो एसएलआर पे तो पक्का से ये देख लो कि गूगल स्कॉलर पे वो पेपर है कि नहीं, क्योंकि यूजुअली वो सब लोग आजकल लिख रहे हैं, तो वो आपका टॉपिक ऑलरेडी है, तो वहां से जैसे थीम्स है वो सब निकाल लो और फिर उसके ऊपर पेपर लिखो, या फिर जो दो वेरिएबल्स हैं उसको ज्वाइन करके उसके ऊपर लिखो. बट ऑलरेडी है पेपर तो वो पब्लिश स्कोपस में तो नहीं होगा, बाकी यूजीसी वगैरह कर देता है, बट उसमें प्रॉब्लम होती है. ओके, थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you very much, Dr. Archana Madam.
for today's last session. Dr. Vaidyanath Gundupet has a PhD in political science from the University of Chicago and is assistant professor for political science at Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts. His research and teaching interests focus on political rhetoric, international theory, and international security issues, particularly the impact of nuclear on strategic stability and diplomatic practice. He has a passion for thinking about philosophy of science, its implication for the practice of research, and teaching quantitative research methods. We welcome you, sir, for today's session. I would like to request Javed, sir, to felicitate today's speaker, Dr. Vaidyanath Gundupet, with the floral compliment. Thank you. Thank you, Javed, sir. I will request Dr. Vaidyanath to please.
I'm Dr. Vaidya Gundupet from Symbiosis School for Liberal Arts. As you know, I come from the liberal arts background. One of the advantages of liberal arts is that it deals with literally every subject under the sun. It's old ancient Greek model of education where everybody is supposed to study everything from physics to statistics to biology to political science to law to everything. So our students actually deal with that. So they have to do courses across the spectrum before they specialize in one major and one minor. So one advantage of teaching anything in a liberal arts program is that you have to deal with everybody. So I come from political science background, but a lot of our students are in business, economics, psychology, and related disciplines. So teaching research methods in such an environment actually is both challenging and sort of extremely sort of impactful because you get exposed to things that otherwise you would not have. So that's sort of the background I come from. And sort of in a sense, when I got sort of asked about this, I actually for a moment I paused and said I'm not from management or IT background. But then when we talked, and I think it was useful partly because the liberal arts background helped me to sort of connect to sort of a much broader audience. So that's a background I come from. Second, literature review is understood actually very broad way, but also in sort of multiple ways. So what I want to do, particularly since we have a reasonably short period, about 30 minutes or so, is to focus on a particular kind of literature review, rather than necessarily about everything about literature. For example, what Dr. Archana ma'am said earlier, systematic literature review is more a literature review that stands on its own. Traditionally, it was called review essays. But the literature review most people would undertake as part of the research projects are what are called analytical literature. In the sense that, from what I know, I asked about the participant profile, most of you are in masters or MA, MPhil, PhD doing your own research work. So at that point in time, it's important to understand as to what is the purpose of the literature review in your broader research project. So for such purpose, what we usually call the research literature review undertaken is usually called analytical literature review. So the most important do of this literature review part of your research project is to literally understand what is the role of the literature review in your broader project. You understand that everything else falls in place. So what I do is that you have to sort of place the literature review in your broader research project. So let's start from there. Every research project should answer 6 questions. You don't need to structure it this way, but when somebody reads your paper, research paper, dissertation, thesis, whatever it is, if it's an independent research project, it should be able to answer these 6 questions. 1, what is your research question? 2, why is it important? Somebody should care about reading your paper. Then what is your argument? Have an answer to the research question. 4, what are the alternative arguments? There's hardly anything in the world that we are completely inventing ourselves. As the old joke goes, Aristotle said everything that can be said about social and political life, we are just reinventing it. That cannot be completely true, But all our contributions are going to be marginal contributions, but which are really very important because knowledge production is like that. It's marginal improvement over others. There's nobody, even Marx, which possibly revolutionized knowledge in more ways than one, was building on earlier works. Right? We always build. So this is where literature review comes in. The simplest way to think about analytical literature review, that's a literature review that's very useful for your project, for your independent research project. So literature review does not stand on its own, but literature review is part of your independent project, independent research project, right? The main point of that literature review is to analyze what others have said about your research topic and your research question. That's the most important thing that you need to remember about literature review as part of your research project. Then, how do you prove yourself correct and wrong, others wrong? That's about the method section, method, research design and methods. And finally, what is your contribution? To understand this, you need to simply think about what the answer for your research question is and the importance of the answer. The importance of the answer that you have is actually the contribution, the real contribution you are making to the world. That can be about scholarship, that nobody has said something like this, nobody has actually made this argument, nobody has actually been able to answer this question earlier. How do you tell nobody has been able to answer this question earlier? Because your literature review has made that point that nobody has been able to answer that question. So literature review leads here. So in a broad research project, literature review is actually about these two parts of your research project. One, what others have said about your research question, what do you think of it more than that. Then, whatever problems that are there in the literature, whether your answer, your contribution can at least partly answer that critique or the problems that you have raised. So in a broad research project, the place of the literature review is this. First, summarizing and critiquing others, and then relating that critique in your conclusion to your contribution. That I have made this critique of the literature, and my answer to the research question at least partly answers that critique. I have identified these problems in the literature, and my research at least partly answers those problems. Nobody will be able to answer completely the problems that you identify, because it's very easy to identify problems with others' work. When you make your own argument, that's why it's easy for others to find problems with your argument. So as long as we make some contribution, answer our own critique partly, that's actually very good in research work. So this is the first point that one has to remember, that the literature review that you're going to deal with as part of your independent research project is not something that stands on its own. It is part of a broader research project. So you need to understand what is the role. And the role of the literature review is this. So the rest of what 25-30 minutes will essentially help you to understand how to do this better. But this is the main thing. This is the broad framework that one has to keep in mind. So what exactly is a literature review? Again, analytical literature review, that's part of your research, broader research project, is something that summarizes and evaluates a body of readings about a specific topic. This is the primary goal of that section in your research project. The research paper, it's a section. In a dissertation or a book, sometimes it's even a chapter. But the main thing here is simple. You summarize what is the state of knowledge in the field and then evaluate. Tell whether it is good, bad, what are the problems, etc. So summarization, keep it brief. Brief summary of the existing literature. Nobody has patience to read long because that only consumes a lot of pages about things that they already know because they also have read the literature that you have read. You are writing your research paper to an audience that already knows the field. This is not that you're writing to an audience that is, because the peer reviewers who are going to review your research paper or a book are people who know the field better. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reviewing it, right? So keep the summaries brief. Focus on evaluation, because that's about you telling that you can evaluate somebody's work. Evaluation does not necessarily mean criticism. I find only problems. You can tell that this is actually an excellent work, and I'm building on it. There are limitations on work, but that may be limitations about that they've not even sort of bothered to deal with it because every paper does one thing but not other things. So the main point here is that literature review should summarize and evaluate. Summarization, keep it briefer. Evaluation is about understanding how good the literature is, what is right, what is wrong, what is inclusive, what is missing. Because your research question should ultimately lead here. Something that is missing in the literature, if your research question can answer and solve, that's actually the contribution that you are going to make. So literature review in that sense sets the baseline for your contribution. It basically tells the reader that, oh yeah, there is something in the literature that's missing that this paper can answer. That's your contribution. That's the whole purpose of the literature. So the most important don't I always like to emphasize is, don't write exhaustive summaries. It's actually very easy to fill pages with exhaustive summaries. Particularly nowadays, you know Mendeley, you know databases. The abstracts are there for every research paper. You copy paste abstract, you just change, use synonyms. You can easily write pages and pages of summaries of literature. If you know, others also know. Your peer reviewers know. Everybody knows. So at this point, really, summarization is not something that people care much about. Because it's very easy for anybody to find summaries. What they care about is evaluation. So don't spend too much time in your literature review section on summarization per se. You need to tell the reviewer or the reader that, okay, you know about the articles enough that you summarize succinctly. Focus more on evaluation because that's where your contribution is. That's where your critique is. That's where you come in. Summarization is taking from the abstract. Critique is your own. No abstracts will have critiques. No abstracts will have identified problems. You have to identify problems. Right? So the most important don't is don't write exhaustive summaries. And the opposite of this is don't forget evaluation. That's very important. Then secondly, differentiate between data sources that are necessary to answer your research question compared to sources that you use for literature review. As I said, literature review is about what others have said about your research question. Data sources are about what helps you to answer the question. The question is different from the answer. You can use literature for both, but the purpose of literature is different in each of those. The literature review section should focus on simply on what others have said about your research question. And again, I want to emphasize that the literature review I'm talking about is the kind of literature review that you use as part of your broader research project. Not the systematic literature review, because the systematic literature review, like review essay, stands on its own. But the literature review that's part of your broader project does not stand on its own. It has no value other than serving the baseline for the contribution that your research makes. So for that, you need to differentiate between the data sources that are necessary to answer the question and literature review, which should focus on the question itself or what others have said about the question. Let me expand this. For the literature review, keep the focus on your research question. What does that mean? Focus on what others have said about your research question. That's the most important thing. What others have said about your research question. In a sense, it is the alternative arguments to your research question. And you need to tell, oh, those alternative arguments are not convincing enough. That's why you need to read my paper. Right? That's the point about that. The literature review section is really not the section where you come up with your own answer. That is for the next section in the research paper. Why? Because that's about your answer. Literature review section's focus is on understanding what are the problems in the literature. Your answer should hopefully solve some of those problems. But whether you solve it or not is not in the literature review. That's in the next section. So literature review should not focus on the answer to your research question. So in a sense, differentiate between sources, data, even secondary sources that you use for analysis. That is, to answer the research question that you have. And sources for literature review. Sources for literature review are about what others have said about your research question. Because your point is to tell, oh, these answers are not convincing enough. That's why somebody has to read my paper. That should be the goal. So literature review is not about data that you collect, sources that help you to answer the question. You can use literature for any purpose, for both purposes. It's about what the section of literature review does in a research paper. That clarity is very important. So literature review is about your research question. What other scholars or literature tell about your research question? What are the alternative arguments that exist on your research question? Right? So data sources, on the other hand, are sources that help you to answer the question. So that's about how you build your own argument. That's the main point. So it gives supports or ideas for your argument. You can use literature, secondary literature for building your own argument. Everybody does that, and that's okay. You can use the same source for both sections of the paper, but they serve different purpose, and you need to have clarity about that. So main purpose of literature review is to review what others have said about your research question. As I said, the focus here is on analytical literature review. The literature review section should tell what are the main claims on the research question, what are the main arguments on the research question in the existing literature, then strength of these claims. This is the evaluation. This is the most important part. What sort of evidence is presented to support the arguments, whether it's logically consistent or not. The two main critiques that we make across the field: one, whether the arguments that are there are logically consistent; two, whether there is empirical evidence to support those. In terms of methods, it's very simple. Whenever you read a paper, just close your eyes and tell, I read this paper. Am I convinced about the argument? How do you know? Are there logical inconsistencies? And is the empirical evidence convinced or supporting? So that's the main thing. So a good literature review, from that perspective, establishes the baseline for your contribution. Why? It identifies the strengths of the literature and the problems in the literature. Whatever problems that are there in the literature is the baseline. If you can solve some of those problems, that tells everybody the contribution you can make. So essentially, literature review is about establishing the baseline for your contribution. So it tells partly why somebody needs to care about your project, because there are issues that you can solve, nobody else has been able to solve. That's why somebody has to care about your project. In that sense, if you want to do that, you have to read the rest of the paper. The point about good literature review is to establish that there is this baseline of problems that I have identified, and you should be able to answer that. So a review of the literature does not provide the summaries of the relevant literature, but it focuses on critique. Right? So brief summaries include authors, quotations, citations. I'll come to quotations. I think quotations is one of the most common mistakes that we do. Then identify problems with the existing literature. Use existing literature as alternative arguments. Then what is right, what is wrong, what needs to be better. As I said, focus on two kinds of critics: logical inconsistencies and whether there is empirical validity for the propositions that exist in the literature. Now, let's go. What can summarizing do? Summarize what the work is trying to do. For that, focus on what is the research question that is studied in that particular paper. See, writing annotated bibliographies is really a great intellectual exercise if you want to do a good literature review. Annotated bibliographies, I don't know whether you do, but essentially, I'll come to that in a second. It basically helps you to understand what existing article is about. So, what you do whenever you read something, write down what is the research question. Is it theoretical? Is it empirical? Then what are the independent and dependent variables? Because most of you are in management IT. In that field, identifying independent dependent variables are very important. If you're doing, for example, discourse analysis and all, in social sciences and humanities, you may not do that. But in management, definitely it's important. See, not all of these can go into the literature review, but it helps you to have clarity in your own mind. And that's very important to write, because literature review section needs a lot of work, but ultimately it's about 20 to 30% of your paper. But that possibly takes much more work than any other part of the paper, because you have to just read a lot even to write that 20%. So how to read a lot and condense that is the most important job here. So identify what's the research question, is it theoretical, empirical, what are the independent dependent variables, what is the argument, right? Are there qualifications? So one of the most common problems associated with literature review is that I critique an argument that is really not the argument of the author. Why do I do that? Because it's just an easy way. Every author, when they make arguments, most of good arguments are qualified. There are conditions. Right? The challenge of us as reviewers, as researchers, is to understand the argument in full, not just take one headline version of that and then critique. Because most of the arguments have qualification. In economics, there's a simple term called ceteris paribus. Everything else remains the same. In life, nothing else remains the same. But in economics, everything remains the same. Right? What does that mean? That means that other things holding constant, this law of demand and supply is right. Whether you like it or not, that is the law. So you have to take into consideration what any conditions, qualifications that a particular author has made. That's very important. But as I said, what is the research question? What's the argument? You can even get it from summaries. Don't focus too much time on that. It's important to have clarity, but that does not go into the written work of the literature review. What goes on is how you can summarize the collective results. Identifying research question and argument essentially of different articles essentially help you to club different articles into themes. Good literature reviews are organized by themes, not by author or paper by paper or chronologically. You need to club articles by themes, authors by themes, paradigms, and then you should be able to write a literature review. For that, identifying what's the research question, what's the argument, article by article is very useful. So you do this exercise more for your preparation to write the literature review. Then identify areas of agreement. So what does the literature in general agree with? What are the main areas of disagreement? This is a very useful exercise because from here you get your research question. The areas of the disagreement are essentially about where there is a lot of issues and debates. You can make a really good potential contribution there. So doing a good literature review actually helps you to come up with 10 different ideas for 10 different projects, even if you're actually doing one research project at a point in time. That's why doing a good literature review is very useful. So evaluate how good the literature is answering questions and validating claims. This is again, as I said, is the most important part of the literature review. Gaps in knowledge, any doubts about conventional wisdoms. These are tips that you can just keep in mind to see what are the problems that may exist. Are there any gaps in the knowledge space? There are some questions that are answered, some questions are not answered well. There is conventional wisdom, and is that really convincing? Or even conventional wisdom questioned in the literature. Right? Are there ways to resolve disagreements? Any literature or any particular topic will give you some disagreements. That's part of academic life, right? So, are there ways to resolve disagreements? How good is empirical support? We talked about this. Are the claims logically consistent? If you keep these things in mind, you know how to evaluate the literature. Then is the methodology appropriate for the research question? These are actually more difficult ways to critique, but one of the most useful ways, because most of the times people don't use the appropriate method to answer the research question they have. And that's actually very challenging to do, how to find the best method to answer the research question. Right? But if you can do that, you have really good critique that others really cannot answer that. Right? It takes a little bit more time to expand on that, but has the methodology being used appropriately? So in simple terms, logical consistency, empirical support, definitely look at for every article you read. If you can do a method critique, that's even better. That's actually the next step. And actually, it will take a little of time to get examples and do that, but maybe some other session I can come and do that, because that's really the challenge. If you can do that, that helps you your own growth as an intellectual, how you can use your own method, because you need to understand the problems of how others using these methods. Some common mistakes: do not organize chronologically. I said, see, the more you read, there's a lot more to include. Nobody can include everything that you have. And if you organize this chronologically, it doesn't really help the reader. As I said, you're writing your research papers for an audience that knows the literature. So there's no point in repeating the known wisdom to them. So do not organize chronologically, summarizing works one after another based on year published. Do not organize source by source or even author by author. Again, the more you read, it just gets on and on and on and on and on. See, that's why if you look at, for example, PhD thesis and then books published on PhD thesis, there's a fundamental difference. PhD thesis literature reviews are like forever. Why? You're writing to the committee, the main thing committee or the dissertation or PhD thesis committee, and the one simple question any thesis committee will tell you: why did you not deal with that author? Why did you not deal with this author? That's an easy critique that committee members can make, your own committee chair can make. But when you convert that into a book, the publisher is really not worried about that long literature review because it costs to print. What do they tell? I want to know what your contribution is, what your argument is. The literature review, in terms of summarizing, people can just go back to the original and read. So they will actually make you cut down on most of that literature review which focused on summarization. This is even more in articles, because articles, they just don't have too much space to print. Now it's more online, so I think things are slightly different. But at least the journals that want to print, and the Scopus is full of journals that still wants to print. Right? So it becomes too long, too many depending on the topic. It does not serve the purpose because you are writing to an audience who knows this literature. So reader gets that. They do not include all work in the issue area, because every issue area will have lots of work on a particular topic. Focus more on work relevant to the research question. Your research question is usually narrower than the research area. Right? Ultimately, the point of the literature is to tell as to why others should take your paper. Why others should take your paper? Because the literature has not answered your research question well. Irrespective of what the literature has done in the broader research area. The research topic broadly is not the most important thing. What matters is your research question. So keep the focus on the research question. So include all literature that deals with your literature question. Again, goal of your review. If you remember this, everything else falls in place well. Goal of your review is to establish your research question is not adequately answered. How you do it, we'll come to that. But this is the most important do. Make sure that the research question is not adequately answered. That claim is there in your literature. Now, how do you do summaries? One of the most common mistakes when sort of people do summarizations in literature review is to use quotations. The quotations are just takes up a lot of space for one. And most of the time it's not necessary. Don't have long quotations. In fact, quotation should be used very rarely, only when the original word has some special significance. Right? For example, the phrasing was great. Or you want to tell that this is such a controversial argument that somebody is making. You really want to tell the reader that, okay, you can go this page, this book, this article, and this person's really said that. Beyond that, in academic work, quotations are rarely used. You may use a quotation at the beginning of a research paper to get the audience hooked into your paper. But in the literature review section, this is actually not necessary. But it's one of the most common mistakes that we see, particularly in unpublished literature reviews. See, by the time it gets published, it gets revised, and the reviewer will tell you to remove all of that. But if you look at unpublished literature reviews, this is one of the most common ones. So the main point is that use quotations only if the words carry a special significance to make whatever point you want to make. This is a separate point that you want to make. Otherwise, summarize. Summarizing, paraphrasing is a very, very important skill in academic writing. So learn paraphrase. Sometimes summaries. In fact, so paraphrasing is one of the most useful skill. Literature review focuses a lot on summarizing because summarizing is even shorter than paraphrasing. Right? Summaries are better because summaries are actually shorter than original. Paraphrasing tends to have the original structure or the length, and that's too much for literature review. So learn paraphrasing and summary. Always cite the source you are referring to, borrowing ideas from. Don't plagiarize that, of course. But the point is that avoiding plagiarism is just not enough. The point about avoiding plagiarism is that if you put your whole literature review section in double quotation marks, it's not plagiarism because you acknowledge that somebody else has read and you provide a citation. But it's not a good paper because others can just go back to the original and read. The point of any paper, including literature review, is to understand what you think of it, but how you can summarize that as well. Because they want to get a shorter version of what you think of it, rather than the long version which they can go back to original and read. So learn to paraphrase, summarize. Then don't actually write the full title of the source in the text of the paper. Citations are enough. It's actually not necessary. The other point which is a common mistake is use italics, bold, underlining rarely. Like quotations, these are to be used only for emphasis, not whole paragraphs or sections. Right? Emphasize words at best phrases, not sentences, paragraphs, not whole sentences, paragraphs. Then, as far as the substance of the literature review is, one of the most common mistakes is this. People tell that there's not much work done on this. You need to be extremely careful about this claim. As I said, the joke is that Aristotle has said everything that can be said and we are only rephrasing it. So if you have thought about it, there are 7 billion people on earth, somebody may have thought about it as well. So if you are making a claim in your literature review that, okay, there's not much work on this, there's no literature on this particular topic, you need to be extremely careful, because a reviewer can easily find something that is on that particular topic. It's very rare that nothing is ever written on a particular topic. It can happen, but it's very rare. So be very careful. New insights, novelty usually come from new independent variables. That's your answer. So your contribution is rarely in telling that, okay, this is a new question. Most of the times questions are there. Your contribution is in telling, okay, I have a different answer. I have an answer that is not there in the literature. That's why the literature review is the baseline. New explanation, that's where. So literature review essentially focus on the dependent variable. That's the question. You are explaining something. That's not where new. It's very rare, as I said, new questions come. So what is to be? Now, literature review relating to your independent variable can help. That's to build your own argument. But as I said, that's not the literature review section's purpose. That's the use of literature in a different section where you develop your own argument. Then, organizing literature review, keep it thematic. As I said earlier, don't organize chronologically, author by author, paper by paper, thematic. This is the biggest challenge in a literature review, because you read a lot, how you can combine different authors. I mean, I had a couple of examples, but I'm not sure as to whether I have time to go through that, but basically after the session I'll stay back. If somebody wants, we can talk about it. But organizing literature review, this is the biggest challenge, because anybody can summarize article by article by article by article. I said before, do annotated bibliographies. Annotated bibliographies will help you to look at research question, answer, method for every article, and then a critique. Then you can link different articles based on themes, whatever issue area that you are interested in. Good literature reviews do this. They don't go author by author, they go theme by theme and include authors and citations as part of that, rather than focus only on authors. Right? Then identify problems with the whole group as a whole. This particular framework has these problems. That's the best way, because you are making a critique of a group of people there. Right? So that saves space, and that's very relevant. So then provide evidence from individual authors. Literature review is always about the literature. So citation should always be there. Even if you don't put the title, you have to put the citation, whatever citation style you use. Without citation, there's no literature review. But you don't need to necessarily put quotations. Right? So group by paradigms or theoretical constructs. It's also necessary to separate wheat from chaff. That is, focus on the more important ones. And this is a judgment call. But on any particular topic, there is like millions that are written. Right? So if you are in doubt, ask somebody an expert in your field as to what should, and there's so much to read. Nobody can ever read everything written on your own research question. So ask as to what sort of things I should focus on. Right? So do not write extensive summaries to fill pages, but focus on important authors, important arguments. And this important don't necessarily mean scopus. But you need to know the literature enough to know where these important arguments are. Beyond this, sometimes comprehensive literature reviews are useful when there is no relevant work on your research question. That is, if you're really doing a literature review on a topic that nobody else has studied, then go a little broader. Then it helps you to basically get somebody also to tell, oh, there's not much work on this particular research question. Only when there is not much work on your own research topic. For example, you're dealing with a completely new phenomenon. When demonetization happened in India, it was a completely new phenomenon. There's hardly few countries in the world that had demonetized. And literally no one had demonetized for the purpose of removing black money. So it was actually a fantastic research question to do. Literature review, there wouldn't be too much. Right? So a literature review, if you didn't work on demonetization in 2016 or 17, would be essentially a more comprehensive literature review about, okay, what scholars have generally talked about demonetization, and maybe role of money supply in economy. Because there's very little that can that on the relevant research question that existed at that point. So let's stop. So another 5 minutes I'll done with some tips. Read broadly. Now, traditionally, university press published books and articles in peer-reviewed journals carried greater weight. There's no doubt. Even today, the gold standard in academic work is peer-reviewed journals. In India, we have confused that with Scopus. But essentially, peer-reviewed journals matter because it's expert who knows the field, who knows the topic that you are interested in, can tell that, okay, this is worthy of publication. So that carries a lot. So university plus published books, actually more than commercial books, these have a more rigorous review process. So these are regarded as the gold standard in academic world, and frankly Scopus actually has emphasized that point as well. But literature review need not focus only on that. Think about it as review of knowledge rather than literature. Because ideas can come from anywhere. Today, particularly, there are very many interesting blogs that can talk about very interesting things that are happening in the world that possibly are not in academic works. There's nothing to tell that, okay, that's not good literature just because it's in a blog. Right? So you need to be able to make some judgments on this. But don't think of literature review today's time as review of the literature, academic literature. Think of reviewing of existing knowledge, and that knowledge can come from anywhere. It can come from your grandmother, it can come from your blog, any blog, it can come from academic work. That's a challenge today, because anybody can tell you, okay, I have this argument, but yeah, I read about that 10 days back in a blog written by a high school student. And that's a challenge that we have to deal with. So it broadened to include non-academic sources if they are credible. Credibility, possibly we can deal with later. Then read review essays. Review essays, like the systematic literature review that Chinamay was talking, is actually very useful. For any particular topic, when you do short research, read review essays. These are actually excellent sources, right? Because it helps you to build your own literature review, but it also just exposes you to the world that is there. For this, read literature review sections in PhD thesis and sort of dissertations. Why? Because as I said, the goal of a PhD student is to convince the committee that, okay, they have read everything that the committee thinks is relevant. So, literature review sections in these tend to be long. And they also want to fill pages. And that's an easy way to fill pages. Whether that's good or not is not our question. What is important for you is that if you read, you'll have an idea of the existing literature, at least the sources. Right? So, read. Two sources that are very useful for testers, ProQuest digital dissertations. I don't know whether you have access, but if you can have access, this is really great because it gives you access to PhD dissertations and theses across the world. If the British Council Library in Pune has actually an excellent electronic database thing, it's not available for institutional subscribers because they have what we. Individual, you can subscribe just about 1,500 rupees per annum. If you can even share it, 500 rupees per person also. But they have excellent electronic database. And it's one of the most very useful databases, ProQuest digital dissertations. And you have access to everything. Just to Exco, what other databases also have. Literature review search filters. If you use review essays or literature review search filters, you can get it. Always start with that when you do your research work. Write monothetic bibliographies. This is an excellent exercise when you are doing literature reviews. Short summaries of the reading, research question, main argument, methodology. Again, this can come from abstract today. Nobody really works on this anymore. But the point here is, don't end there, critique. You can copy paste the abstract if you want, but add 2 sentences of your critique every time you read a paper. Your literature review comes from there. Your ideas come from there. Whenever you read a paper, just don't drop it. What do I think of it? Add 2 sentences. That's where you get your ideas. Read literature review sections in published articles. Then link literature review to the development of your own argument. Again, as I said, the main point is that it establishes a baseline, and then your argument should answer that critique. So, how do you do this? in your conclusion of your research project, or a conclusion section or concluding chapter of your book or a thesis you write, go back to the issues you have identified in the literature review section. Literature review does not come at the end, it comes at the beginning. But you need in the conclusion, go back to the literature review section, repeat the main critiques that you have made, and then tell how your argument answers those critiques, your potential contribution. That's what matters. Then, even in the in your literature review section, have a summary paragraph or two at the end of the literature review section. It is basically highlighting the issues that are there in the literature. So that actually basically becomes a test of your contribution. These are the issues, whether you can answer those issues becomes important. So simply put, to summarize whatever I have said until now, last 2 slides, the organization of the literature review section itself is have a short intro in the literature review section, not viewers, literature review section. The short intro, maybe just a paragraph, should highlight what the main themes in the literature are. You're discussing the main themes next. A professor of mine used to tell about academic papers. Academic papers are not like Salman Rushdie's novels. There's no mystery wrapped in an enigma, uncovered everything at the end of the book, you get a surprise conclusion. No, there's something like that in academic paper. Academic paper is about what is your research question. In the introduction, you tell this is what I want to do. In the main body, you do that. In the conclusion, you repeat and tell that I did this successfully. There's no surprises. So, in the short intro in the literature review section, should highlight what the main themes in the literature review are. That's the next part of it. After 2 paragraphs, you come there. Divide the review by themes. Don't do it by authors. Divide it by themes, whatever themes you choose. Summaries and critiques. Come here. Then end the literature review with a concluding paragraph that sums up your main critiques of the literature. This actually leads to your own argument. This is the baseline test. Brother, have you identified issues in the literature? If you have not identified issues in the literature, it raises questions to what is your potential contribution. Identify the issues in the literature, then you have potential contributions to make. Highlight gaps, issues in your research, what your research can answer. So ideally, literature review, keep the focus on your research question. Don't confuse that with building your answer to the research question. It helps you to establish the baseline or relevance of your research. Should lead to your own argument. Keep this broad point because the main purpose of the literature review is not to stand on its own, but it helps to tell why somebody should care about the argument you are making. If your argument is repeating the literature, nobody cares. Your argument is new, it answers some critique in the literature, that's why people care. So literature review should directly lead to the argument that you want. Let me stop there. I'll be happy to take any questions that you have. Yeah.
Do we have a specific number, a good number, to review the papers and write down any specific?
See, a lot depends on what is the existing state of literature in the field. If you're writing about demonetization, the number of sources that you can review would be small. If you're writing about, say, management of companies, organizational behavior, right? Organizational behavior, there's tons of millions of work. So, essentially, the test is whether you have covered all important sources in that particular topic. Yeah. You can't have a quantitative number. What you can tell is that whether you have covered all important sources on that particular subject. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a wonderful session on the do's and don'ts in the literature review. It was a really comprehensive session on don'ts and don'ts. Dear all, I would like to announce that now we are in the end of this conference, 2 days ANVESHAK 2022. Before I propose a vote of thanks, I would like to request Dr. Acharya sir to give concluding remarks for this conference.
I think I'm audible.
Some people are online.
Okay, some people are. Sorry.
Check.
Camera is set. He's Dr. Gundulek. Or Vaidya. Vaidya. Dr. Vaidya and the tired research scholars. Of course, you all I think knew that literature survey is the real core of everything. If that goes wrong, everything goes wrong. Right? And just I joked just before leaving this dais in the morning. The last question you will be asking is how many, and somebody just asked just now, okay, how many? And the second thing, what he emphasizes, like most of the time as guides, as people who help researchers, we say, "ये literature survey लाए को किराना list लाए हो." He said, organization should be theme wise. It should not be a timeline, or it should not be lined alphabetically, or it should not be lined author line. So when you say it should be theme aligned, on the day you discover that theme, you put everything. Oh, Sherlock Holmes case, you say everything that goes in the theme. That day, actually, you are actually come out of it, and you really understand whether the literature is relevant to your work or not. This is just, I was reminded of this when he talked about it, and I think we had nice sessions. And kisi ko koi, I think most of you have enjoyed. So I would like to put a stop here. I thank you all for patiently giving your time and making this program a success. Now the routine vote of thanks for all those people who have helped us to organize this will be given by Professor Jamin.
Sir, thank you very much for your concluding remarks and suggestions. Of course, I appreciate all the participants for being patient, patiently listening all the sessions. And I also appreciate organizing team, technical team for their efforts and consistent efforts for making successful this conference as a successful conference. I would like to express thanks to our management, Dr. P. A. Namdar sir, Mr. Sabiday Namdar sir, who have provided all the facility for organizing such a wonderful conference. I would like to also express thanks to our director sir, Dr. Roshan Kazi, though he is not available, but he is present online. So, thank you very much, sir, for guiding us to conduct such a wonderful workshop. I would like to express our thanks to yesterday's judges who have evaluated around 20 research papers yesterday. Dr. Acharya sir, Dr. Sachin Kadam, and Varvekar ma'am. These three judges, they have evaluated all the research papers. So our heartfelt thanks to our judges. I express our thanks to all the speakers. Today's chief guest, Dr. Anita Patankar ma'am, then our trustees, then other speakers, like Archana Singh ma'am from Balaji University, uh, Professor Meena Lok from IMCC, Sandeep Prabhu sir from Symbiosis, Vasan Bang from Delta Management R&D Lab, Dr. Sachin Kadam from Bhakti Vidyapith, Dr. Archana Singh, Vishwakarma University, Dr. Vaidyanatha Gundupet, Symbiosis School of Liberal Arts, and of course all the participants. Thank you very much for participating and actually participating for this workshop. Once again, I would like to thank to our organizing team, all the editorial team, all the session chairs, and all the people who have worked for printing the compilation of the abstracts. I cannot take everybody's name, but let me recognize their efforts and appreciate their efforts. And last but not the least, especially technical team, Bhushan and Abu Bakr, and our office boy Mohsin Bhai. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all. Thank you. Have a great time.
Sir, some feedback form come. Please submit the feedback form. Right, sir.
Feedback form is available with Rahil sir. Please fill the form. Bhushan, I believe you will forward the feedback form, soft copy also on Google, on the WhatsApp. Thank you.